Chapter 686. Looking at the calm expression on Yang Kai's face, the Xianxia smile became more and more sinister. This little brat really suited his temperament. In front of Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, he had killed their great elder, yet he didn't show any signs of panic. What kind of courage did this little brat have? The Xianxia swept his eyes over Yang Kai thoughtfully. His ancestral founder had ordered him to find this person, and it had taken him 2 months to do so. Originally, he had been quite depressed and annoyed, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that these 2 months had been worth it. Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Xia Chengyin's face was livid as he grit his teeth and shouted, "What kind of explanation do you want?" Yang Kai smiled. "I've already explained it to you. That's just your side of the story. Do you think this religion master will believe you so easily?" Duan frowned and said with a kind expression, "Little friend, is it really as you say?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. "And the reason? Why did they throw you into the wind eye? What good would it do them to blow your soul out?" Duan asked carefully, knowing that if he didn't give Xia Chengyin an explanation this time, it would be impossible for him to give up. Yang Kai's expression was hesitant, somewhat unwilling to answer. This matter was related to the coffin-carrying man, so if this news were to be leaked, it would be extremely harmful to him. "Little friend can rest assured. If what you say is the truth, and you aren't in the wrong, this old master can guarantee you will leave here unharmed. Xianxia will also help," Duan said as he glanced over at the Xianxia. Xianxia was even more straightforward. "Even if you are in the wrong, no one can hurt you in front of me." Kaiyang looked at him with a strange expression. He really couldn't understand why this person was so protective of him. After a long silence, Yang Kai glared at Xia Chengyin coldly and said, "Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, right? If it is indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi who wanted to harm me, how can your Bright Thunder Religion compensate me?" "Compensate you?" Xia Chengyin roared. "You killed one of my Bright Thunder Religion's elders, and you actually want compensation? Brat, did you make a mistake? My Bright Thunder Religion has suffered losses. He only has himself to blame. This time, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in the wind eye." Duan nodded. If it was indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi, then their deaths should be regretted. "What do you think, religions? Little friend Yang entered your Bright Thunder Spirit religion on the basis of this old master's recommendation. This old master is responsible for safeguarding his interests and safety. Although he was Yang Kai's was Thunder religion, Yang Kai's was Yang Kai have his own face. As a saint great alchemist, it was rare for him to recommend a rising star into the Thunderlight sect, yet he had not expected to encounter such a thing. This was a great blow to his face and prestige. Is elder. S sex is of. If this is really the case, then there is no need for outsiders to act. This religion master will personally clean up the sect and give old man Do an explanation. Duan nodded with satisfaction before turning his eyes to Yang Kai. Now, can little friend tell us the whole story? I still insist on compensation. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This matter cannot be settled so casually. This religion master is giving old man due face. Who do you think you are? Don't take yourself too seriously. Xia Chengyin glared at Yang Kai angrily, wishing he could smash this little brat into meat paste. I support you. Xianxia nodded firmly to Yang Kai. If religion master Xia doesn't compensate you, I will make sure Bright Thunder Religion disappears from this world within a month. Uncle, you're so awe-inspiring. Mina looked at Xianxia excitedly, a look of worship on her face. Uncle, the corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly, his expression indifferent and cold. Yang Kai's expression became more and more puzzled as he stared at Xianxia, really unable to understand what was going on with this master. But now was not the time to ask questions. Yang Kai could also feel that this person had no malice towards him, so he was relieved. Xianxia. Xia Chengyin clenched his fists, his yuan qi fluctuating as he coldly glared at Xianxia. You want to fight? Then I'll accompany you. Xianxia sneered. Both of you, please calm down. Old Mandu was extremely helpless and could only stand up as a mediator. Religion Master Xia, This old man also hopes that if things are as this little friend says, you can give him some compensation. Old man Du also says so. Xia Chengyin's eyes filled with resentment, his face twitching as he struggled and hesitated for a while before shouting. Good, this religion master will agree to his rude request, but old man Du, if we find out that things are not as he says, then don't blame this Xia for not giving you face. As you wish. Duan nodded slightly before turning to Yang Kai. You may speak. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before revealing a helpless expression. The two of them want to collect my divine sense. Saying so, Yang Kai slightly released his spiritual energy and explained, because I have a conflagrated knowledge see. Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their ears. However, feeling the burning hot aura contained in Yang Kai's spiritual energy, they had no choice but to believe it. Old man Du's eyes gradually lit up, and his expression became one of excitement as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a shocking treasure. Sanyan also wore an excited expression. For someone as strong as him, there were very few things that could move him, but after perceiving Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge see, he almost lost his composure. Laughing wildly in his heart, no wonder the ancestral founders sent him to find this little brat. It turned out that he was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge see. Wasn't this the same starting line as the famous old man of Heaven's Keep? Perhaps in the future he could reach the same height as the old man of Heaven's Keep, respected by the human, monster, and demon races. A conflagrated knowledge see was an extremely rare existence. Even if one or two cultivators possessed a conflagrated knowledge see, they were not necessarily proficient in alchemy. Having both was the quintessence of an alchemist. Xia Chengyin was dumbfounded. Looking at Yang Kai, his face was filled with regret. I told Duan Hai that it was impossible for me to stay in Thunder Light sect forever, so he and Su Qi had some devious ideas. They wanted to use the power of the wind to blow out my conflagrated knowledge see. This is the truth, Yang Kai explained lightly. Although this wasn't the most fundamental reason, it was one of the reasons Duan Hai and Su Qi had targeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't lying. He was also forced to reveal his conflagrated spiritual energy, since he couldn't reveal any information about the coffin-carrying man. I see. Old man Du nodded slightly. Feeling the conflagrated knowledge see, he was even more convinced of Yang Kai's words. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Xia Chengyin and asked, Religious Master Xia, is there anything else you want to ask? Or perhaps you still don't believe this little friend's words? There's nothing else I want to ask. Xia Chengyin slowly shook his head, his momentum completely gone as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. If he continued to argue, he would only offend Old Man Du and the Sangyan sect. Xia Chengyin couldn't afford such a consequence. Moreover, this Yang Kai was very likely to become a powerful figure in the future. If he offended him now, Thunderlight sect would no longer have peace in the future. That would be for the best. Old Man Du nodded with satisfaction before solemnly saying, Today's matter should be kept between everyone here. If anyone dares to leak it, don't blame this old master for being impolite. Understood. Sangyan and Xia Chengyin both nodded heavily. A conflagrated knowledge, see, was a treasure coveted by the world. Once it was leaked, it would likely attract countless troubles. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk with a burst of wind. Su Qi's vitality was completely wiped out. Xia Chengyin's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, who had acted decisively. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Good. Now we can talk about my compensation, Yang Kai grinned. Xia Chengyin's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of displeasure, he could only ask, What compensation do you want? As long as my divine religion has it. I can agree, but don't make me do something I can't do. Of course not. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. I want to go to the Thunder to cultivate. I hope Religion Master Xia can open the door for me. As soon as these words came out, everyone once again looked at him in astonishment. Go to the Thunder Eye? Xia Chengyin was somewhat incredulous. You also cultivate a Thunder attribute secret art. This is my business, Religion Master Xia can't interfere, right? Yang Kai shook his head. Does the disappearance of the wind have anything to do with your excellency? Xia Changyin stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Maybe not, I'm not sure. If you go to the Thunder Eye, will the Thunder Eye disappear as well? It shouldn't. I asked Religion Master Xia to rest assured. In the Wind Eye, Yang Kai had stimulated the power of the Wind Eye, causing it to explode from the inside, destroying it. At that time, he had only done so out of revenge. If he hadn't done so, the Wind Eye would not have disappeared, but even if it remained, its power would be much weaker than before. Religion Master Xia won't go back on his word, right? Then I won't agree. That Sanyan glared at Xia Changyin aggressively. The Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are the foundation of my divine religion. Now that one has disappeared, it is very likely that it has a lot to do with him. How could I let him go to the other one? Do you think this religion master is a fool? You have to agree even if you don't want to. That Sanyan sneered, grabbing Yang Kai and flying away. Sanyan, don't go too far. Xia Changyin was furious and quickly chased after him. Huh. Du Wan sighed deeply, his expression helpless, hesitating for a moment before also catching up with Mina. That Sanyan's speed was extremely fast. Being caught in his hand, Yang Kai could barely open his eyes, only feeling the scenery around him rapidly passing by. In less than half an incense stick worth of time, they arrived at the location of the Thunder Eye of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Here, many disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had gathered, all of them meditating and comprehending the mysteries of thunder and lightning. The stronger disciples were closer to the thunder, while the weaker ones were further away. High up in the void, a huge vortex of lightning continuously rained down lightning, filling the air with a constant crackling sound as the heavens and earth filled with violent thunder attribute energy. When Sanyan arrived with Yang Kai, the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion who were meditating showed surprised expressions and turned to look at them. Boy, are you sure you want to go in? That place is no joke. If you make a mistake, your soul will be destroyed. That Sanyan stared at the violent Thunder Eye, a look of dread on his face. Chapter 687. The violent energy in the Thunder Eye was even stronger than the Wind Eye. That Sanyan dared to release his divine sense to probe the situation inside the Wind Eye, but he didn't dare touch the Thunder Eye. Between the two, the Thunder Eye was undoubtedly more dangerous. Thunderlight Religion's religion master has caught up. Senior, please let me in. Yang Kai glanced back and saw Xia Changyin rushing towards him, his face filled with anxiety. Although he had not yet arrived, he was already shouting. That Sanyan didn't put him in his eyes at all and simply smiled. Little brat, you're really strange. Good. I'll do as you wish, but don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Ancestral Founder. Saying so, he casually threw Yang Kai forward, and Yang Kai's figure quickly fell into the Thunder Eye. Cries of alarm rang out as the Thunderlight Religion disciples who were cultivating stared in amazement at Yang Kai disappearing into the Thunder Eye, wondering how this person had offended the Sangyan and was actually thrown into such a place. Xia Changyin arrived shortly after, but he could only watch helplessly. Inside the Thunder Eye, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure as soon as he entered, one that was much stronger than when he was in the Wind Eye. The power of the lightning shuttled through his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his body to shiver. Soon, a burnt smell wafted out from his skin. After consuming the myriad drug milk again, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the Thunder Eye, ignoring his own injuries and allowing his wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding thunder energy. After experiencing this once, Yang Kai became more and more adept at dealing with this kind of situation and knew what his wind and thunder wings were thirsting for. On his back and right shoulder blade, as expected, a huge attractive force was produced. The surrounding thunder energy was pulled into his body. Asterisk Hua. Asterisk once again it spread its wings. On the left side, wind spirits danced, while on the right side, lightning flashed and electric arcs danced. Yang Kai soon entered a state of selflessness as he comprehended the mysteries of thunder and thunder. Outside the Thunder Eye, the Thunderlight religion disciples had been driven away, while the Xianxia and Xianxia fought fiercely. In the end, it was Elder Du who stepped forward and stopped their battle. It was very difficult for two third-order transcendent masters to determine the victor, but Xianxia clearly felt that he was somewhat inferior to Xianxia. If they were to continue fighting like this, the one who would lose would undoubtedly be him. After realizing this, Sect Master Lei Guang took advantage of the situation and decisively stopped. As time passed, the people waiting outside the thunder, I could clearly sense that the thunder attribute energy in the area had weakened a lot. The most direct manifestation was that the lightning striking down from the thunder I was sparser than before. Xia Chengyin's face turned extremely ugly. Today, with the death of the two elders, the eye of the storm disappeared, and the power of the eye of the thunder was weakened. It was unknown whether it would disappear like the eye of the storm. It was Lei Guang's loss. Immeasurable. A day later, the power of the thunder, I was less than half of its usual power. Xia Chengyin's eyes were red as he stared at the thunder, eye like a ferocious beast. His expression was resentful. Although Old Man Du felt that it was somewhat immoral to harm his foundation, when he thought about how Duan Hai even wanted to harm the person he had recommended, he couldn't help feeling angry. Inside the Thunder Eye, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai's pupils shined brightly. After a day of absorption, he noticed that the wind and thunder wings in his body had reached perfection. From this moment on, this pair of wings had truly been refined by him and had become his greatest strength. The wings behind his back were filled with yang attribute energy, while the left half contained the agility of wind, while the right half contained the violence of thunder. Wind, thunder, and yang, these three attributes had formed a strange balance, and subtle changes had taken place between them. It was no longer a simple combination of one attribute. The wind and thunder attributes now contained a burning heat that had evolved into wind flame and thunder flame. Compared to the pure wind and thunder attribute, the lethality of these two attributes was now several times greater. The yang inflammation wings had also been completely replaced by the wind and thunder wings. It was just that Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to determine the existence of this pair of wings. They were both like an artifact and his own martial skill. However, it was undeniable that Han Fei had indeed given him a great gift. The reason why Han Fei and Li Rong had not been able to refine the wind and thunder wings was likely because they had not had such an opportunity. All of this was a coincidence, but it was also an inevitable result. Taking back his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai stepped out of the greatly weakened Thunder Eye. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time saw Yang Kai walk out and couldn't help but light up. Even Xia Chengyin couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The Thunder Eye had not disappeared, and although its power was not as strong as before, it had at least been preserved. Staring at Yang Kai, the look in his eyes was extremely complicated, a mix of annoyance and resentment. "You little brat, you made us wait." As soon as he saw Yang Kai appear, Xianxia immediately laughed. "You little brat, your aura has changed a lot. Did you gain something?" "A little." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "My cultivation hasn't increased, but I was able to comprehend some of the mysteries of thunder. Sorry for making you wait so long." "Little friend is too polite." Duan smiled and nodded. "Since you've finished, let's go." Xianxia waved his hand. Yang Kai glanced over at Xia Chengyin faintly, but the latter's expression remained gloomy, not saying a word, seemingly having no intention of stopping them. With Xianxia here, he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Thunderlight Sect's losses these past 2 days were already big enough. If they really wanted to offend Xianxia and start a war with Soaring Heaven Sect, Thunderlight Sect would be powerless to resist. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen were not any worse than him. Once they started fighting, Thunderlight Sect would definitely be destroyed. Xia Chengyin could only swallow his anger. "Religion Master Xia, I'll have to trouble you this time." Old Man Du nodded to Xia Chengyin. "Farewell, I won't see you off." Xia Chengyin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, unwilling to look back. Song Yin coldly snorted before waving his yuan qi, wrapping Yang Kai, Du Wan, and Mi Na in it, and flying off. After they left, Xiacheng Yin stared at their backs with a twisted expression for a moment before suddenly activating his movement skill and flying towards the eye of the storm. He still had some doubts about Yang Kai's previous statement, but with Du Wan nearby, he didn't want to tangle with him, so naturally he wanted to investigate. Although Su Qi and Duan Hai had been dead for a day, Xiacheng Yin was still confident. Gathering their scattered souls and prying into their memories, he wanted to see what kind of grievances had occurred between them and Yang Kai. Arriving at the two dead great elders, Xiacheng Yin silently circulated his secret art and released a series of mysterious bursts of energy. Soon, a barrier appeared within a radius of 30 kilometers. He wanted to seal off this place so he could collect Su Qi and Duan Hai's souls. He believed that with the cultivation of these two, even if their physical bodies died, their souls would not dissipate so quickly. But what made Xiacheng Yin depressed and puzzled was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall even a trace of their souls. The two elders seemed to have had their souls extinguished, a discovery that made him surprised. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Midair, a group of 4 people was flying at high speed. As they passed by a mountain, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced down and happened to see a tall woman with a proud figure standing there. The other party seemed to have noticed him as well, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt and surprise as she stared at him foolishly. Suddenly, she flew up and chased after him with all her strength, her pretty face filled with anxiety. But how could her speed be compared to Song Yin's? In just a few breaths of time, she was quickly left behind. "Hey, you bastard, there was a little girl chasing you just now." Mina suddenly poked Yang Kai and said with an ambiguous expression, "What?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "You're still denying it." Mina snorted. "She called out your name. Did you do something to her that you would abandon her after taking advantage of her?" TSK, I really didn't see it. You're such a beast with a human face. It looks like I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm a very pure person. I would never do such a thing," Yang Kai said seriously. Mina curled her lips, obviously not believing him. She had probably stayed in the Alchemist Guild for too long. Her gossipy heart was stronger than anyone else's, so she grabbed Yang Kai and kept asking questions. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked at Song Yin with a puzzled expression. Even now, he still didn't understand why the other party would help him for no reason, even at the expense of offending the Bright Thunder Spirit religion leader. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai asked, "Senior, can you tell me why you helped me? What good does it do you?" Song Yin turned to look at him while flying, a smile appearing on his cold face. "You're very vigilant." Yang Kai nodded without hesitation. Old Man Du chuckled. "Little friend doesn't need to suspect Song Yin. Although I made a mistake in recommending you to Bright Thunder Spirit religion, this time I can guarantee he won't do you any harm." I naturally believe Old Man Du's words. Yang Kai gently nodded, but this doesn't answer the confusion in my heart. Since Senior has no malice towards me, can you tell me the reason? Telling you isn't a big deal. I'm just completing my own task. Task? Yang Kai was surprised. I won't tell you too much, but you should come with me to a place later, and you should understand because I don't know much about it. Who gave you this task? My family's ancestral founder. Soaring Heaven Sect Master? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Song Yin didn't answer, and simply continued flying forward. Yang Kai asked a few more times before finally giving up and turning to Old Man Du. "What kind of person is Soaring Heaven Sect Master?" "A Saint Realm Master," Du Wan replied. "I don't know exactly how strong he is, but when you see him, you can ask him." Song Yin, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and said, "Old Man Du, let's part ways here. I need to take him back to the sect as soon as possible." "Very well." Du Wan gently nodded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Little friend, this time you have suffered. This old master is really sorry, but the Alchemist Guild will always open its doors to you. If you have some spare time, please remember to come back and visit." Old Man Du's kindness gave Xianxia a warm feeling in his heart and nodded. It's not Old Man Du's fault. Old Man Du doesn't need to worry about it. And I'll definitely return to the Alchemist Guild. Old Man Du smiled lightly before turning to Xianxia and saying, "Send my regards to your ancestral founder. This old man is old and weak, so I won't be seeing him again." "I'll definitely do so." Xianxia nodded. Then Old Man Du will take our leave first. Saying so, Old Man Du led Xianxia in another direction. "Xianxia, remember to come back." Mina waved goodbye to Xianxia. Chapter 688. Soaring Heaven Sect was one of the 4 great forces in the vicinity of Grand Boulder City. Although they were called 4 great forces, in fact, the other 3 couldn't be compared to Soaring Heaven Sect at all. Whether it was in terms of heritage or strength, Soaring Heaven Sect was several levels ahead of them. Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, Luo Sheng Sect, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, none of them had a single Saint Realm Master, but it was rumored that Soaring Heaven Sect had 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters. Below the Saint Realm, the 4 Third Order Transcendent Realm Masters were also well known. These were all extremely powerful masters, and Xianxia was one of them. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know the details, Soaring Heaven Sect was on equal footing with the other 3 great forces because it didn't have many disciples, far less than Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and the other great forces. Xianxia was led by Xianxia all the way, constantly asking about Soaring Heaven Sect along the way. Xianxia seemed to be a relatively taciturn person who cherished his words like gold, but he still patiently answered Xianxia's questions. At the same time, he also observed Xianxia along the way. Xianxia was also confused as to why his ancestral founder wanted him to find this boy. Half a day later, just as they were about to reach Soaring Heaven Sect, Xianxia suddenly stopped and stared ahead suspiciously, seemingly having discovered something. Soon, Xianxia also noticed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. This aura and life force fluctuations were not any weaker than Xianxia's, but unlike the pressure he felt from Xianxia, this aura was much softer, like a flowing river. Xianxia couldn't help showing a curious expression, but he didn't ask anything and just waited quietly. A moment later, a blue light quickly approached from the distance and stopped in front of Xianxia. The blue light dissipated, and a beautiful woman dressed in an unusually bold dress appeared in front of Xianxia. This beautiful woman had snow-white skin and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings. At the corner of her mouth was a black mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. The beautiful woman's face was filled with a lazy smile. Her upper body was exposed, revealing half of her snow-white breasts and her ravine. Her lower body was wearing a slit skirt. Her long and slender legs were exposed to the air, and the hazy beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. Xianxia was stunned and couldn't help staring at her a few more times. The beautiful woman didn't try to avoid him, nor did she show the slightest shyness. Instead, she simply looked at Xianxia with a smile, a look of interest appearing on her gorgeous face. Xianxia's brow furrowed. "Feiyu, why did you come out? Didn't martial ancestors seclusion in half a year?" "Of course, it's not like Yu's martial ancestors' imprisonment ends. You're not going to tell me you're sneaking out here." "I didn't sneak out." Feiyu curled her lips and lightly gritted her teeth. Without seeing any movement, she suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, stretched out a delicate hand, and lifted Xianxia's chin. "Where are you from, little brother? Why you look so unfamiliar?" Xianxia couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Xianxia quickly pulled Xianxia behind him and stood between him and Feiyu like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He frowned and said, "Don't be ridiculous. This is the person the martial ancestor is looking for." "The person the martial ancestor is looking for?" Feiyu heard this, and a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Why is the martial ancestor looking for him?" "I don't know." Xianxia shook his head. "But he's not your toy." "I know." Feiyu curled her lips impatiently. "Let's talk about your problem. Why didn't you obediently stay in the sect? Why did you come out here?" "The martial ancestor told me to come out," Feiyu giggled. "Without the martial ancestor's order, how would I dare to come out?" She paused, then said with her beautiful eyes, "Yes, the martial ancestor told me to redeem myself by doing good deeds. He said that if I can solve this problem, I'll be exempted from the 6 months of seclusion." "What problem did he ask you to solve?" Xianxia asked curiously, but as soon as he said it, he slapped himself and raised his hand. "Pretend I didn't ask. I'm going back to the sect. You can do as you please." "Don't go." Feiyu grabbed Xianxia's arm and said sweetly, "Since you asked, of course I'll tell you." Saying so, she didn't care whether Xianxia was willing or not, and began explaining. 100 kilometers away from Soaring Heaven Sect, a disciple who was cultivating found a cave with some barriers and rich world energy. It should have been a blessed land left behind by some powerful master many years ago. The disciple was unable to break through the barriers, so he returned to the sect and gathered a group of his brothers and junior brothers. More than a dozen people worked together to open the blessed land, hoping to find some opportunities, but unexpectedly, there was a hidden trap inside the blessed land. Caught off guard, all of them were poisoned. All those who entered were poisoned by an exotic ancient insect called the soul-devouring insect. When this news reached Soaring Heaven Sect, the martial ancestor asked Feiyu to deal with it. Soul-devouring insect? Xianxin's face also changed greatly. Aren't these exotic ancient insects extinct? Who knows? Feiyu shrugged her shoulders. I don't know which despicable bastard left behind this blessed land near our Soaring Heaven Sect. If we find his body, we'll definitely tear him apart. Martial Ancestor wants you to go. How are you going to deal with it? Those things aren't something ordinary people can deal with. Even you may end up buried inside. And Feiyu said with an aggrieved and pitiful look, "So, Xianxia, please help me." "How can I help you?" "I have no way to deal with these exotic ancient insects." "You cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Can't you just burn them to death?" "The fire of Yuan Qi. Do you think can burn them to death?" "You're being too whimsical." Xianxia coldly snorted, suddenly glancing over at Yang Kai, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. "But besides you, no one can help me. Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards, when they learn I took on such a task, they're all hiding from me. They're simply too hateful." Feiyu ground her teeth in disdain. "I should have been hiding from you too." Xianxia felt a headache coming on. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked that question. After living with this woman for so many years, Xianxia still couldn't help but be deceived by her appearance, often falling into her traps. "It's too late now." Feiyu looked coldly at Xianxia. "You have to help me, even if you don't want to." Xianxia sighed helplessly. "I really can't do it this time. I have to take this kid back to see the martial ancestor as soon as possible." "You've already delayed it for 2 months. What's a little more time? Come with me to take a look. If you really can't do it, I won't force you." Feiyu tried to persuade her. Xianxia frowned. Seeming to be weighing the pros and cons, Feiyu saw that there was hope, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot, continuously persuading her. After a while, Xianxia nodded slightly. "All right, I'll help you this time, but I can't guarantee that it'll work." Feiyu was overjoyed and praised repeatedly. "I knew you were the best. Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards. Next time they'll die. But I also have a request." "What request?" Xianxia coughed lightly. "I remember that 50 years ago, you brewed a batch of 1,000 safflower wine, right?" Feiyu's pretty face changed, and she gritted her teeth. "You remember something that happened 50 years ago?" "I've always been thinking about good things." Xianxia nodded slightly and said matter-of-factly, "Yes, if you succeed, you'll give me half." "No, that 1,000 safflower wine was brewed from 1,000 types of spirit flowers that I traveled all over the world. And after 50 years of waiting, I haven't even had a sip myself, and now you want half? You're even worse than Rimaru and Fei Jian. If that's the case, I'd rather not have your help." Yang Kai stared at this beautiful woman in amazement, faintly feeling that this so-called 1,000 safflower wine was more valuable than her life. "You brewed 20 jars. Even if you give me half, you still have 10. At most, I'll give you 1 jar. Don't even think about it. 8 jars. 1 jar. 5 jars." After some hard bargaining, Xianxia could only pinch her nose and agree. "Fine, 1 jar it is." That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Fei Yu spat disdainfully. If you can't help, I won't give you a sip. Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai. Smelly brat. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? No, but it's quite interesting. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, watching two third-order transcendents bicker endlessly while feeling the friendship between them really made one feel warm inside. Yang Kai seemed to have not experienced such a feeling for a long time. Ever since he came to Tong Xian Realm, he had been all alone. Let's go, where's that blessed land? Having reached an agreement, Sanyan didn't want to waste any more time. Come with me, Fei Yu said, leading the way. As this beautiful woman flew, her round buttocks and willowy waist swayed back and forth, her jet black hair fluttering in the wind, revealing her fair and slender neck that was as delicate as porcelain. Don't look at her. Be careful she doesn't gouge your eyes out, Song Yin whispered in Yang Kai's ear. That wouldn't be possible, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, there was an elder from Luo Xianxia because he looked at her too much. As Song Yin spoke, he gestured with his hand as if he was chopping down, brushing past Yang Kai's lower body. Yang Kai's face went black. That's why Ancestral Founder put her in solitary confinement. Song Yin nodded seriously, but don't be fooled by her coquettish dress. In fact, she's still a virgin. Before Song Yin finished speaking, a soft fist flew towards him, catching him off guard and sending him flying more than 1,000 meters. Fei Yu stood in the air, her pretty face cold as she stared coldly at Song Yin, who was sent flying, and scolded. Do you really think I'm deaf? Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp, secretly worried for Song Yin. Little brother, come here, elder sister will take you away. Fei Yu suddenly smiled and waved to Yang Kai. Without waiting for him to answer, she wrapped him in her yuan qi and flew forward side by side. Smelling the fragrance of this beautiful woman, Yang Kai was a little unnatural, but his expression was serious, and he didn't look sideways. Don't listen to that bastard. He only knows how to slander me, Fei Yu said softly, her breath like orchids, touching his heartstrings. It doesn't matter if you look at me a little more. Elder sister won't hurt you. I'm very gentle. Chapter 689. Atop a solitary mountain peak, Song Yin, Fei Yu, and Yang Kai landed halfway up the mountain and carefully investigated the surrounding area. The two third-order transcendent masters quickly locked onto a certain area. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that there was some subtle energy overflowing from this place. However, looking around, this territory in front of him was no different from the surrounding area. It was just an ordinary piece of land. It should be a smokescreen. Not bad. No wonder no one has been able to discover the mysteries of this place for so many years. Song Yin showed a look of surprise as he glanced around. I'm afraid too much time has passed, and the sect disciples have inadvertently discovered the mysteries of this place. Fei Yu also agreed. Don't waste time, let's begin. Song Yin stretched out his foot and stomped the ground, releasing an unusually hot aura. Yang Kai suddenly saw a series of mysterious runes appear on the ground. These runes swam about like tadpoles, struggling for a moment before all of them suddenly burst into flames and were reduced to ashes. Song Yin cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so his yuan qi flames were exceptionally pure. So with his third-order transcendent strength, it was naturally easy for him to break through this smoke screen that had been left behind for so many years. A strange black hole appeared on the ground, only large enough for one person to pass through at a time. Fei Yu didn't say anything and simply jumped in, soon disappearing from sight. Song Yin waved his hand and said, Go in. I'm going in too. Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought he would have to wait up there. After all, more than a dozen soaring heaven sect disciples had met with misfortune inside, so there was bound to be many dangers inside. If he were to rush in, he would only become a burden to these two masters. Of course you're going in, Song Yin smiled slyly. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you this time. Rely on me? Yang Kai was even more surprised. Senior, you must be joking. I'm not joking. If I was alone, I wouldn't have agreed to Fei Yu's request. But it's different with you. You'll know once you're inside, that Song Yin said as he threw Yang Kai down. Yang Kai had no choice but to quietly condense his yuan qi and focus his mind to guard against the unexpected. The hole seemed to be very deep. Yang Kai slid all the way down for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before he finally stepped on the ground. He steadied himself and stepped to the side. But Sanyan also quickly landed. So slow. Fei Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. Sanyan didn't say a word. A bright fireball suddenly appeared beside him, illuminating the surroundings. It's definitely a blessed land. I wonder which senior's abode this is. Sanyan's eyes lit up when he felt the energy of heaven and earth here. Fei Yu also seemed to be excited. Since it's a blessed land, there must be treasures here. It's very possible. Sanyan nodded. Let's go. With that, he took the lead and led the way. Fei Yu and Yang Kai followed closely behind him, extremely vigilant. As they walked, Fei Yu suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and gently breathed into his ear. She whispered, "Don't use your yuan qi. There are soul-devouring worms here. They love yuan qi the most. Once they infect you, you're done for." That's how those disciples met with misfortune. Yang Kai's expression froze. He quickly nodded. Suddenly, he was confused and asked, "Since they met with misfortune, how did you get the news? Did they spread the news?" "No, they didn't." Fei Yu shook her head. "It was martial ancestor who said so. My martial ancestor's ability is great. Everything within a 500-kilometer radius, as long as he wants it, will be within his grasp." Kai Yang's face was filled with shock. Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was truly amazing. Yang Kai's divine sense was also extremely powerful. The range of his perception was about 100 kilometers, but the further away he was, the less clear his perception became and the more spiritual energy he consumed. On the other hand, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor could explore a 500-kilometer radius. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. That Sanyan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt because in front of him, a cultivator wearing Soaring Heaven Sect's robes was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open. Bending down to examine him, that Sanyan slowly shook his head. This person was obviously dead. Fei Yu no longer whispered to Yang Kai, her pretty face becoming dignified as she took out a bell-like artifact and activated its power to protect herself and Yang Kai while following closely behind the Sanyan. This artifact should be a soul-type artifact, at the very least spirit grade. As soon as he summoned this artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he was soaking in water, warm and comfortable. "Be careful. Follow me closely. Don't stray too far from me. With your insignificant cultivation, once you're targeted by those soul-devouring insects, you'll die without a doubt," Fei Yu quickly warned. Yang Kai nodded firmly, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. That Sanyan's courage stemmed from his skill, so he continued to explore the path ahead. From time to time, they would encounter one or two Soaring Heaven Sect disciples who had fallen victim to the attack. After careful investigation, most of them were already dead, with only 3 or 5 of them remaining unconscious. That Sanyan, without exception, gave these unconscious disciples some pills. After walking for an unknown period of time, the group of 3 suddenly came across a large bronze gate. Just as the 3 of them arrived here, a black fog suddenly flew out from the bronze gate, and from this black fog, countless tiny things that could not be seen with the naked eye rushed towards the trio. That Sanyan's face changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated, his yuan qi fiercely spurting out a burst of flames. But the black fog was unable to be incinerated and was only able to slightly slow down its speed. "Soul-devouring insects," Fei Yu exclaimed, her beautiful face going pale, her yuan qi bursting forth and forming a series of water arrows that shot towards the black fog. "Why are there still so many of them?" Fei Yu's voice trembled slightly as she shouted, "Sanyan, run!" Although she and the Sanyan had both reached the 3rd order transcendent realm and were extremely powerful masters, in the face of these exotic ancient insects, they were still somewhat helpless. The only thing they could do now was to escape from here and report back to their ancestral founder before making a decision. That Song Yin, on the other hand, did not seem to be in a hurry as he rushed over to Feiyu and Yang Kai's side, staring at the rapidly approaching black fog and shouting to Yang Kai, "Use your divine sense to burn them." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting, sending out his spiritual energy in the nick of time. A scorching hot aura filled the air as a burst of flames exploded midair. The black fog that had rendered the Song Yin and Feiyu helpless was suddenly burned to ashes. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Feiyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise. She had not expected that this young man would possess such a rare, conflagrated knowledge, see? "Do you think I would accompany you here to die?" Song Yin snorted, a smug look appearing on his face. Yang Kai's expression remained serious. After realizing that his conflagrated knowledge, C, was actually the nemesis of these exotic ancient insects, he no longer felt nervous and stepped forward towards the closed bronze door. He could feel that there were countless tiny life forms hidden behind this door. These should be the soul-devouring insects. The dozen or so soaring heaven sect disciples should have met their tragic end here. Yang Kai continued to release his conflagrated knowledge, C, and the soul-devouring insects did not even have a chance to escape from the bronze door before they were all burned to death. That Song Yin and Feiyu were both overjoyed. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded to the two. They should all be dead. Little brother did a good job. Feiyu swayed her hips as she walked up and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. "Elder sister likes young and promising boys like you. We should get closer in the future." "Huh?" Yang Kai let out a few dry laughs. That Song Yin also walked over and stared at the closed bronze door, an eager look on her face. Since this was a secluded cave mansion left behind by the ancient people, there must be some treasures behind this bronze door. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" That Song Yin turned her head and glanced at Feiyu. "We've already come all this way. Are you going to turn a blind eye to it?" Feiyu smiled lightly. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said, "I'll wait for you here." That Song Yin and Feiyu stared at him, and Yang Kai explained, "There might be other traps inside. I'll only be a burden if I go in." "That's fine." That Song Yin nodded. "Then you wait here. We'll be back soon. Be careful," Feiyu coquettishly warned. Yang Kai nodded, and that Song Yin and Feiyu pushed open the bronze door, rushed inside, and disappeared. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked up to the bronze door and stared at it with a subtle smile on his face. His divine sense cleverly burst forth, and soon, wisps of black fog drifted out from the bronze door. The soul-devouring insects weren't all dead. Yang Kai also knew that the Song Yin and Feiyu didn't dare to release their divine senses easily, so he had taken advantage of this to successfully deceive them. Yang Kai didn't know why soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder wanted to see him or what he wanted to do with him. On Tong Xian Realm, Yang Kai's strength wasn't too high, so these soul-devouring insects that even third-order transcendents were helpless against had provided him with a powerful trump card. Perhaps it was a bit suspicious of him being a petty man, but Yang Kai had to make some plans for his future. Knowing that there would be treasures behind the bronze door, Yang Kai didn't search for them. Firstly, he wanted to collect these soul-devouring insects, and secondly, he didn't want to get into a dispute with its Song Yin and Feiyu. If they found something good but didn't share it with him, Yang Kai felt that he would definitely hold a grudge against them. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. His spiritual energy flowed out of his body, guiding the soul-devouring insects into his knowledge sea. The soul-devouring insects were living creatures, so unlike the yin-yang monster ginseng, they couldn't be stored inside the black book space. Under the influence of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects seemed to become extremely obedient, all of them rushing into his knowledge sea at his will. Yang Kai controlled the energy in his knowledge sea to prevent the conflagrated knowledge sea from harming them, placing them all on the island formed by the 5-colored soul-warming lotus. In the entire knowledge sea, this was the only place without a conflagrated knowledge sea, making it the most suitable place to place the soul-devouring insects. Chapter 690. Today's update. The soul-devouring insects loved to devour spiritual energy, while the five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly emitting a magical energy to nourish Xianxia's soul. As soon as these exotic ancient insects fell onto the five-colored island, they became excited, as if they had entered a comfortable nest and were no longer willing to leave. This unexpected result was not within Xianxia's calculations, but it was still something he was happy to see. As long as he could control them well, not only would these exotic ancient insects not cause him any harm, Xianxia could even use his spiritual energy to cultivate them, strengthen them, and when he needed them, release them to meet his enemies. After obtaining the soul-devouring insects, Xianxia had gained another layer of self-protection. Although in terms of physical strength, he was still only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not even reaching the transcendent realm. In a battle of spiritual energy, Xianxia felt that he no longer needed to fear Saint Realm Masters. His conflagrated knowledge sea and soul-devouring insects could both be used externally, and although the solitary golden eye could only be used inside his knowledge sea, if some master overestimated their strength and sent their soul into Xianxia's knowledge sea, they would definitely not be able to return. With this additional layer of protection, Xianxia felt slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia did not stay in place and instead walked out. He wanted to collect all the exotic ancient insects in the knowledge seas of the soaring heaven sect disciples who were still alive. There were only about 4 or 5 people still alive, so if he left them alone, they would all die. Even soaring heaven sect's martial ancestor would be helpless to save them. Although Xianxia's starting point was for his own sake, if he succeeded, he could also save their lives and win the favor of soaring heaven sect masters, a win-win business. Without any burdens in his heart, Xianxia acted boldly. Inside the Bronze Gate, after Xianxia and Feiyu rushed in, they continued to search for hidden treasures. Both of them seemed to have gained something as well, and they seemed to be very excited. Xianxia, I suddenly remembered that the Ancestral Master sent me out to do something at this time, and I just happened to bump into you bringing that kid back. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Feiyu seemed to have sensed something, and asked as she searched for treasures. It shouldn't be a coincidence. That Xianxia nodded. Grandmaster probably wants to use this opportunity to test the young man's temperament. Did you know from the beginning? Feiyu looked at the Xianxia with a faint smile. Of course, the moment I heard about the soul-devouring worms, I understood what the Patriarch was planning. Soul-devouring insects can only be dealt with by those with conflagrated knowledge sea. How could it be so coincidental that I just happened to bring someone with conflagrated knowledge sea back? That Xianxia said in a deep voice, if I didn't bring him back, the Ancestral Master wouldn't have let you do this. From the looks of it, Ancestral Master doesn't seem to know what kind of person that little fellow is. Then why did the Ancestral Master find him? I don't understand. More than 2 months ago, the Ancestral Master suddenly asked me to find him. It took me a lot of effort to find out his whereabouts. That Xianxia frowned slightly, and he doesn't know the Ancestral Master. Strange, the Ancestral Master is always so unpredictable. Feiyu curled her lips. However, since you already know the Ancestral Master's intentions, you still dare to bargain with me on this condition. You're too shameless. You won't get a share of the 1,000 safflower wine. Hearing this, that Xianxia's face turned bitter. Conflagrated knowledge, see, interesting, Feiyu muttered with a smile. He's also a spirit-grade alchemist, that Xianxia added. Feiyu's tender body shook. Are you serious? I think this may be the reason the Ancestral Master asked me to find him. This little brat's future is boundless. I'm really looking forward to him stirring up a storm in Tongxian realm and becoming an existence not inferior to the old man of Heaven's Keep. If that's the case, then I really need to get close to him. Such a talent is rare. Feiyu also finally became dignified. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated Xianxia, and I always felt that his potential was far greater than this. This little brat has many mysteries. With his current performance, if he is properly trained, he may really be able to surpass the young talents from the top forces of Tongxian realm and become the most dazzling new star. The person the ancestral master has chosen is definitely not a vulgar person, Fei Yu also agreed. The two masters secretly decided that before Yang Kai revealed his true strength, they had to establish a good relationship with him. After all, when Yang Kai rode the wind and broke through the waves and became a dragon, it would be of great benefit to them. After about a day and a night, Yang Kai saw Xianxia and Fei Yu come out from behind the bronze gate. Both of them were overjoyed. It seemed that their harvest was not small. Seeing Yang Kai sitting cross-legged and waiting quietly with 4 or 5 soaring heaven-sect disciples lying beside him, Xianxia and Fei Yu couldn't help showing surprised looks. And I had nothing to do, so I tried to expel the soul-devouring insect from their knowledge seas, but I didn't expect to succeed so easily. These people should be able to recover after a year or so of cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Not bad. Xianxia's eyes lit up as she praised. Before, he and Fei Yu had not cared about the life or death of these disciples and had only given them pills because they didn't know what to do, so they thought they were doomed. But now Yang Kai had given them a pleasant surprise. Elder sister likes you more and more. Fei Yu smiled tenderly. And you can be considered the savior of these disciples. Rest assured, elder sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Are you done? Yes. Xianxia smiled lightly, suddenly reaching out and taking out a few things, placing them in front of Yang Kai and shouting, Take a look, whatever you want, just take it. These are the things Fei Yu and I found inside. But unfortunately, most of them have been reduced to dust due to the passage of time. I also get a share? Yang Kai pointed to himself and asked in surprise. Of course. Did you think we would take everything for ourselves? Fei Yu smiled tenderly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate, let alone search for treasures. You also saved several of my sect's disciples, so you're the biggest contributor. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes rolling over the few things in front of him. Xianxia and Fei Yu looked at each other and nodded secretly, thinking that this little brat was really a character. If it were any other young man, in front of the two of them, they would not dare to say this. They would definitely refuse and would rather give up the benefits in front of them to leave a good impression on them. When it was time to act, he acted decisively. In front of Kai Yang were 5 things, 3 artifacts, 1 secret art, and the last one was a black stone the size of a fist. These were indeed all the useful things Xianxia and Fei Yu found inside, and they did not hide this matter. Of the 3 artifacts, the worst one was Spirit Grade top rank, while the remaining 2 were Saint Grade artifacts, their value immeasurable. Even as strong as Xianxia and Fei Yu were, they had never owned a Saint Grade artifact. As for that cultivation technique, it was a pretty good one as well. It was a high-grade spirit level cultivation technique. Yang Kai looked through them one by one, and his eyes finally landed on the dark stone. This stone was round, and he could not tell what material it was made of. Yang Kai poured yuan qi into it, but there was no reaction. He also released his divine sense, but he could not find any clues. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. Xianxia and Fei Yu both shook their heads. They knew nothing about this stone. It was placed in a very hidden place, so they brought it out casually. Then I'll take this, Yang Kai said with a smile. Xianxia frowned and said seriously, You should choose a secret art to protect yourself. You probably can't use a Saint Grade artifact. Your strength is not enough. You can't use the full power of the secret art, and it may even backfire on you. However, this Spirit Grade top rank artifact is very good. Yeah, you don't have to be so modest. Fei Yu was also puzzled. She thought that this kid was very decisive. Why did he suddenly change his personality? She did not like this. Choosing a stone of unknown use, it was a loss no matter how she looked at it. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai laughed. Since you can't tell the origin of this thing, it means that it's either worthless or very valuable. If I take it, I may earn more than you. You're gambling. Xianxia did not agree. The profit in hand is the real profit. Since it's here, and you brought it out, it means that it's very likely to be valuable. You two are not blind people. Yang Kai smiled and put away the dark stone. I don't need the secret art. and I don't need the secret art. I'll take it. Since you're so insistent, we won't say anything. Don't cry when you find out that you've lost." Feiyu snorted and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with the Xianxia, in front of Yang Kai, they divided up the remaining 4 things. The 2 of them each obtained a Saint-grade artifact. As for the remaining Spirit-grade high-rank artifact and Cultivation method, they each took 1 at random. With such a bountiful harvest, both the Xianxia and Feiyu were very happy. "Let's go out. Martial ancestors should be waiting for us," Xianxia said, grabbing 2 unconscious disciples and taking the lead to walk out. Feiyu also grabbed 2 and turned to Yang Kai. "You take the last one. I specifically left a beauty for you. Don't worry too much. She should be a flower without a master. Take advantage of her while she's unconscious to take advantage of her." As they spoke, their expressions were ambiguous, as if they knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, carrying the last soaring heaven-sect female disciple on his back and following them out. Returning the way they came, the 3 of them using their movement skills all the way up, soon arriving halfway up the mountain. Identifying the direction, the Xianxia didn't say a word and flew off in the direction of soaring heaven sect. Yang Kai and Feiyu hurriedly followed. After an hour or so, the 3 of them arrived at a huge mountain valley. Looking down, there were many scattered houses and cultivator activity in the valley below. Chapter 691. Although the cultivator here was not as densely packed as the Thunderlight sect, Yang Kai found that the overall level of these cultivators was much higher than the Thunderlight sects. The world energy here was as rich as a river, flowing endlessly through the mountain valley. Yang Kai had only just arrived, but after taking a single breath, he felt his whole body relax, relaxing his mind and relaxing his whole body. The mountain valley was so large that Yang Kai could not see the end of it from mid-air. He could not help but be surprised. Rather than calling this a mountain valley, it would be more accurate to call it a sunken plain. Around the mountain valley, there were more than 100 mountain peaks that pierced the sky. There were many birds, beasts, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines growing on these peaks, exuding a vibrant vitality. These mountain peaks seemed to be scattered around the mountain valley, but Yang Kai always felt that they were arranged in a special way. The world energy in the distance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and was continuously flowing into the mountain valley through the surrounding hundreds of mountain peaks, nourishing the cultivators in the mountain valley and the spirit grasses and medicines growing on the mountain peaks. Xianxia and Feiyu glanced at each other and secretly nodded. Yang Kai could see that there was some mystery here at a glance. Obviously, his eyesight was extraordinary. "These 100 mountain peaks are the foundation of my soaring heaven sect," Xianxia explained. "Oh, is there something special about them?" "Naturally, there is." Xianxia gently nodded. "You should have noticed that the world energy outside is gathering towards the sect. This is the 100 Peaks Spirit Array. With the surrounding 101 mountain peaks as its pivot, it is a shocking giant spirit array. Only half of these mountain peaks are naturally formed. And the other half, it was created by the ancestral founder," Xianxia grinned. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, "Your sect's ancestral founder is really amazing. Naturally, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can overturn rivers and seas, even pluck the stars and summon the moon. It is rumored that some masters can enter the depths of the star field and seek out all kinds of great opportunities and fortunes from the stars." Deep in a star field, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with amazement. It was as if a great door was slowly opening in front of him, allowing him to see many mysteries that he had never imagined before. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he listened carefully. Deep in his star field, Xianxia nodded firmly. "You saw a strange cyan stone in Old Man Du's hand a few days ago. That's a product of the star field. It doesn't exist in Tongxian realm. That stone is extremely precious. Unfortunately, it was damaged in the end. Inside the star field, there are all kinds of herbs and ores you can't even imagine, all of them far surpassing Saint grade. There are even star beasts that are more powerful than Saint realm masters. Each one of them is extremely powerful and extremely large. Perhaps even the smallest one is larger than my soaring heaven sex mountain valley. Kaiyang opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. What Sanyin said was simply too incredible. That's just a legend. As for what the star field is like, in fact, even I don't know. No master has ever proven that they have ever entered the star field. Sanyin sniffed and added. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded, but your soaring heaven sex 100-peak spear array is also quite amazing. Where I come from, it's an unimaginable feat. Where you come from? Song Yin was stunned. I come from a small place. It's a remote place, not as wonderful as this world, Yang Kai explained faintly. So that's how it is, Song Yin nodded. Song Yin nodded lightly. The 100-peak spirit array is indeed a magnificent feat, even in Tongxian realm. It is rare to see such a thing. This spirit array not only gathers world energy, but also plays a defensive role in the event of a great disaster. However, no one has ever dared to invade my soaring heaven sect, so I've never seen the 100-peak spirit array fully activated. The two of you don't need to talk nonsense. Hurry up and descend. Feiyu interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently. Let me introduce you to little brother. Song Yin decided to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, so the way he addressed him became more intimate. Song Yin no longer said anything and led Yang Kai and Feiyu down the mountain valley. Perhaps it was because the world energy aura here was too rich, but looking down from midair, the scenery was not very vivid. Everything below the mountain valley seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it was a dangerous place. A moment later, the trio landed. As Song Yin walked forward, the soaring heaven sect disciples he encountered along the way all greeted him respectfully. These cultivators' cultivation was not low, most of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Their auras incredibly strong, seemingly much stronger than any other cultivator of the same realm. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at this sight. These soaring heaven sect disciples all had extremely strong vitality. Their physique and meridians were exceptionally strong, and their yuan qi was also extremely rich. Obviously, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. After handing over the 5 rescued disciples to these people, Song Yin led Yang Kai to a relatively remote courtyard and said, "You can stay here for now. I'll come find you after I report to Martial Ancestor." "Don't I need to see that senior now?" Yang Kai frowned. He thought he would have to see soaring heaven sect's Martial Ancestor immediately. Yang Kai had many questions in his heart and wanted to see this Saint Realm Master so he could resolve his doubts. But listening to Song Yin's words, it was obviously not time yet. "Wait until Martial Ancestor summons you." Song Yin smiled, not saying anything more, turning around and leaving in a carefree manner. Feiyu glanced over at Yang Kai and said considerately, "You don't have to feel too much psychological burden. Martial Ancestor won't have any malicious intent towards a little guy like you. If he really wanted to harm you, he wouldn't have sent Song Yin. And here, I'll give you 2 things to pass the time." Saying so, she suddenly threw 2 things to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and found that they were actually shackles made of some unknown stone material. "What are these?" Yang Kai examined them and found that there wasn't anything special about them. Weighing them in his hand, they didn't seem to weigh more than half a kilogram, and there were no traces of spirit arrays or energy inside them. It really did seem like they were just toys. "Try pouring your yuan qi into them as much as you can," Feiyu reminded him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his yuan qi into the 2 shackles. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy feeling hit him. This heavy feeling was so heavy that even he couldn't hold it firmly. His body was pulled forward, and he almost fell to the ground. Tumbling a few times in the air, Yang Kai managed to avoid this embarrassing fate. Asterisk Hong Hong. Asterisk accompanied by 2 muffled sounds. The 2 shackles fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai's face paled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Accompanied by a burst of giggling laughter, Feiyu seemed to be overjoyed. "Are you messing with me?" Yang Kai frowned and stared at this beautiful woman. Because he felt that this woman didn't have any malicious intentions. Yongkai naturally didn't think much of it, but he didn't expect her to be so evil. Those two shackles were obviously not some ordinary toy, but something of great significance. Sister is just teaching you. Don't trust anyone easily. Feiyu giggled. Yongkai took a deep breath and nodded. Thank you. Annie, you really are insidious. Feiyu's laughter suddenly stopped, her pair of beautiful eyes spitting fire as she stared at Yongkai. A burst of laughter came from the top of a nearby tree. Feiyu raised her hand and summoned a giant water dragon, sending it flying towards the man hiding in the tree and biting him. If you laugh one more time, I'll tear your mouth off. Feiyu glared at the man coldly. The man shrunk his neck and didn't dare laugh again, flicking his finger and shattering Feiyu's water dragon before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, his voice calling out from afar. Boy, if you want to live a long life, you'd best stay away from that crazy woman. Rimaru, you're dead today. Feiyu's tender body flickered as she chased after him. Yonkai's expression became solemn. Another third-order transcendent master. Just now, this man had been hiding nearby. Even Yongkai hadn't noticed him, his aura completely concealed. Although it was only a quick glance, Yongkai was able to clearly see this man's face. He was thin, short, and had a mustache on either side of his mouth, giving him an extremely wretched appearance. He was a master who was particularly easy to remember. On the way here, Sanyin had told him that Soaring Heaven Sect had 4 third-order transcendent realm protectors, Sanyin and Feiyu being one of them. This Rimaru should also be one of them. As for the remaining one, Yongkai hadn't seen him yet. But now, it seemed that these 4 all had their own specialties within their respective territory. Sanyin's specialties were fire, Feiyu's were water, and Rimaru's should be speed or strength. Yongkai had clearly seen this man's sudden burst of strength and naturally understood how tyrannical he was. Standing in place, no one came to greet him, causing Yonkai's expression to become somewhat strange. Arriving at such a powerful sect without knowing the specific reason for his actions made Yongkai feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Right now, he could only wait until he met with Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder to ask for an explanation. His eyes flashing, Yongkai stared at the 2 strange shackles in the pit in front of him and reached out to pick them up. When he touched them, Yongkai was surprised to find that these 2 shackles weren't heavy at all. Just as he had felt before, they were at most half a kilogram in weight. However, just now, they'd been so heavy that they had almost sent him flying and even created a large pit in the ground. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Yongkai poured his yuan qi into the shackles. The next moment, Yonkai's brow rose. Sure enough, as he expected, as he poured in his yuan qi, the 2 shackles on his hands became much heavier, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Continuing to pour in, the feeling of heaviness became more and more intense. Yongkai hadn't exerted his full strength yet, but he found that he couldn't hold the 2 shackles any longer. They weighed at least 5 or 6,000 kilograms. The place where he stood suddenly began to crack like a spider web, as if the ground was unable to withstand such a huge pressure. After perceiving the mystery of these 2 shackles, Yongkai smiled happily, suddenly feeling that the things Feiyu had thrown to him were really good. They were not only useful for killing time, but also useful for tempering his physical strength. Chapter 692. Soaring Heaven Sect, inside a secret room. Sanyin stood respectfully in place, reporting to the martial ancestor what had happened after seeing Yongkai. After hearing that Yongkai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi in front of Xia Qingyin, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. Soon after, martial ancestor spoke about what had happened in the cave mansion, causing him to be quite surprised. He has a conflagrated knowledge, see? Song Yin nodded solemnly. Does martial ancestor not know? I don't know. The old man slowly shook his head. I only vaguely felt that this matter could only be solved with his help. So when you were about to return, I sent Feiyu over. Then Martial Ancestor has never seen that little brat before, and I haven't seen him before, but he has some kind of relationship with this old master. Xianxia looked confused, obviously not understanding what kind of relationship Yangkai had with the Martial Ancestor. Good, besides you and Duan, Xiaoqing also knows that he has a conflagrated knowledge, see, right? The Martial Ancestor asked lightly. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he nodded lightly. Yes, that little girl from the Alchemist Guild also knows, and on the way back, Feiyu also saw him. I understand, you may withdraw. Disciple will take his leave. Xianxia bowed and withdrew. After leaving the secret room, he stared thoughtfully in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, a cold smile appearing on his face. Yangkai stayed in Soaring Heaven Sect for 2 days. Only Feiyu came to see him once. Xianxia was nowhere to be found, and no one else came to greet him. Feiyu gave him a jar of 1,000 safflower wine, saying it was a gift to thank him for helping her in the cave mansion. This beautiful woman was somewhat wanton and uninhibited. When she came to find Kai Yang, she was drunk, her body reeking of alcohol, her cheeks were red, and her slender neck glowed a different shade of red, making her look extremely attractive. Don't drink too much this time. Your little body won't be able to bear it, Feiyu said with a smile, putting down the 1,000 safflower wine. She disappeared. Yangkai didn't know where she went. Yangkai just smiled helplessly, not even having a chance to inquire about this woman's whereabouts. He could only put the 1,000 safflower into his black book space and continue to walk around the courtyard. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just strolling casually, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, his flesh and blood were obviously wriggling endlessly, and his body seemed to be enduring an enormous and incomparable pressure. But what made people feel strange was that the place where he landed was ordinary and did not leave behind any traces. 3 days later, Xianxia suddenly appeared and beckoned to Yangkai. Martial Ancestor wants to see you. Hearing this, Yangkai's heart is his heart. There were too many questions he needed to ask, and he also wanted to know what kind of person Soaring Heaven Sect's Martial Ancestor was. Yangkai had only walked a short distance when Xianxia suddenly looked at him strangely and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Yangkai shook his head. "Then why is your yuan qi constantly bursting out? And why is your physique so tight, no?" Xianxia's expression suddenly changed as he stared deeply at Yangkai, asking in surprise, "Did Feiyu give you the primordial shackles?" "Are they called the primordial shackles?" Xianxia nodded lightly. "The more yuan qi is poured in, the heavier the shackles become." "How much weight are you bearing now?" "About 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms." "You're really strange, boy," Xianxia said in surprise. "Did you specialize in cultivating your physique before?" "Yes, I did." His unyielding golden skeleton secret art was specifically designed to develop his physique. Now that he was bearing 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of weight, apart from feeling a little unnatural, Yangkai didn't seem any different from usual. Even when he walked, he didn't leave any marks on the ground. Xianxia was amazed. He had also worn Feiyu's primordial shackles before, but when he was at Yangkai's level, he couldn't be as relaxed as he was. How could an alchemist's physique be so strong? Alchemists were immersed in the alchemic way all year round and rarely had time to cultivate. So basically all alchemists weren't very strong. If a cultivator of the same level fought an alchemist, the one who would lose would definitely be the alchemist. However, Yangkai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi before, entering and exiting the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye. Xianxia had seen this clearly and faintly felt that this little brat wasn't just a simple spirit-grade alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge see. After walking for a long time, Xianxia suddenly stopped in front of the house and said, "Go in. Martial Ancestor is waiting for you inside." Yangkai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and strode in. Walking into the house and turning a corner, Yangkai saw a flickering candle that seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. The light in the room wasn't very bright, and a thin old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His aura was as calm as an ancient well, and there was nothing special about him. Yangkai's expression became solemn, knowing that this was soaring heaven-sex martial ancestor. Looking around, he walked towards him. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. The old man slowly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai, smiling kindly. Your aptitude is good, your perseverance is good, and you have both courage and courage. It is rare to see such a young man nowadays. Senior is too kind. Sit down. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on a cushion in front of him. After sitting down, his expression suddenly changed as he faintly smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. I know you have a lot of questions, but don't be in a hurry to ask. Open the package in front of you and take a look, the old man said with a smile. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough saw a package in front of him. On this package, there was obviously blood seeping out, and the smell of blood was coming from this package. Yang Kai frowned slightly, but didn't hesitate to open the package. After seeing what was inside, he quickly raised his head and stared at soaring heaven-sex martial ancestor in shock. It was actually a human head, Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, Xianxia's head. Before you grow up, no one should be able to reveal the secret of your conflagrated knowledge, the old man said with a smile. Many thanks for Senior's help. Yang Kai quickly thanked him. Originally, Yang Kai had planned to wait until he broke through to the transcendent realm before silencing these people, but he hadn't expected that soaring heaven-sex martial ancestor would help him accomplish this ahead of time, allowing Yang Kai to relieve the burden in his heart. At that time, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge, because in his opinion, information about the ancient demon clan and the coffin-carrying man could not be leaked. A trivial matter, the old man shook his head lightly. With his strength and means, killing a third-order transcendent realm religion master was indeed a trivial matter. Before Xianxia could even react, his head had already fallen to the ground. Senior, Yang Kai sat up straight and quickly asked, "May I ask, why did you do this? Why did you let the Xianxia search for me? Why did the Xianxia take such good care of me? On top of that, you even killed Bright Thunder Religion's religion master for me. We haven't even met before, have we?" "Ah," the old man chuckled. "This old master naturally has his reasons for doing so. And this old master's name is Chu Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, have you thought of something?" Yang Kai's expression changed, faintly perceiving some information. Staring towards the old man, the vigilance in his eyes gradually melted and became brighter and brighter. "It seems you've thought of something, but aren't sure. Then, this old master will show you some evidence." Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, suddenly stretching out his hand and sending a burst of energy into Yang Kai's body. While Yang Kai was caught off guard, the sound of a chain being swung rang out in the secret room. A golden chain suddenly appeared out of thin air and was caught by Chu Ling Xiao. "Devil Sealing Chain," Yang Kai exclaimed. This was an artifact he had obtained in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Since obtaining it, he had only used it twice. The first time was when he killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone in the Evil Cavern. The second time was when he used the Devil Sealing Chain to deal with Demon Lord Yang Bai. After Yang Bai's death, Yang Kai had taken back the Devil Sealing Chain. But now, the Devil Sealing Chain had been summoned by Soaring Heaven-Sex ancestral founder. This is this old master's possession. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai only felt the confusion in front of him suddenly become clear as he suddenly understood everything. Chuckling meaningfully, he scratched his head and asked, "Ancestral founder?" Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. This old master had not expected that after a few hundred years, someone would actually be able to travel from that world to Tongxian realm. "It seems you've suffered a lot. You've worked hard." "I haven't suffered much. I've had someone to take care of me all this time." Yang Kai's mood subtly became excited as he stared at Chu Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had just returned home. "That's good." Chu Ling Xiao sighed lightly. "A few hundred years ago, this old master also went to your world and knew that the resources there were thin. You being able to reach this point is truly surprising. So, High Heaven Pavilion was really founded by you?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. And Chu Ling Xiao nodded. The sect was named after myself. Many years ago, I chased a demon general through a void corridor and arrived in your world. I fought with him there and finally managed to disperse his soul, but I was unable to destroy his body no matter how I tried, so I had no choice but to bind it with the devil sealing chain and seal it under a mountain stream. I founded High Heaven Pavilion so that someone could guard the demon general's body. After a few dozen years there, I had determined that the demon general's soul had dissipated, so I found my way back. Chu Ling Xiao explained before sighing. Time passes so quickly. Are you a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion? Yes. Good. You being able to obtain the devil sealing chain shows that there is some kind of fate between you and me. Chu Ling Xiao chuckled, pausing for a moment before asking, what is the situation over there? Is the sect doing well? It's doing well now, but a few years ago it was almost destroyed. Oh? Tell me about it. This old master has been a bit too irresponsible towards the sect he founded. Xianxia immediately recounted what had happened to High Heaven Pavilion over the years, not leaving out any details. It had been a long time since he had had such an open and honest conversation with someone. This old man in front of him was not only Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, but also High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so Xianxia naturally didn't conceal anything from him. Chu Ling Xiao also listened with great interest, seemingly quite interested in the successor to the other world. Chapter 693. When he heard that the current sect master of High Heaven Pavilion had actually broken through to the second order transcendent realm, Chu Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He was well aware that in the other world, one needed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent to reach this level of cultivation. When he left that year, he didn't leave behind too many things, only a universe bag. This universe bag was later given to Xianxia by Ling Tai Su, and Xianxia passed it to Su Yan. So you're from the Central Capital's 8 great families. When this old master was there, he also heard about the strength of the Central Capital's 8 great families. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. They can't compare to this place, Xianxia said sadly. Any one of the forces here was stronger than the Central Capital's 8 great families. How did you get here? Chu Ling Xiao asked again. Xianxia immediately explained how he and Shui Ling had found the Void Corridor and arrived here. Water Spirit Temple, and this old master has heard of it. In the territory of the sea, it's a force that specializes in water attribute secret arts. Chu Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It's been hard for you to reach this point. This is the path this disciple chose himself. Xianxia replied seriously. Do you have any plans for your future? Chu Ling Xiao asked kindly. Not at the moment, but I want to find 2 people. Who are you looking for? My 2 senior sisters, they're also here, Xianxia said casually. Hearing this, Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. What are their characteristics? I can ask the people in the sect to help you keep an eye out for them. Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly described the characteristics of Su Yan and Xianing Chong, adding, strictly speaking, they're a group of 4. They're a group of 4. Other than my 2 senior sisters, there is also a devil. It is the devil general's corporeal body that Patriarch sealed back then, but now another devil spirit has entered it. A demon lord? Ancestral founder can rest assured. He shouldn't be part of the demon race. It's just that his secret art is evil. He has also helped me a lot, and can be considered a friend of mine. He calls himself the Old Demon. I don't know his specific name. Old Demon? I haven't heard of him, but I trust your judgment. What about the other one? That old guy is called Meng Wuya. He's quite a mysterious person. Meng Wuya? Chu Ling Xiao's expression changed. You mean Meng Wuya? Patriarch knows him. I don't know a person called Meng Wuya, but I don't know if it's the same person. What does he look like? Xianxia quickly described Meng Wuya's appearance, causing Chu Ling Xiao's expression to become strange as he muttered, It really is him? But isn't he already dead? That old fox is still here, and he even escaped to your world. Xianxia was surprised. Ancestor, you seem to be very familiar with Treasurer Meng. Not really. I've fought with him a few times, but there's no enmity between us. We've only exchanged a few moves. But this person, He's a very difficult character to deal with. 200 years ago, he was a very famous character, but after his battle with the demon commander, he disappeared without a trace. We all thought he had died. He fought with Patriarch. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help widening. What level is he? Can he even fight with Patriarch? A Saint Realm Master. Chu Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Kai strangely. What's wrong? Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times before he replied. A few years ago, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Later, when I separated from him, he was around a second or third order transcendent realm, but he seems to have been sealed by some kind of seal. Ha ha ha! Chu Ling Xiao laughed. That old dog deserves it. He must have been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal. That's a grand divine technique with 3 layers of seals, but from what you just said, he should have already unlocked the first layer. It's rare for him to be able to escape with his life from the demon commander. His luck is quite good. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, his face filled with disbelief and shock. No wonder he had always felt Treasure Ming was so mysterious. It turned out that he was actually a top Saint Realm Master. Unlocking the first layer of his seal had allowed him to restore his strength to the Transcendent Realm. If he could unseal the second layer, he might be able to restore his strength to the Saint Realm. And if he could unseal the third layer, he would definitely be able to return to his peak strength. You brought me some good news. Chu Ling Xiao looked very happy, but it won't be easy to find him. When he fought with the demon commander also suffered a small loss. The demon race is a race that holds grudges, so before his strength is fully restored, this old dog should be hiding himself and won't expose himself in front of the world. After all, he is also a famous figure. Once the demon race receives news about him, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Yang Kai was stunned. I'll try to help you pay attention to the movements of your 2 senior sisters. If there's any news, I'll let you know. You could be considered a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect. So from now on, you can live here with peace of mind. There's no need to restrain yourself. Just treat this place as your own home. Disciple understands. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. After learning that the person in front of him was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, Yang Kai felt that he was no longer an outsider. Fortunately, Chu Ling Xiao had sensed a trace of the Devil's Sealing Chain's aura and found him through it. Otherwise, Yang Kai would probably still be homeless and without a home. Sang Yin, Chu Ling Xiao called out. That Sang Yin, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately walked in. Disciple is here. Arrange a place for your martial nephew. Disciple understands. Right, ancestral founder. Disciple also has a request, Yang Kai suddenly said. If you have anything to say, just say it. Because of some reasons, I need to improve my alchemy skills, so I want to ask the sect to provide me with some herbs. Let Sang Yin arrange it. This is also my Soaring Heaven sect's good fortune. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. Yang Kai volunteering to help the sect perform alchemy was naturally something he hoped to see happen. After bidding farewell to Chu Ling Xiao, Yang Kai and Sang Yin went outside. Sang Yin looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, Did you come from another world? No wonder I've never heard of you before. I've always wondered how such an outstanding young talent like you could be so unknown, but now I understand. Now that we're family, Martial Uncle will definitely take care of you in the future. If anyone dares to provoke you, Martial Uncle will help you destroy their entire family, Sang Yin grinned. Yang Kai's face went black. When he returned to the courtyard, Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fei Yu was lying lazily in the hallway with a flushed face, her exquisite and graceful curves causing one's imagination to run wild. Half of her breasts were exposed, and her cleavage was tantalizing. She was holding a wine jug in her hand and was currently drinking happily. Drinking again. Sang Yin slowly shook his head and whispered to Yang Kai, Your martial aunt doesn't look like a woman at all. She loves to drink and reeks of alcohol all year round. I don't think anyone will want her in this life. Before he finished speaking, the wine jug in Fei Yu's hand flew over. Sang Yin caught it indifferently, sniffed it, and said discontentedly, Isn't this 1,000 safflower wine? Humph. Fei Yu got up and glanced sideways at Sang Yin, You don't have a share of this 1,000 safflower wine, my Yin-Yang soul beckoning lamp. But you promised me before, Xianxia said discontentedly. That 1,000 safflower wine, I've already transferred it to this little brother. You transferred it to him? Xianxia stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before suddenly putting on a flattering smile and saying, Martial nephew, you see, Martial uncle has been busy for 2 months because of you. Shouldn't you show some filial piety? Yang Kai grinned, meaningfully. Good things are for me to keep for myself. Xianxia blinked, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to directly refuse him. Fei Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, how did he suddenly become martial nephew? Did this little brother join our Soaring Heaven sect? Strictly speaking, he is a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect. What happened? Fei Yu was at a loss, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Xianxia briefly explained the whole story, causing Fei Yu to suddenly feel a little happy. So, I'm also this little brat's martial aunt? And Xianxia nodded. Haha, I've gained a cheap martial nephew. Rimaru suddenly appeared from nowhere, his height no higher than Yang Kai's chest, his hands folded behind his back as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he nodded lightly. Not bad. Greetings, martial uncles. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. The three of them glanced at each other before bursting into laughter, Fei Yu even laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Rimaru suddenly said, I think we should hold a celebratory feast to celebrate martial nephew's return to the sect. Good idea. Xianxia also nodded. Let's do it on Serene Resplendent Peak. No. Fei Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. Xianxia had already used his movement technique to fly away, his voice echoing from afar. I'm going to hunt some game and bring it back. Rimaru also disappeared in a flash. I'm going to find Fei Jian. We can't leave him out of the good stuff. In the blink of an eye, only Fei Yu and Yang Kai were left. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth as she stared in the direction Xianxia and Rimaru disappeared, hatefully saying, You bastards. After cursing, she smiled sweetly and shook her head. A bunch of shameless bastards who only know how to scheme against my 1,000 safflower wine. She then glanced at Yang Kai. Let's go. If we don't satisfy them this time, they'll definitely live on Serene Resplendent Peak. What a headache. I'm going too. Yang Kai was stunned. You're the target they set up. Of course you have to go. Fei Yu nodded, and without any explanation, grabbed Yang Kai by the collar and flew towards a distant mountain peak. Just as they flew, they suddenly felt a strange weight. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change, and she quickly increased her strength. Fei Yu faintly glanced at Yang Kai, frowned, and said, You're carrying the primeval shackles? Yang Kai nodded. Don't pour yuan qi into me. It's very difficult for me to fly like this. Fei Yu glared at him. She almost made a fool of herself just now. Yang Kai grinned and put away the yuan qi, and the two suddenly sped up a lot. Not long after, they descended on a beautiful mountain peak. Chapter 694. This mountain peak was extraordinarily beautiful, with a waterfall at its summit, like the Milky Way, surrounded by mist, giving off a clear and natural feeling. Fei Yu led Yang Kai through the sloping waterfall and landed in front of a cave halfway up the mountain. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his body and mind, but after probing the cave, he found that there was no one inside. This is Serene Resplendent Peak, where I live. Each of us 4 protectors has our own mountain peak. Their place is very lively, but I don't like the noise, so I live alone. Come with me. Saying so, she led Yang Kai into the cave. The interior of the cave was very spacious, dry, and clean. In the middle of the mountain, stone rooms had been cleverly carved out, and the stone walls were dotted with glowing stones. Here, there was not even the slightest smell. Instead, it was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai was amazed. He had thought that a woman like Fei Yu, who was so fond of wine, would definitely not have the temperament of a woman, but he had never imagined that her residence would be so exquisite. Little Martial nephew, why don't you live here with me from now on? Martial uncle is quite lonely by himself, Fei Yu suddenly said, not knowing whether she was joking or not. I live here, Before, I arranged for you to live in this mountain valley because I didn't know your origins, but since you're also a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, you have the right to choose a mountain peak to live in. Moreover, if you want to practice alchemy, you should need a quiet and comfortable environment, right? My place is quite good. The Xianxia people come and go every day, so I'm sure they will disturb you. The conditions here are really good. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Think about it carefully. Martial uncle is serious. Fei Yu smiled, her blushing face like a ripe fruit. Walking around the mountain, Fei Yu and Xianxia soon arrived at an open space. Although Fei Yu said that the Xianxia bastards only cared about her 1,000 safflower wine, when she arrived, she still enthusiastically arranged the tables and chairs, took out a few jars of her own 1,000 safflower wine, and brought out her treasured spiritual fruits. Just as they settled down, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. Immediately, Sanyin, Rimuru, and another tall and thin man strode in. I seem to smell wine. Rimaru's thick eyebrows twitched as he sniffed the air exaggeratedly. On Sanyin's back was a monster beast that Xianxia had never seen before, valiantly charging forward. After seeing the wine jar on the table, both of them revealed a knowing smile and licked their lips. Fei Yu is really a good girl. Fei Yu's expression became cold as she scolded them. 1 jar each, drink it all and scram. Enough, enough. Rimuru nodded quickly, picking up one of the jars, unwilling to let it go. Xianxia quietly observed the third person. This person should be the last of Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 protectors. He was also a third-order transcendent, but Xianxia keenly discovered that unlike Sangyin's oppressive aura, Fei Yu's gentle aura, and Rimaru's treacherous aura, this person's aura was particularly sharp. The other party also seemed to be looking at him, suddenly grinning. Is this the new little martial nephew? Seeing this grin, Xianxia almost laughed out loud, because this person actually had a mouth full of exaggerated buck teeth. Originally, he thought that Rimuru was wretched enough, but compared to this one, he felt like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. These 2 masters from Soaring Heaven Sect were really quite unique. Xianxia greets martial uncle. Xianxia solemnly saluted. Fei Jian nodded lightly, and suddenly assumed the posture of drawing an arrow. Weng. The world seemed to tremble slightly as the surrounding world energy stagnated. Xianxia instinctively narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to avoid it. Sanyin, Fei Yu, and Rimuru all remained silent, simply staring at Xianxia with smiles. Fei Jian's index finger twirled, and suddenly, with a whoosh, an invisible attack shot straight towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes bulged as a majestic yuan qi burst from his body, and he fiercely punched forward. Kong. The energy around him became chaotic as his yuan qi fluctuated, but Xianxia didn't move. The eyes of the 4 protectors lit up. Fei Jian grinned and said, Not bad. Sanyin told me that your strength was much stronger than an average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but I didn't believe it, but now it seems that my Soaring Heaven sect has gained another pillar of support. Martial uncle uses arrows? Xianxia's eyes flashed. Fei Jian nodded lightly. Yes. Fei Yu leaned over and whispered in Xianxia's ear. This guy is quite insidious. He never fights head-on, but when he hides in the dark, no one can avoid his arrows. If you want to learn how to play tricks on others, you should ask him for advice. Xianxia nodded. He understood that Fei Jian's attack just now was just a test and didn't carry any hostility or malice. But even so, it was almost beyond the range of what Xianxia could withstand. None of these 4 from Soaring Heaven Sect could be underestimated. One's appearance stems from one's heart. Fei Yu suddenly smiled meaningfully. Hey, pay attention to your wording. Rimuru suddenly became unhappy. All right, enough nonsense. I've been waiting for this 1,000 safflower wine for 50 years. Let's drink. Sanyin stepped forward, picked up a jug, opened the seal, and drank a mouthful, his complexion suddenly becoming rosy as he praised, Good wine. Seeing him eat so heartily, Rimaru and Fei Jian couldn't hold back and quickly joined in. Yang Kai sat to the side and slowly ate a spirit fruit. Watching everyone's forthright attitude, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The relationship between these four martial uncles and martial sisters should be very good, and the occasional dispute between them was a catalyst for the improvement of their relationship. After 3 rounds of drinking, each of the 4 martial uncles showed their ugly side, none of them showing the proper attitude of a transcendent realm master. Fei Yu's skin glowed red as she drunkenly glanced over at Yang Kai, tossing him her wine jug and smiling charmingly. "Little martial nephew, you should also drink a mouthful." Yang Kai caught the jug, glanced over at her, and also took a big gulp. There wasn't a strong feeling of alcohol, but instead a soft and mellow taste. Kai Yang didn't even have time to praise it before a burning sensation spread from his lower abdomen, like a raging inferno burning within him. Kai Yang's complexion changed. He felt as if all his flesh and meridians were squirming, and an invisible force was rampaging through his body. In an instant, his body no longer listened to him, becoming extremely stiff as he fell backwards onto the ground. Fei Yu reacted quickly and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand. The 4 third-order transcendent realm masters looked at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. After laughing for a while, the 4 martial uncles began drinking again, none of them paying attention to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai woke up again, his surroundings were quiet. Sang Yin and the others had already left, leaving behind only a mess. Fei Yu was lying on a nearby chair, her posture languid, one of her jade arms supporting her head as she stared drunkenly at Yang Kai. "Awake!" Fei Yu smiled. Yang Kai blushed and nodded slightly. He hadn't expected the so-called 1,000 safflower wine to be so powerful. It really didn't have much alcohol in it, but the energy it contained was enormous. "How do you feel?" "It seems to be quite good." Yang Kai examined himself slightly and found that the Yuan Qi was flowing through his body faster than before. His physique and meridians were undoubtedly stronger than before. "That's good. The 1,000 safflower wine I gave you can only drink 3 mouthfuls a month at most. Don't drink too much. It's not good for your body." "I'm going to sleep for a while. You can help yourself." Fei Yu still smiled, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Right. Tell Sang Yin and the others that you'll be living on Serene Resplendent Peak from now on. They'll deliver the herbs for you to use in alchemy." "Got it," Yang Kai nodded. The next moment, Fei Yu closed her beautiful eyes, breathing evenly through her delicate nose, as if she had been forcing herself to keep an eye on Yang Kai. After sitting cross-legged for a long time and absorbing all the remaining medicinal efficacies in his body, Yang Kai got up and began tidying up the mess on the ground. 2 hours later, Fei Yu gradually woke up, stretching and yawning in front of Yang Kai without a care for her image, exposing her exquisite curves. "Come with me. I'll find a suitable place for you to cultivate." Fei Yu beckoned and stepped inside. The deeper he went into the mountain, the richer the aura Yang Kai could feel. Not long after, a glittering stone room suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The walls and floor of this stone room were completely paved with crystal stones. Inside these crystal stones, there were faint lines of spirit arrays. World energy continuously flowed into this stone room, giving Yang Kai a warm and comfortable feeling. It was as if he didn't need to do anything as the world energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. This was simply a cultivation holy land. Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that this stone room was paved with more than 1 layer of crystal stones, at least a dozen or so, each one more than 12 meters thick. To spend so many crystal stones to create such a stone room, it could be said that the amount of money spent was not small. Staring blankly at the stone room in front of him, Yang Kai was inexplicably shocked. "Is this place okay?" Fei Yu asked. "Is this where you usually cultivate?" Yang Kai noticed that somewhere in the stone room, there was an obvious mark left behind by someone who had been meditating here for many years. "If I were here, what would you do?" "I don't need it for the time being." Fei Yu smiled when she heard this. "When I comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I'll need this place." Fei Yu and the other three protectors had already reached the peak of the third order transcendent realm. But because they were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint realm, they were unable to break through the shackles of their state of mind. So they were unable to break through to the Saint realm. If the four protectors could break through to the Saint realm, soaring heaven sect strength would grow significantly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. This stone room is just sitting there, Fei Yu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. Then I won't be polite. Here, you don't need to worry about anything. Just focus on cultivating. If you're bored, you can come out and find me. I'm usually on Serene Resplendent Peak. If you can't find me, you can find Xianxia and the others. They should have a lot to teach you, Fei Yu said before quickly disappearing. Chapter 695. A day later, the Xianxia sect sent a large number of herbs, and Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his alchemy. When he was tired from performing alchemy, he would sit in meditation and rest for a while before resuming. Serene Resplendent Peak was indeed very quiet, with only Yang Kai on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai was performing alchemy or cultivating, Fei Yu would never disturb him. Every time she entered or exited, she would hold her breath and keep her hands and feet light. Every day, Yang Kai would have 3 meals of rare monster beast meat, bone soup, and other nutritious delicacies. Although with Yang Kai's current cultivation, he could go months or even a year without eating, Fei Yu still insisted on sending him these things every day. When Yang Kai needed them, he would take them and consume the demon god revelation from the game. Occasionally, when he left the stone room, the four protectors would gather together and explain to Yang Kai their experiences in cultivation and their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Here, Yang Kai felt a sense of meticulous care and concern. Soaring Heaven Sect had provided him with the best cultivation and alchemy environment. Yang Kai felt grateful, although he knew that this may have had a lot to do with his aptitude and identity as an alchemist. These four martial uncles were really good to him. After a few months, Yang Kai's alchemy level improved again, successfully refining a Saint-grade low-rank pill without the help of a spirit array. This brought him much closer to his goal. Over the past few months, Yang Kai spared no effort to refine a large number of pills for Soaring Heaven Sect. The sheer number and quality of the pills he refined left the four martial uncles speechless. They only knew that Yang Kai was certified as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist by the Alchemist Guild, but they never thought that he could produce a steady stream of spirit-grade mid-rank and spirit-grade high-rank pills. Many of these pills even formed pill veins. The four martial uncles also realized the seriousness of the problem. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai's existence and abilities were quickly listed as Soaring Heaven Sect's biggest secret. Fei Yu also became Yang Kai's bodyguard, never leaving Serene Resplendent Peak. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had only seen Fei Yu a few times, but every time he saw her, this beautiful woman would appear drunk. It seemed that she really liked to drink, and whenever she got drunk, she would immediately become intoxicated. When she became drunk, she didn't have the demeanor of a martial ant, often entangling Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, every time she sobered up, she would not remember anything, making Yang Kai extremely helpless. Occasionally, he had some free time. Yang Kai, and listened to course. Ever since he started cultivating, it could be said that Kai Yang had been fumbling around on his own. No one had ever given him any pointers. On the path of the martial Tao, it was better to have someone to guide you than not. The difference was very big. Fortunately, Yang Kai now had the demon eye of annihilation, so by killing some masters, he could forcibly absorb their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way, benefiting from this. But what made Yang Kai feel a little regretful was that although Chu Ling Xiao had also asked people to inquire about Su Yin and Xianing Chong, there had been no progress. Tongxian realm was vast. Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One day, a few months later, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the door. It was Fei Yu's footsteps. She had never disturbed him while he was performing alchemy, but now she had deliberately made some noise. Obviously, she had some business with him. Xianxia stepped up his movements, and after a stick of incense, a spirit grade top-rank pill came out of the furnace. Putting away the pill, Xianxia stood up and opened the door to the stone room, looking at Fei Yu, who was waiting outside, and asking, "Martial uncle, is there something you need? Did I disturb you?" Xianxia shook his head. "That's good." Fei Yu sighed softly. "Xianxia is looking for you. He's right outside." "I'll go take a look," Xianxia said and quickly walked out. Not long after, Xianxia sought Xianxia. This time, not only did he come, but Rimaru and Fei Jian were also present. The three of them seemed to have a dignified expression. Xianxia's expression turned cold, not knowing what had happened that made them treat a loose immortal so seriously. Martial nephew. Seeing Xianxia appear, Xianxia quickly greeted him. "I heard that several martial uncles are looking for me. Take a seat first." Xianxia waved his hand. Several people sat down in order, and Xianxia waited quietly. After a while, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Martial nephew, it's not that these martial uncles are suspicious of you, but tell me honestly, what level of alchemist are you now?" From old Du, Xianxia knew that Xianxia was a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. But during this time, his performance was not something a spiritual level low-grade alchemist could do at all. Spiritual level mid-grade and high-grade pills were constantly coming out of the furnace. Xianxia was obviously not just a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. Old Du would not lie to Xianxia. So the only possibility was that Xianxia had hidden his true ability in the Alchemist Guild. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at Xianxia and said, "A few days ago, I remember that you refined a saint-grade pill." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. "Really?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded, took out the saint-grade pill, and said, "I was lucky enough to refine a pill." Xianxia quickly took it and carefully examined it, his expression becoming a little excited. "Then can you refine a saint-grade pill?" "I should be able to." Xianxia nodded. He had never used a spirit array or even a myriad drug milk to refine alchemy pills. Spirit arrays could increase the success rate of alchemy, and the myriad drug milk could improve the quality of pills. If these two factors were considered, Xianxia could now easily refine a saint-grade low-rank pill. "Doesn't that mean you're saint-grade alchemist?" Rimaru exclaimed. Everyone else also wore an incredulous expression. "Almost," Xianxia said modestly. All of them took a deep breath at the same time and glanced at each other, Fei Jian baring his teeth and saying, "Then it's done." "Indeed." Xianxia also nodded firmly. "Martial uncles and sisters, do you want me to help you refine pills?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Barely," Xianxia nodded, "but not entirely. Martial nephew, have you ever heard of the 1,000-year demon flower?" Xianxia shook his head. Xianxia smiled bitterly. "Right, I forgot you came from another world. You probably haven't heard of it, but in Tongxian realm, the three great clans of a human, demon, and monster race, you should know, right?" "I know that," Xianxia nodded lightly. "The human territory, demon land, and monster race territory are the general names of the three great clans' areas of activity. Among them, the human territory covers the largest area, followed by the demon land and monster race territory. There is also a neutral zone in between." Xianxia also knew this because Xue Ling had explained it to him when he first arrived in Tongxian realm. In this neutral zone, there is a place called Ascending Heaven Cliff. It's on a mountain peak that's as high as 10,000 feet. On the Ascending Sky Cliff, there's a single 1,000-year demon flower. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and every time it blooms, it withers in less than 2 hours. "What use does this 1,000-year demon flower have?" Xianxia keenly grasped the crux of the problem and asked in a deep voice. "It has no use for you and most people in this world, but for the four of us, it is very useful. It can help us comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. With the help of the 1,000-year demon flower's energy, we may be able to break through our current bottlenecks in one fell swoop." Fei Yu also said with some excitement. Yang Kai's expression shook. But because of the special nature of the 1,000-year demon flower, it requires a highly skilled alchemist to condense the medicinal liquid when the flower blooms. And this alchemist has to be at least a high-rank spirit-grade alchemist in order to accomplish this. So you need me to do it? Yes. There should be alchemists in the sect who are more skilled than me, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Soaring Heaven sect was such a big sect, so it was likely that there were saint-grade alchemists. Even if there weren't any saint-grade alchemists, there would still be several spirit-grade top-rank alchemists. These alchemists were all far more experienced than Yang Kai. Those people are the sect's honored guests, so this trip is very dangerous. They may not be willing to go. Moreover, even if their alchemy skills are better than yours, their combat strength is not as good as yours. I understand. Yang Kai nodded heavily. In other words, there are many people staring at the 1,000-year demon flower, right? You can't even imagine. Song Yin's expression became solemn as he gave a slight sigh. It blooms once every 1,000 years, so naturally people will pay attention to the movements of the 1,000-year demon flower. If we can obtain news that it is about to bloom, others will naturally be able to as well. As long as there is a master who wants to break through to the saint realm, they will definitely try to obtain it. Martial nephew, this trip is really dangerous. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. Fei Yu looked at Yang Kai and said softly, I'll go. Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I can help my 4 martial uncles break through to the saint realm, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I'll try my best. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Song Yin and the others were also moved. Good boy, martial uncle didn't dote on you in vain, Ramara laughed. Then prepare yourself, we'll set off in 5 days. There's still time, Song Yin said. Yang Kai nodded. The 3 men quickly left. In order to cope with the upcoming trip, they had to make some preparations as well. Whether or not we succeed this time, I must thank you, Fei Yu said softly. My martial uncles have taken good care of me. This is what I should do. Yang Kai shook his head. Fei Yu looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to see through his heart. After a while, she suddenly laughed. I'm going to take a bath. Do you want to join me? Yang Kai's face darkened. Did you drink again? Boring. Fei Yu spat disdainfully before her tender body flickered and disappeared. Yang Kai shook his head. This open and forthright martial uncle master was really difficult to deal with. She would often say some shocking things that people couldn't respond to. During the 5 days, Yang Kai didn't make any special preparations and just refined pills as usual. 5 days later, everything was ready. Yang Kai walked out of the stone room. Fei Yu was already waiting outside. Seeing him appear, she smiled and gently waved her hand. Where are the Sanyin martial uncles and the others? Yang Kai asked. They're waiting outside. Flying out of the cave, Song Yin and the others were indeed standing below the waterfall, looking up and waiting. Chapter 696. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Song Yin and the others didn't speak any nonsense, nodding slightly to him before immediately setting off. The 4 protectors used their own methods to fly forward with Yang Kai, following behind them at a leisurely pace. Sensing the current condition of his body, Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 protectors couldn't help frowning slightly, because they discovered that since Fei Yu gave the primordial shackles to Yang Kai a few months ago, he had never taken them off, and even now, he was still bearing a burden of several thousand kilograms. Yang Kai himself seemed to have become accustomed to such a burden, so there wasn't the slightest unnatural expression on his face, remaining as calm as ever. This little brat's physique is a bit too abnormal. It's not even inferior to the demon races. Such a thought involuntarily emerged in the minds of the 4 protectors. Not long after they set off, Song Yin suddenly let out a light sigh and looked down. At the same time, Yang Kai also heard a voice calling out to him from below. The source of this voice was a white-haired old man who was stroking his beard and looking towards them. Beside the old man, a young woman was jumping up and down, constantly gesturing towards him. It's old man Du. Song Yin looked surprised and waved his hand. Let's go down and have a look. As he landed on the ground, Yang Kai really saw Old Man Du and Mina from the Alchemist Guild. After seeing Yang Kai, Mina immediately rushed up and angrily shouted, "You bastard, didn't you say you would come to Grand Boulder City to see me when you had time? Why haven't I seen you come over these past few months?" "Ah, I was a bit busy, so I forgot," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Do you think my alchemy skills are inferior to yours? So you look down on me?" Mina put her hands on her hips and asked. "No, no." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "I was really a bit busy. You better tell me the truth, otherwise I'll bite you to death." Mina's anger was greatly relieved. "I'm also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist now, just like you, so don't be so complacent. Maybe I'll surpass you soon." Old Man Du observed the situation with a smile, his eyes flashing as he said, "Mina, little friend Yang seems to be different from you." "What? How is it different?" Mina was puzzled. "Little friend, Yang should be at least a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist now, right?" Old Man Du stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists. "Sorry, Old Man Du, I didn't tell you the truth back at the Alchemist Guild. In fact, I have been a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist since a few months ago." Old Man Du's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock and astonishment. Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as a look of shock appeared on her face. "I see." Old Man Du suddenly laughed again. "It seems that this old master has underestimated you. Little friend, Yang doesn't need to worry about it. For you to be honest with this old master now, this old master is very pleased." "How does Old Man Du know that I am now a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Didn't Xianxia want to take you to Floating Cloud City? Alchemists who can go there are at least spirit-grade top-rank alchemists." Old Man Du smiled lightly. Xianxia's expression changed. "Old Man Du is also going there. This old master has been waiting for you here. The journey is long, so this old master wanted to find a few bodyguards to accompany him." Old Man Du said half-jokingly, "But you can rest assured, this old master isn't going there for the 1,000-year demon flower. I just want to take me now to gain experience and broaden her horizons. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that she is the only alchemist with outstanding aptitude in this world. I believe this trip will allow her to gain a lot." "Old Man Du, I don't think so anymore." Mina felt extremely wronged. Before meeting Yang Kai, Mina's eyes were really high. She was still young, but a few months ago, she had already obtained the qualifications to become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. Old Man Du and her master Yixiong also had great expectations for her and were training her as the successor of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. But since meeting Yang Kai, Mina had suffered a series of blows, and this time it was even more serious. Yang Kai had already become a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist, yet she was still proud of her small breakthrough. Thinking so, Mina's pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Old Man Du chuckled. "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom, so I believe there will be many powerful alchemists heading to Floating Cloud City. This is a once-in-a-1,000-year event. This old master doesn't want to miss it. If you don't mind, why don't you take us along?" Old Man Du is too polite. Xianxia shook his head. "Since you're also going to Floating Cloud City, we can go together and take care of each other." Old Man Du smiled and nodded. After reaching an agreement, the 4 soaring heaven sect disciples began circulating their yuan qi, wrapping Old Man Du and Mina in it before flying off together. Seeing Mina's sullen look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apologetic, so he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong? You're going too far." Mina pouted and glared at him. "I'm going too far?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina nodded repeatedly before suddenly saying in a serious tone, "But don't be so complacent. Old Man Du said that as long as I continue to work hard, one day I will be able to catch up to you." "I'm not complacent, am I?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "Although you don't show it on your face, in fact, you're feeling proud in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. "Your world is really dark." Seeing these 2 juniors quarreling, the group of several people couldn't help smiling, seemingly feeling that this trip was no longer so boring. Soaring Heaven Sect was very far from their destination, floating Cloud City. Even with the strength of Xianxia's group, it would still take them at least a month to reach their destination. And this was even if they were flying at full speed. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed, so Xianxia and the others were relatively calm, flying and stopping at intervals. Yangkai also witnessed the vast riches of Tongxian realm. On this continent, there were countless large and small forces. Every day, many of these forces were destroyed, but these large and small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one was cut down, another would emerge. Moreover, along the way, they encountered several groups of transcendent realm masters rushing towards floating Cloud City. These transcendent realm masters, without exception, were all accompanied by an alchemist. When they encountered one another, all of them were quite vigilant. But as time passed, the closer they got to floating Cloud City, the stronger the smell of gunpowder in the air became. Xianxia and the others were constantly vigilant, paying attention to the safety of Yangkai, Old Man Du, and the others. 20 days later, Yangkai and the others witnessed a great battle between two transcendent realm masters. The number of people on both sides was about the same, and the strength of each side was about the same. Both sides used their respective martial skills and artifacts, creating an astonishing atmosphere. No one saw the result of the battle, but Xianxia and the others did not casually intervene in other people's disputes, so they simply led Yangkai and the others to the battlefield. After witnessing the first battle, the great battles between transcendent realm masters seemed to have become more frequent. Almost every day, they would see traces of ongoing battles or those that had already ended. According to Xianxia, these were all masters who were rushing to floating Cloud City and had begun competing with each other midway to eliminate potential rivals. Yangkai's heart clenched as he became more and more aware of the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to these second or third order transcendent masters. However, what puzzled Yangkai was that in this grand event that involved all three clans, the human, monster, and demon clans, there were no Saint Realm masters. After asking this question, Xianxia smiled and said, "Saints don't intervene. This is an unwritten rule. The 1,000-year demon flower is only needed when a transcendent breaks through to the Saint Realm. Whether it is a human, monster, or demon clan, if they want the 1,000-year demon flower, they can only fight for it with their own strength. That's one of the reasons Old Man Du took over. There's another reason." "Oh, I'd like to hear the details." Xianxia seemed a little surprised, obviously not knowing the deeper reason. Yangkai and Mina were also eagerly waiting and listening attentively. This kind of secret was very attractive to young people like them. "The 1,000-year demon flower doesn't seem to be a product of Tongxian realm," Old Man Du quickly said. Feiyu's pretty face changed as she asked in amazement, "Could it be from Starfield?" "And it is said to be so." Duan nodded slightly. Duan nodded lightly. "I don't know how many years ago, but a seed fell from the starry sky to ascending heaven cliff. Then, a plant that no one had ever seen before grew there. 1,000 years later, it bloomed and was accidentally obtained by someone. Only then did the world learn of its magical effects. When this news spread, the human, monster, and demon clans boiled with excitement. Saint Realm masters were rare, and a 1,000-year demon flower could help a third-order transcendent break through to the Saint Realm. In the second millennium, a Saint Realm master intervened, and a great battle ensued. In the end, a master from the human race ascended ascending heaven cliff, but what was surprising was that the 1,000-year demon flower that should have bloomed withered in an instant. Why is that? Everyone couldn't help showing strange looks. No one knows why, but from then on, no Saint Realm master intervened in the dispute over the 1,000-year demon flower. Once the aura of a Saint Realm master leaked out, the 1,000-year demon flower would no longer bloom, so those who go to ascending heaven cliff now are basically all transcendents. "So strange?" Rimaru exclaimed. "A product of the star field cannot be explained with common sense." Old Man Du slowly shook his head. "Old Man Du, Is there really someone who has entered the star field? Xianxia frowned and asked, although I have heard a lot about the star field, it seems that no one has been able to confirm what kind of world the star field is. This old master doesn't know. Old man Du smiled faintly. According to the demon race, the great demon god, who once reigned supreme, successfully escaped into the star field. The human race and monster race also have such rumors, but no one knows what the truth is. Xianxia's eyes flashed, but he didn't interrupt. Although he knew that the great demon god had not escaped into the star field and had instead died, it was better not to speak of such matters. There seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred between the human, monster, and demon clans. No one wanted to involve the other two races and would rather destroy them. Chapter 697. Soaring Heaven Sect and Old Man Du were very good to Xianxia. But if they learned that he had a relationship with the ancient demon clan, they would likely try to persuade him to exterminate the ancient demon clan. Xianxia didn't want to see such a scene. During his time in Demon God Citadel, he had been taken care of by Li Rong and Han Fei, so he felt that the ancient demon clan was quite good. After chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. In the middle of the night, only a weak bonfire could be seen flickering in the wilderness. Mina quietly tugged at Xianxia's clothes, causing Xianxia to open his eyes and stare at her suspiciously. "Come with me," Mina said softly as she crept into the darkness. Xianxia got up and followed. After walking a few thousand meters, they came to a large tree, and Mina sat down, leaning her back against the trunk of the tree before patting the spot next to her, motioning Xianxia to sit down as well. "What's the matter?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Nothing. I just wanted to chat with you. If we talk over there, we'll disturb them." Mina smiled. "What do you want to talk about?" Xianxia plucked a small blade of grass and twirled it around his fingertips. "Just a little chat." Mina straightened her legs and stretched lazily, gradually relaxing a lot before turning her head and asking, "Where did you learn your alchemy skills from? Why are you even younger than me, already a spirit grade top-rank alchemist?" "If I said I taught myself, would you believe me?" Xianxia smiled. Mina curled her lips, apparently not believing what he said. "Then there's nothing I can do." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "Old Man Du said that there must be a top alchemist behind you teaching you. That is an alchemist who is many times more powerful than him." "That's right." Xianxia nodded lightly. His true alchemic way could be considered to be something left behind by great demon god. His alchemy skills could be said to be self-taught, but they could also be said to have come from great demon god's inheritance. There really is such a person. Old Du really wants to meet him. Mina's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. But Old Man Du also knows that such a person will not show himself easily, let alone meet with outsiders. "Huh?" Xianxia let out a hollow laugh. Old Man Du wanted to meet this mysterious master, and Xianxia could understand that. Old Man Du had probably reached a bottleneck in his alchemy level, so he wanted to learn from others and see if he could break through to the next level in his lifetime. This time, he was in a floating cloud city. He probably had such a purpose. After all, there would be many powerful alchemists gathered there. If there's a chance, can you recommend Old Man Du? Mina looked at Xianxia expectantly. Xianxia was silent for a long time. He couldn't agree to this request. "Why aren't you talking?" Mina saw that he was silent. Thinking that his request was a little too much, he didn't know what to do. "Yes, the person who taught me alchemy is already dead." Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, didn't know." "It doesn't matter." Xianxia shook his head. At that moment, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. Gazing ahead, a fierce soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, this spiritual energy arrived above Xianxia and Mina. Mina was facing a great enemy and hurriedly summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect herself. Her combat experience was very thin, but her reaction was quite fast. In his fluster, he managed to protect himself completely. Xianxia glanced at her strangely, his expression indifferent. His eyes gradually became cold as he stared into the void. He felt that this spiritual energy was a little strange, as if it was different from the usual divine sense attacks. Just as he was thinking this, the spiritual energy actually circled around Yang Kai and Mina a few times before rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappearing. Yang Kai, Mina's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai's eyes were blank as he sat in place. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk, the movement here attracted the attention of everyone a few thousand meters away. Sanyan rushed over and asked, "What happened?" Just now, he had also felt a burst of spiritual energy, so when he heard Mina shout, he immediately rushed over, but he didn't find anything. Mina panicked and hurriedly explained what had just happened. Possession. Rimaru's complexion changed as he keenly perceived the truth of the matter. A master must have died nearby, and his soul escaped from his body, coincidentally bumped into Yang Kai, and tried to seize Yang Kai's body for his own use. Possession. Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Then there's no need to worry. Sangyan also couldn't help relaxing a lot and nodded lightly. Rimaru and Fei Jian both grinned. Why aren't you worried at all? Mina was so anxious that she almost cried. She also knew what possession was like and what the consequences would be. If things went wrong, Yang Kai's soul could be destroyed. Not only were these four masters from Soaring Heaven's sect not worried, they even showed a gloating smile on their faces, something Mina couldn't understand. Old Man Du smiled lightly and said, "Mina, don't worry." Old Man Du, Mina stamped her foot. "Little friend Yang won't be possessed. Have you forgotten what he possesses?" Old Man Du looked at Mina meaningfully. Mina thought about it for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Right, this bastard has a divine sense. Old Man Du nodded lightly. As long as it isn't the soul of a Saint Realm Master trying to seize his body, little friend Yang should be able to handle it. All we need to do is wait. This guy is really unlucky. Of all the people he could have chosen, he actually chose little Marshal Niece. If it were me, I would have chosen such a delicate little girl like you. Rimaru smiled wretchedly. Mina glared at him fiercely, so disrespectful. "Hey, I'm still very young." Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge, Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at the strand of spiritual energy that had become flustered after breaking in. This strand of spiritual energy wanted to swallow Yang Kai's soul and seize Yang Kai's body. But as soon as it entered this burning knowledge this strand of spiritual energy found that something was wrong. It was as if it had stepped into the gates of hell. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the scorching aura caused this strand of spiritual energy to scream in agony, his soul unable to bear such a burning sensation. The pain in his soul was tormenting him greatly. "If you don't want to die, show me your soul avatar," Yang Kai said indifferently. The strand of spiritual energy flickered slightly, and soon a clear figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Its expression twisted in pain as it grit its teeth and stared towards Yang Kai with a look of dread and horror. This person looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but had a second-order transcendent soul strength. It could be said that this strand of spiritual energy was a powerful master when he was alive. "You're really unlucky." Yang Kai shook his head, a look of sarcasm filling his face. Perceiving his hostility, the strand of spiritual energy endured the pain and forced a smile. "Little brother, this is a misunderstanding. Things are not what you think." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Kai grinned. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge, the flames began to surge, becoming hotter and hotter. "Please allow me to explain." The strand of spiritual energy screamed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. Since this person wanted to seize his body, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Yang Kai's knowledge, became turbulent as his conflagrated knowledge, began to burn towards his opponent's soul. It seemed he wanted to burn this strand of spiritual energy in one fell swoop. "Wait, if you let me live, I can tell you a secret." "I'm not interested." Yang Kai shook his head, his expression cold and ruthless. It's about your life. The strand of spiritual energy shouted. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, gradually calming his turbulent knowledge. Yang Kai stared deeply at this strand of spiritual energy for a moment before saying, if you're just stalling for time or trying to deceive me, I won't kill you. I'll only make you suffer a fate worse than death. No, no. Seeing Yang Kai not continue to kill him, the strand of spiritual energy finally relaxed. The man couldn't help feeling relieved and quickly asked, are you also going to Floating Cloud City? So what if we are? If you are, you'd best turn around and go back. There's a group of masters in front of us who specialize in hunting people heading to Floating Cloud City. Several groups of people have already been killed. My group was also heading to Floating Cloud City, but now all of them are dead. Only my soul managed to escape. How many of them are there? A dozen or so, many of them third-order transcendent masters, all of them extremely vicious. That's a lot of people, Yang Kai muttered. That's right, little brother, you see. I've already told you the truth. Do you want to? The man asked submissively, a look of extreme vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes, as if as soon as Yang Kai made a move, he would do whatever it took to drag Yang Kai down with him. This kind of warning and threat was enough to scare off many people. So he believed that Yang Kai, whose cultivation was lower than his, would not force him to do anything. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and stared back at this strand of spiritual energy. The man's heart clenched as he glared at Yang Kai, but just as he was about to attack, a golden light suddenly burst from the void. Silently, this strand of spiritual energy was purified. After absorbing this purified energy, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw pairs of eyes staring at him curiously. It's that little brat. Romaru clapped his hands and laughed. That person really had bad luck. Are you all right? Feiyu asked with concern. I'm fine, but we seem to have a bit of trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and explained the information he had just inquired about. A dozen or so? Xianxia raised his brow. That's quite a lot. If we didn't have this information and rushed in recklessly, we might have been caught off guard. Feiyu nodded lightly. Then should we take a detour? Mina asked softly. Why should we? Romaru grinned meaningfully. So it's going to pass like this. After resting for a while, we'll continue on our way. If they don't come to provoke us, then we'll leave them be. But if they dare to attack us... Song Yan's aura suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharp, like a sharp sword, terrifying to the extreme. His body also became like a block of ice, exuding an extremely cold aura. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Li Wan and Fei Jian were the same, and even Fei Yu, who was a woman, was no exception. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that these four soaring heaven sect martial uncles were really a group of radical warmongers. Chapter 698. In a silent wilderness, a group of people walked forward at a leisurely pace. Song Yan led the way in the front, Romaru and Feiyu guarded the rear, while Yang Kai, Mina, and Old Man Du were sandwiched in the middle. Except for Mina, everyone else looked indifferent, seemingly unaware of the danger they were about to face. As they walked forward, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, Yang Kai discovered that Fei Jian had at some unknown time disappeared without a trace. This third-order transcendent master had silently disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Even Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. As the night wind blew, the surrounding towering trees swayed gently, and the lush leaves rustled. In the darkness, there seemed to be a series of ghostly figures flickering about. Mina's pretty face went pale with fright as she involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai, snuggling up to him as she searched for a sense of security, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around in horror. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, allowing Mina to relax a lot, but she still didn't leave Yang Kai's side. Song Yan's mouth curled into a subtle smile, seemingly enjoying this tense and exciting situation. Romaru and Feiyu, who were following behind the group, sneered as they glanced around from time to time, their expressions eager to try. Even Old Man Du, who was an alchemist, had a calm and unruffled look on his face. He obviously believed in the strength of these four from Soaring Heaven sect. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out from all around them, like a ghost, gloomy and seductive. At this moment, the night wind suddenly became much colder. Soon, several people's laughter rang in everyone's ears in an attempt to disturb their concentration. Soaring Heaven sect's group remained calm and continued forward. After half an hour, the seductive laughter gradually subsided. The other party seemed to have realized that this kind of behavior couldn't cause Xianxia to panic and gradually put away this boring trick. Hiding the head but showing the tail, a bunch of cowardly rats. Xianxia muttered discontentedly. He had thought that there would be a great battle here, causing his blood to boil, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking action. Instead, they were playing tricks on him, constantly probing him. This made him very unhappy. Rimuru, go take a look, Xianxia ordered. Rimuru grinned fiercely, his small body suddenly disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, a mournful scream suddenly echoed through the jungle, causing everyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. The blood-curdling screams were extremely short. It was obvious that he was killed without even having time to react. The next moment, a similar scream came from another direction. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He was certain that the distance between these two screams was at least a few thousand meters. In such a short time, Rimuru had accurately located these two people's hiding places and killed them in a single blow. A moment later, Rimuru calmly returned and shrugged his shoulders towards Xianxia. Two first-order transcendent trash, not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Saying so, he licked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Hearing this, Mina's eyes rolled back and she fainted. This little girl, her courage is a bit too small. Rimuru was speechless. Xianxia shook his head and carried Mina on his shoulder. Feiyu suddenly giggled. She must have thought you ate them. Rimaru's face went black, only now realizing that what he had just said was ambiguous. He wanted to defend himself, but there was no one to defend himself against, causing him to feel quite annoyed. The group continued to move forward. Seemingly because Rimuru had just killed two people, the other party had become even more vigilant. After 2 hours passed, there was nothing unusual about their surroundings. However, Xianxia was still keenly aware that there was a faint sense of hostility wandering around. Once everyone relaxed, the other party would not hesitate to kill them. Xianxia, on the other hand, was quite impatient and suddenly stopped, glancing around coldly and shouting, "Since you want to kill us and steal our treasures, why don't you come out and fight? If you keep hiding like this, we'll have to leave this place soon." All around them, there was silence and no one answered. Xianxia slowly shook his head, looking extremely disappointed, waving his hand and summoning a long sword several dozen meters away. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized this long sword. It was the artifact that Xianxia and Feiyu had obtained from the cave mansion of that man. This is a Saint-grade artifact. To be honest, I haven't had time to refine it yet. Don't you want it? If you kill me, this artifact will be yours. Saint-grade artifacts are rare, Xianxia said lightly. I also have one, Feiyu, eager to see the world in chaos, also threw out her own Saint-grade artifact. The two unrefined Saint-grade artifacts were placed side by side. In an instant, countless divine senses bit into them like locusts. Xianxia seemed to hear heavy and greedy breaths coming from all around him. "Hey, you two, when did you get a Saint-grade artifact?" Rimaru's eyes widened in envy. "How come I didn't know?" "A few months." Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Xianxia and saying, "I got it on the way back to pick up little Marshal Nephew. There's no justice in this. Why didn't I get a share?" Rimuru shouted. "There were only two, Feiyu, and I shared one each. But speaking of which, there's still a spirit-grade top-rank artifact with Feiyu. Give it to me, give it to me." Rimuru quickly stretched out his hand to Feiyu. "What about Feijian?" Fei Yu frowned, looking a little embarrassed. You don't need to worry about him, as long as he has a bow. How about this? Whoever kills the most will get this artifact. Fei Yu smiled slightly. Rimaru rubbed his palms together and said, Good idea. I've already killed 2. At this moment, a number of figures suddenly rushed out from all around, all of them moving as fast as lightning towards the 2 saint-grade artifacts. While these people were arguing here, the other side obviously couldn't hold back and felt this was a good opportunity to act. A light flashed across Xianxia's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Each of these figures exuded a tyrannical, transcendent aura and moved extremely fast, arriving in front of the 2 saint-grade artifacts in the blink of an eye. Countless big hands opened up and grabbed toward the artifacts. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk a series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and from the corner of Yonkai's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a golden light flashing through the night sky. Blood splattered as the cultivators who had rushed to the side of the saint-grade artifact were sent flying backwards by the tremendous force. Each of them had a fist-sized hole in their bodies as they were directly pierced through. And these holes, without exception, were all in the position of their hearts. While in midair, these cultivators' vitality was completely drained, killed in one blow. They hadn't even figured out where such a sharp and accurate attack had come from. Rimaru's complexion changed as he rushed over while shouting, Fei Jian, you insidious bastard. If you have the ability, then come out and fight. What's the point of stabbing people in the dark? Fei Jian did not respond. A series of arrows filled with destructive energy shot out from the most impossible angles, taking the enemy's life before they could even react. Yongkai released his divine sense and followed the direction of the source of these arrows, trying to find where Fei Jian was hiding, but to no avail. His expression becoming solemn, Yongkai suddenly realized just how powerful this buck-toothed martial uncle was. From beginning to end, the battle lasted only 10 breaths of time. After Rimaru rushed up and killed one of the enemies, the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Only the smell of blood lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. The sound of clothes fluttering rang out as the enemies hiding in the dark, with only 2 or 3 remaining, quickly retreated. They also knew that this group from Soaring Heaven sect was not something they could deal with. Only 2 people had been able to kill them all. If all 4 of them had attacked at once, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into Yonkai's mind. Yongkai immersed himself in investigating and found that all of these dead enemies were basically a first or second order transcendent cultivator. Not a single one was a third order transcendent. Inevitably, Yongkai felt some regret. A third order transcendent should have gained some insights into how to break through to the saint realm. Yongkai needed this. With his current comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, there would be no bottlenecks before he broke through to the saint realm. However, he had not yet grasped the key to breaking through to the saint realm. Although back in Demon God Citadel, he had killed Chu Jian, a second-order saint, and obtained some of his insights, Yonkai's understanding of the saint realm was still very shallow. Yongkai needed the souls of a large number of masters in order to figure out the path he wanted to take from their insights and experiences. Xianxia and Fei Yu took back their artifacts. Idiot! How could I not refine a saint-grade artifact? Xianxia sneered as he took the artifact back into his body. Rimaru walked back dejectedly, his eyes red as he sighed heavily. Fei Jian also appeared like a ghost and stretched out his hand towards Fei Yu, grinning as he said, "Give it to me." Fei Yu smiled and placed the spirit-grade top-rank artifact she had obtained before into Fei Jian's hand. From beginning to end, Rimaru had only killed 3 people, while Fei Jian had killed 5 or 6 at once. This battle was undoubtedly Fei Jian's victory. Yongkai took a deep breath. This battle seemed very easy, but he also knew that only these masters from Soaring Heaven sect could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps if it had been any other third-order transcendent, they wouldn't have been able to deal with this so easily. Moreover, The gap in strength between each transcendent realm minor realm was quite obvious. Before the transcendent realm, a great realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the gap between each minor realm and the next was quite small. But the transcendent realm was different. First order, second order, third order, each time one broke through, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This group of hidden enemies had failed to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Soaring Heaven Sect, and had instead been tempted by this artifact. After this battle, the road ahead seemed to have become much more peaceful. Along the way, the number of fights they encountered gradually decreased. Everyone who had come this far had their eyes on the 1,000-year demon flower, as no one was willing to start a conflict before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Chapter 699. An entire month after leaving Soaring Heaven Sect, the group finally set foot on the territory of Tongxian Realm. The so-called neutral territory was a territory where the human, monster, and demon races coexisted, a scene that was impossible to see anywhere else. As soon as he set foot in this place, Xianxia noticed that there was an unusual energy flowing through the air. There were traces of the devil qi that he was more familiar with. There was also another kind of obscure devil qi that he couldn't identify. It should be demon qi. These demonic qi and demonic qi could not be absorbed by the human race, but they were nutrients that the demon race and monster race needed to strengthen themselves. After entering this place, the Xianxia and the others became even more vigilant. The neutral territory was more chaotic than anywhere else. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. After walking for a few more days, they finally saw a towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds. A few dozen kilometers below this mountain peak was a city, the destination of this group's trip, Floating Cloud City. The Xianxia led the way at a much faster pace, and after half a day, the group arrived at Floating Cloud City. After paying enough crystal stones, the group of people entered the city. Xianxia obviously felt that the Xianxia and the others had relaxed their vigilance. Duan smiled and said, "Once we enter the city, there won't be much danger. Floating Cloud City is jointly governed by the human, monster, and demon races. The city lord is a saint realm master, so no one dares to act too presumptuously here." "Then which race does the city lord belong to?" Xianxia asked in amazement. "This old master isn't too sure. Floating Cloud City changes its city lord every 3 years. The masters of the human, monster, and demon races compete in an arena. They decide who the city lord belongs to. It is precisely because of this method that the peace of this city can be guaranteed. If one clan is allowed to continue to grow, then there will definitely be no place for the other 2 clans." Xianxia smiled lightly and continued. "As far as I know, the current city lord is held by a demon race master. Rest assured, this matter concerns the stability of the 3 clans, so he won't act recklessly. If the neutral territory falls into chaos, he won't be able to control it. If that happens, the entire continent will fall into chaos. This old man and me are going to the alchemist guild here. What about you, Xianxia?" Duan asked. "Do you want to come with us?" "Let's skip it." Xianxia shook his head. Alchemists were a group of arrogant people. They didn't care whether they were from Soaring Heaven Sect or not. Once they entered the alchemist guild, they would likely be treated with disdain. With the Xianxia's hot temper, it was likely they would have a falling out with the alchemist guild. At that time, it would be difficult for Elder Du to do anything. Looking at Xianxia, Xianxia said, "Little martial nephew, if you want to go, you can go with me. You can go with Elder Du when the time comes. I will come and find you." Mina also nodded. Yes, you're an alchemist. It has nothing to do with us." She obviously wanted to stay with Xianxia and continue to learn alchemy from him. Little girl being so direct. "Could it be you've taken a liking to my little martial nephew?" Feiyu giggled and teased. Mina blushed. "Don't talk nonsense. I don't like that bastard." Xianxia laughed in surprise. Shaking his head, Xianxia said, "No, I'll go with my martial uncles." Duan gently nodded. then this old man won't force you. Little friend Yang, come here. Saying so, he gently beckoned. Xianxia was puzzled, but quickly walked over. What instructions does old man Du have for me? Duwan smiled lightly and reached out to hand him a mirror box. This is something I obtained a long time ago. You should be able to use it this time. And it's best to use it as soon as possible. What is this? Xianxia looked at the mirror box in his hand suspiciously. You'll know when the time comes. Old man Du smiled mysteriously and led me in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. After Old Man Du left, that Xianxia said, let's go. Let's find an inn to stay in first. Fei Yu quietly approached Xianxia and asked softly, what did Old Man Du give you? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head. Inside an inn, that Xianxia found 2 rooms. Floating Cloud City's inns were full of guests because of the 1,000-year demon flower that was about to bloom. These 2 rooms had been provided by the innkeeper with great difficulty. After some discussion, it was decided that Fei Yu and Xianxia would stay in one room, while the remaining 3 would stay in the other. Xianxia had no objections. In any case, he was used to living with Fei Yu. Although Fei Yu was a woman, there was a difference in seniority between them, so Xianxia naturally didn't think too much about it. After bustling around for a while, everyone finally settled down. Xianxia held the mirror box in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that Old Man Du would give him such a thing as soon as he entered Floating Cloud City. Open it and take a look. I'm also very curious about what kind of treasure Old Man Du gave you, Fei Yu said with a smile. Xianxia nodded and was about to open the box when he suddenly smiled helplessly and whispered, everyone come here. In the next room, Rimaru and Fei Jian, who were eavesdropping, both wore awkward expressions. Rimaru sniffed and said righteously, this little martial nephew doesn't give martial uncle any face. I'll go teach him a lesson. Fei Jian also followed. Xianxia shook his head and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but he could only follow. Inside the room, everyone was looking at the mirror box in Xianxia's hand. Obviously, they all wanted to know what was inside. Under their watchful eyes, Xianxia opened the mirror box and took out something as thin as a cicada's wing. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. It was cold to the touch, and there were several holes on some parts of this thing. At first glance, this thing looked like a face that had been peeled off from a person's face. It was eerie and terrifying. So that's how it is. Xianxia's expression changed. Old Man Du is quite meticulous. Is this used to change one's appearance? Xianxia also saw the function of this thing. Put it on and let's see, Fei Yu urged. Xianxia nodded and covered his face with the gauze. The next moment, he felt as if something was squirming on his face and penetrating his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. He didn't know what his current appearance was, but from the changes in the expressions of the 4 martial uncles in front of him, he could infer that there was definitely a big difference between his appearance before and after. This, Rimaru's jaw dropped. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Fei Jian's eyes also widened. Is the change really that big? Xianxia sneered. See for yourself. Fei Yu waved her hand and condensed a mirror of water in front of Xianxia. Looking through the mirror, Xianxia was instantly stunned. The appearance that appeared in the mirror was that of a complete stranger, and it was completely different from his own style. It was quite handsome, and his skin was as white as a woman's. Why is it a gigolo? Xianxia's face was full of black lines. He reached out and pinched his own face, and the image in the mirror perfectly reflected this scene. Amazing! Xianxia couldn't help but praise. This artifact is really amazing. Not only did it change your appearance, it even changed your life aura. With this, we don't have to worry about exposing you. Fei Yu smiled sweetly. I really have to thank Old Man Du. I've been having a headache over this problem all this time. Since Xianxia wanted to go to Ascending Heaven Cliff to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he would definitely be noticed. If his performance was too outstanding, it would not be good for him to be targeted. The artifact that Old Man Du gave him perfectly solved this problem. It was a simple appearance-changing technique. Xianxia and the others also knew how to change Xianxia's appearance, But this kind of appearance-changing technique was still easily seen through by masters, so it couldn't change Xianxia's life aura. But now, they didn't have to worry about this. Even if Xianxia's performance this time was outstanding, it didn't matter if he was targeted, because what the world saw was not Xianxia himself. Old Man Du really has a lot of good things, Xianxia sighed, the last time he took out the blue refining stone that could only be found in Starfield. This time, it was such a useful appearance-changing artifact. Alchemists really were a group of rich people, especially high-level alchemists. If they wanted something, they didn't need to do it themselves. They only needed to release a message, and the cultivator in charge of their alchemy would immediately do it for them. Whether it was the blue refining stone or this artifact, it should be the reward Old Man Du received for his many years of alchemy. Little Marshal Nephew's current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye. Fei Yu smiled flirtatiously. Marshal Ant likes this kind of gigolo. Although Xianxia wasn't ugly before, he wasn't flawlessly handsome either. Years of hard work had given him a fierce temperament that made him more attractive the more one looked at him. The more one looked at him, the more handsome he became. But now he was truly handsome to the point of shocking the world, handsome to the point of being somewhat devilish. Such an appearance was enough to win the favor of any woman in the world. Xianxia's expression was indifferent. After thinking for a while, he suddenly activated his Yuan Qi and condensed it on his face. In the next moment, his face wriggled, and soon his appearance changed slightly. Now this is perfect. Xianxia looked at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. What's the point of changing? The previous appearance was so good. Although this one isn't bad, it's still not as good as the previous one, Fei Yu pouted. Being flawless is the biggest flaw. Xianxia shook his head. This looks more natural. Hearing him say this, Fei Yu also pondered, then nodded after a while, agreeing with Xianxia's point of view. Good. I really need to thank Old Man Du some other time. With the help of this thing, we can really go all out. Xianxia took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I will go to Ascending Heaven Cliff with Rimaru and Fei Jian to investigate the situation. There isn't much time left. I think many people will make the same choice. It's better to investigate the situation in advance and prepare. Fei Yu, you and Marshal Nephew will wait in the city and pay attention to his safety. Although Floating Cloud City is relatively safe, that doesn't mean there won't be any fights. I know, Fei Yu nodded seriously. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Xianxia didn't take off the appearance-changing artifact on his face and instead kept it there to familiarize himself with its functions. As night fell, in the sky above Floating Cloud City, an old man and a young man suddenly appeared. The old man had a head of white hair and a doddering look on his face. Beside him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. But his eyes were extremely bright as he curiously observed the bustling Floating Cloud City. The old man was also observing, and after a long time his pair of turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light, as if he was immersed in his memories, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 700. Master, is this Floating Cloud City? The young man asked as he looked at the crowd below with great interest. And the name of the city hasn't changed, but the people have changed. Too much has changed in 1,000 years, the old man sighed. Is that mountain peak over there where Ascending Heaven Cliff is located? The young man turned his gaze to the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away, and the 1,000-year demon flower blooms on that peak. The old man nodded lightly. Yaoer, this time I brought you here mainly for the blooming of the 1,000-year demon flower. Since you were born, you've been following me in cultivation in the mountains, so you know nothing about the ways of the world. Now that you're here, don't stir up trouble and be careful of the sinister hearts of the people. Disciple understands. The young man nodded respectfully. But Master, you also went to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. Can you tell me more about it? I'm very curious about that thing. The old man smiled faintly and said, It's hard to explain. When that day comes, you'll naturally understand. All right, let's first pay a visit to the city lord. I remember that the city lord should be a descendant of an old friend of mine. Master, please slow down." The young man called Yao politely supported the old man as they slowly descended from the sky. Many people in the city were looking at this old man and young man in amazement, but none of them paid too much attention to them. After all, there were too many cultivators coming in and out of Floating Cloud City right now. This old man looked old and decrepit, as if he was on the verge of death, but he was slowly exuding the aura of a master. Inside the City Lord's mansion, masters from the 3 clans had gathered. City Lord Ao Gu was a master from the demon race, while Vice City Lords Zhou Liang and Xianxia belonged to the human race and monster race respectively. All 3 of them were Saint Realm masters. Every 3 years, these 3 would compete for the position of City Lord. The other 2 who lost would take up the position of Vice City Lord. Together, they would be in charge of Floating Cloud City. At this moment, the masters from the 3 clans were discussing important matters. The 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom, and Floating Cloud City was overcrowded, so they needed to make some arrangements to prevent chaos from occurring and bring disaster to Floating Cloud City's foundation. Moreover, during this critical period, they would not allow any Saint Realm masters to set foot within 100 kilometers of Floating Cloud City. The 1,000-year demon flower was the symbol of Floating Cloud City and the foundation of its prosperity. In the 1,000 years before the demon flower bloomed, there would be many people who would come to Heaven Ascending Cliff to admire its magnificence. These martial artists that came and went brought a great deal of benefits to the city. It was precisely because of this that they were so serious about this matter. This was to ensure that when the demon flower bloomed, it would not be disturbed by the aura of any Saint Realm master. "Master, old man." Ao Gu frowned and waved his hand unhappily. "I won't see him. Let him go." The guard didn't leave. "Master, bring it here." The guard quickly handed over the item, but Ao Gu only glanced at it for a moment before his complexion changed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seemingly recalling something, Ao Gu took a moment to put away. Turning to Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, Ao Gu said, "Both of you, that's all for today. I need to meet someone." "As City Lord pleases," Zhou Liang nodded lightly. After Ao Gu left, Jin Jiao glanced towards the door thoughtfully and quickly said, "Brotherly, if this person knows Ao Gu's grandfather, doesn't that mean he has lived for nearly 1,000 years? Zhou Liang glanced over at him. "Is there a lack of old monsters in this world?" Jin Jiao grinned meaningfully. "There are quite a few, but there aren't many masters who are related to the Ao Gu family. I don't know if Brotherly noticed, but the item the guard just brought in was the Ao Gu family's family token. Only those who have made great contributions to the family are eligible to receive one. As far as I know, the Ao Gu family has only ever issued a total of 3 tokens. 2 are in the hands of the demon race and are owned by the Ao Gu family's retainers, while the last one is in the hands of the human race. The one who came is a human." Zhou Yang concluded. He didn't feel any strong demonic qi from outside the house. "Then there's a big problem." Jin Jiao's expression changed. "What do you mean? Do you know which human race master obtained the Ao Gu family's family token?" Zhou Yang pondered for a moment before quickly saying, "To be able to make the Ao Gu family give out their family token, this human race master must be extraordinary." The hatred between the human race, demon race, and monster race was quite deep and basically didn't interact with each other, except in neutral territory. The Ao Gu family wasn't a small family, so to be able to make such a huge contribution to such a family, this human race master must be a character who could reach the heavens. "Brother Jin, I don't know these secrets, but if you do, why don't you tell me?" Jin Jiao glanced around before leaning a little closer to Zhou Liang and whispering a few words. Zhou Liang's complexion changed greatly. "Really? I can't be wrong." Jin Jiao nodded heavily. "If it really is him..." Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other and couldn't sit still any longer, quickly standing up and chasing after Ao Gu. Outside the City Lord's mansion, Ao Gu hurried over, but after seeing the old man in front of him, he was stunned for a long time before respectfully bowing. This junior didn't expect that it really was senior. "Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. This junior hopes senior can forgive me. The several guards outside the mansion almost had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The demon race was an extremely arrogant and tough race, and the masters of the demon race would never easily bow their heads to others. In this regard, Aogu was even more so. After so many years, they had never seen the city lord act so respectfully to a new master. Moreover, this person was a human race master. What was the background of this old man? He was actually able to make Master Aogu bow to him. The several guards were in a daze for a moment. The old man chuckled. It's been many years since we last met. The little boy from back then has also grown up. It's rare that you still remember my appearance. And how is Austin now? Aogu sadly replied. Grandfather passed away 100 years ago. Hearing this, the old man sighed slightly. My old friends are all gone, leaving only this old fart behind to linger on, huh? What is Senior saying? Your existence is the blessing of the human, monster, and demon races. Ha! I'm too old. I really can't hold on any longer. The old man slowly shook his head. This little brother is... Aogu's eyes swept over the young man beside him, a suspicious look on his face. Junior Xiao greets Senior, and Master's disciple. The young man respectfully saluted and introduced himself. Aogu's eyes lit up, his expression filled with excitement. Senior has accepted a disciple. The old man nodded. I'm about to die, so I wanted to pass on my mantle. This child's aptitude is quite good, so I decided to keep him by my side to teach him. Young man, your luck is really good, being able to worship a character like Senior as your master. I'm afraid you'll be the envy of all living beings in this world. Aogu sighed. He could also tell that this young man named Xiao was not a human, but a monster race. It was just that the demonic chi in his body was perfectly hidden, so anyone below Aogu's level of strength would not be able to see any clues. Aogu secretly praised, thinking that this senior's mind was really open-minded. As a human, he had actually accepted a monster race as his last disciple. This was something no one else could do. Perhaps, in his mind, there were no boundaries between the human, monster, or demon races, and they were all part of the world. It was precisely because of this viewpoint that he was able to win the respect of the entire world. For a time, Aogu was filled with awe. While speaking, Zhou Yang and Xianxia hurriedly rushed out of the city lord's mansion and arrived in front of the old man, cupping their fists. Greetings, Senior. The two of you should be Zhou Liang and Xianxia, vice city lords of Floating Cloud City, right? The old man smiled slightly. Indeed, Senior's vision is like a torch. Zhou Liang and Xianxia's faces suddenly glowed, as if they had never thought that this master would actually recognize them. Good. The old man nodded heavily. Floating Cloud City is so prosperous under the jurisdiction of the three of you. It seems you have put in a lot of effort. It would be great if there were more people like you in this world, able to put aside the gaps and barriers between races. At that time, all living beings under the heavens would become one family. This old master doesn't know if he will be able to see such a scene in his lifetime. Junior will certainly work hard. Zhou Liang and Xianxia quickly expressed, I don't dare say anything about other places, but in Floating Cloud City, Senior will definitely see it. Then this old master will look forward to it. The old man smiled slightly. Senior, let's talk inside. Aogu quickly made an inviting gesture, seemingly not willing to let Zhou Liang and Xianxia talk to this master for long. The old man nodded slightly and strode in, the young man, Xiao, intimately supporting him. Zhou Yang and Xianxia glanced at each other before hurriedly keeping up, both wondering if they should take this opportunity to ask the senior to help them refine a few Saint pills. Inside the mansion, Aogu arranged a banquet to welcome the old man and Xiao. On the table, there was a variety of fine wines, delicacies, and spirit fruits. The old man only tasted a few spirit fruits before stopping, but Xiao wolfed them down, opening his stomach and gulping down the food. Seeing this, Zhou Yang and Xianxia lowered their status and toasted Xiao. After 3 rounds of wine, Ao Gu asked, "Is Senior also here for the 1,000-year demon flower?" "Yes." The old man nodded. "But you can rest assured that I will not break the existing rules, nor will I harm anyone's interests. The most important thing is to bring this young disciple out to see the world. We believe in Senior's character." Ao Gu nodded firmly. With the identity of this person in front of him, if he really needed the 1,000-year demon flower, he only needed to say a few words, and no one would compete with him. At that time, the 1,000-year demon flower on ascending Heaven Cliff would fall into his hands. "I have come to see you for no other reason than to ensure the safety of this disciple of mine. This old master doesn't want to waste time looking for a successor. Please rest assured, Senior, in Floating Cloud City, no one will hurt him. Junior can guarantee this with his life." Ao Gu nodded firmly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. In exchange, I can help each of you refine a Saint Pill." As soon as these words came out, Ao Gu and the others suddenly became excited, glancing at each other before scrambling to put forward their own conditions. Chapter 701. At dawn the next day, Xianxia, who was meditating, felt some movement coming from next door. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, he found that Songyin and Ramaru's flying arrow had quickly left, presumably to investigate the situation at Ascending Heaven Cliff. Feiyu was drunk last night and had yet to wake up, so she was lying on the bed in an indecent manner. Her dress was lifted up to her thighs, and her white skin was exposed, causing Xianxia to feel dizzy. Helplessly shaking his head, Xianxia got up, picked up the bedding, and covered her up to block the light. It wasn't until noon that Feiyu lazily got up, stretched, and walked to the window to stand quietly for a while. "Hey, little martial nephew, let's go out and have a look," Feiyu suddenly suggested. "But Sangyin, martial uncle told us to wait in the inn for them to come back." Xianxia frowned. "Don't worry, in Floating Cloud City, there is generally no danger. Even if there is an occasional fight, the City Lord's mansion's people will stop it." Feiyu leaned over and sat down beside Xianxia, her beautiful buttocks swaying as she exhaled. "Let's go out and have a look. It's rare for us to come here. So what are we doing here? Songyin and the others may not come back for a few days. Are we just going to wait here forever?" Saying so, she unscrupulously grabbed Xianxia's arm and pressed her full body against his. Xianxia's face went black. "All right, let's go out. Just don't take advantage of me." "Little bastard." Feiyu gritted her teeth. The two tidied up and quickly left the inn, walking along the bustling street. Even if Feiyu hadn't suggested it, Xianxia planned to come out for a stroll. Old Man Du had said that because the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom, many outstanding alchemists would gather here. Moreover, cultivators from all over the world would also gather here. With more people, there would be more resources. All kinds of rare herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that could not normally be seen would appear here. Xianxia needed to collect some herbs. Although Xianxia was now using Soaring Heaven Sect to provide him with herbs for alchemy, he still had some personal needs in this regard. Firstly, it was for his own cultivation, and, secondly, it was for the sake of the ancient demon clan in Demon God Citadel. Before leaving the Demon God Citadel, Li Rong had given him a list of materials needed to refine saint-level pills. After such a long time, Xianxia had already collected most of them, but there were still many that he hadn't collected yet. This was a rare opportunity. Inside Floating Cloud City, shops stood in great numbers, cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder, and the number of people coming and going was like a school of carps crossing a river. Feiyu intimately held Xianxia's arm and strolled with him on the street. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of many people. "Martial uncle, I don't think this is a good idea." Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable. As they walked, the occasional physical contact between them caused his mind to ripple. "What's not good about it? I'm responsible for protecting you. You little bastard, are you reacting to your martial uncle?" Feiyu looked at him and smiled lightly. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. "I'm a young man. This is normal. Don't think too much about it." Feiyu chuckled lightly, seemingly enjoying this scene very much. quietly whispering to Xianxia as they walked. Along the way, under her guidance, Xianxia was able to accurately distinguish between those from the demon race and those from the monster race. On Tongxian realm, the human, monster, and demon races are the three main races, with the human race being the most numerous, followed by the demon race with the monster race being the least numerous. The fundamental reason for this was that the monster race's beast transformation pond was rare. The beast transformation pond was the foundation of the monster race. When a monster beast strength reached a certain level, it could use the beast transformation pond to transform into a human form and gain sentience not inferior to that of a human. It could be said that every monster race member who possessed a human form was a master, which was very different from the other two races. However, this was not the entire situation. There were also some powerful monster race members who were born with the ability to transform into human form. There were also some monster race members with heaven-defying aptitude who could achieve such a level without the help of the beast transformation pond. These were the elites of the demon clan, the strongest of the strong. Xianxia suddenly felt like he had gained a lot of insight. After arriving at the shop opened by Floating Clouds City's Alchemist Guild, Xianxia strolled around a few times, a helpless expression filling his face. He didn't find the herbs he was looking for. "Little brother, you've looked around a few times, but haven't bought anything. Could it be that the things in my shop aren't to your liking?" The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously. Xianxia shook his head. "They're all good, but none of them are what I want." "Is little brother an alchemist?" Xianxia nodded gently and showed his alchemist token. The shopkeeper took it and examined it, his expression suddenly becoming much more amiable. "I don't know what kind of herbs little brother wants. If it's convenient, can you tell me? I can help you keep an eye out for them." Xianxia casually listed the names of a few herbs. The shopkeeper wore an awkward expression and nodded. "These herbs grow in very harsh environments and are very rare and precious. My shop really doesn't have them, so it won't be easy to obtain them. How about this? Little brother might as well go to the trading area and have a look. If you're lucky, you may be able to obtain some." "Trading area?" Xianxia's expression changed. For this grand event, the city lord and the two vice city lords have specially designated a territory for alchemists from all over the world to trade. There are many outstanding alchemists there who will exchange herbs they don't need for what they want. You could try your luck there. Where's the trading area located? The shopkeeper enthusiastically pointed out the direction to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded slightly and thanked him. He and Feiyu walked towards the designated territory. Half an hour later, Xianxia looked at the open space and the lively scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. "What did it remind you of?" Feiyu saw his strange smile and couldn't help but ask. "It reminded me of some of the past events in the sect," Xianxia casually replied. The lively scene in front of him reminded him of the time when he was still very weak. High Heaven Pavilion, Storm House, and Blood Battle Gang converged in the Black Wind trade area. This kind of trading method and scene made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he was reliving the illusion of the past. However, this trading area was not surrounded by a forest, and there were no elite disciples of the three sections. Sweeping his eyes around, Xianxia was surprised to find that many of the stall owners here were alchemists. They all wore their alchemist nameplates on their chests, indicating their status. There were also some who weren't alchemists. They should be cultivators who had obtained good herbs while adventuring outside and were now waiting for buyers to arrive. Some were buying things, some were selling things. The scene was very lively. There were even some who hung signs asking alchemists to help them refine pills. Everything here was basically related to herbs and pills. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Xianxia raised his head and strode forward, stopping in front of each stall and carefully inspecting it. He really had a good harvest. Herbs that couldn't be found in the outside world could basically be found here. Most of the vendors didn't put forward any special requirements and could basically be bought with crystal stones. Xianxia had a lot of crystal stones. Although he had left most of them to the ancient demon clan, what was left was still a considerable amount of wealth. After haggling with the sellers, He quickly obtained a few medicinal herbs. During this process, Feiyu played a big role. Yangkai never knew that this martial ant of his had such a sharp tongue. Mercilessly cutting down and showing off her beauty, she was often able to convince the vendors to sell at a low price. After half a day, Yangkai harvested several precious herbs, all of which were necessary for him to refine the Saint Pill. Yangkai was very satisfied. I helped you save a lot of crystal stones. How are you going to thank me? Feiyu still held onto Yangkai's arm and asked with a smile. I'll treat you to a drink. Feiyu's beautiful eyes lit up and she happily said, Little Martial nephew, you really know how to make Martial uncle happy. But you're not allowed to get drunk. Otherwise, when the Xianxia Martial uncle and the others come back, I'll complain. I know. Feiyu curled her lips. Just as they were talking, though, a burst of exclamations suddenly rang out not far away, as if something incredible had been discovered. At the same time, Yangkai clearly felt that there was a faint fragrance in the air. When this fragrance entered his nose, it was refreshing and refreshing. Yangkai and Feiyu's eyes lit up at the same time as they glanced at each other, knowing that a treasure had appeared. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, Yangkai found that it had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people. Exclamations of admiration could be heard coming from that direction, and through the gaps in the crowd, Yangkai could see a faint glow blooming. Let's go take a look, Feiyu said, pulling Yangkai along as she walked over. But even after squeezing for a long time, the two of them still couldn't squeeze in. Instead, from the crowd, someone shouted, Brother, how much is this thing? 10 Saint Elixir pills. A slightly aged voice sounded. The crowd sighed. Brother, isn't this too expensive? Saint pills can't be refined casually. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can refine Saint pills. You just asked for 10. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Yes. Can you exchange it with other herbs or crystal stones? What about artifacts? I have a few spirit-grade top-rank artifacts. You can choose from them. 10 Saint pills. I only want 10 Saint pills. If you don't have any Saint pills, please leave. Brother, please make an exception. Don't be so unreasonable. What's the point of being arrogant? How can this thing be worth 10 Saint pills? What a joke. I think this guy is crazy. Big brother, give this thing to me and I'll be yours. How about it? A delicate voice called out. You woman, you're too shameless. Don't you have any integrity? Suddenly, someone said contemptuously, with your looks, you dare to show off? You really don't know your place. It's none of your business. A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the scene became even more chaotic. Chapter 702. Scram! An angry shout resounded through the clouds. Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out of their ears. The endless clamor in front of the stall had clearly angered the seller. I don't want to repeat the same words twice. If you can't meet my requirements, please leave, the seller said in a low voice. Third order transcendent. From the crowd, a shout rang out. From the faint aura emanating from the seller's body, everyone realized that his strength wasn't bad. Immediately, some people who wanted to take advantage of him shook their heads and sighed before slowly retreating. At first glance, it was obvious that this seller was a fierce man, the kind who licked blood from his blade. Trying to take advantage of such a person was doomed to suffer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind, trying to haggle with the seller. The seller shook his head and insisted on the price of 10 Saint pills, refusing to budge. Gradually, the number of people in front of the stall dwindled, and eventually, it was completely deserted. Yangkai and Feiyu finally arrived in front of the stall, and after seeing the thing in front of them, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. In front of the seller was a palm-sized ice lotus that seemed to be carved from ice, but exuded a vigorous vitality. The lotus was in full bloom, its leaves fresh and tender, and a faint fragrance slowly wafting out from it. Whether it was Yangkai or Feiyu, both of them felt refreshed, their thoughts becoming sharper than usual. A rare treasure. Yangkai immediately concluded. Ice Heart, Snow Lotus? Fei Yu exclaimed as she slowly squatted down. Her beautiful eyes swept over the ice lotus, and she couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. This is at least 10,000 years old, right? As soon as the statement came out, Yang Kai's expression changed. 10,000 years. No matter what kind of herb it was, even if it was the lowest grade one, if it could grow to 10,000 years old, it was still a priceless treasure. Not to mention this ice lotus was obviously not ordinary. The seller's calm expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Fei Yu and nodded slightly. Finally, there's someone who knows what's good for her. Fei Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I'm knowledgeable. There were quite a few people who knew what was good for them, but they refused to tell the truth. If they wanted this item, they would naturally not deliberately exaggerate its value. They all wanted to take advantage of the seller's poor judgment. Can you really only exchange it for 10 Saint Elixir pills? Fei Yu asked softly. The seller gently nodded. Fei Yu shook her head and sighed. She really couldn't take out 10 Saint-grade pills. Not everyone could refine Saint-grade pills, not even Saint-grade alchemists. There was also a high chance of failure during the refining process. Therefore, every single Saint-grade medicinal pill was extremely expensive. 10 of them could even steal a city. An ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to see 10 Saint Elixir pills in one's lifetime. Uncle Master, can this thing nourish the soul? Yang Kai was quite proficient in identifying rare treasures, but after all, he hadn't been in contact with them for a long time, so there were some things he didn't recognize. On the other hand, Fei Yu was different. Although she was not an alchemist, she had lived for so many years after all. Her eyesight and knowledge were much broader than Yang Kai's. It wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the ice-core snow lotus and its age at a glance. In a rare treasure that nourishes the soul, Fei Yu nodded slightly. There's no need to refine it into a pill. You can directly consume it to display its full effect. Using this ice-core snow lotus, no matter who it is, their spiritual energy will soar. Strange, this thing is not easy to obtain. So why don't you take it yourself? Instead, you want to exchange it for 10 Saint Elixir pills? I naturally have my own reasons. The seller didn't want to explain further. Do you have enough Saint Elixir pills? If you do, we can make a deal now. If not, don't waste my time. Fei Yu curled her lips, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable with this seller. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, Can you give me a few days to prepare? How long do you need? The big man glanced over at Yang Kai. 3 days. I can give you time, but I can't guarantee that I won't sell it before then, the seller quickly said. Yang Kai frowned. But I only have 1 Saint Elixir pill right now. That's your business. Seeing this man being so unreasonable, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He really wanted a rare treasure that could nourish the soul, but it would require 10 Saint Elixir pills. With his current level of alchemy, it would take some time to prepare. At the very least, he would need to collect some herbs that were not lower than spirit grade top rank, preferably saint grade. Coupled with a spirit array and myriad drug milk, Yang Kai was confident he could refine 10 Saint Elixir pills in 3 days. Of course, the price he would have to pay would be huge, perhaps even wasting countless materials. Just as he was considering whether or not to do so, a person suddenly squatted down beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and found that it was a handsome young man about the same age as himself. The newcomer also glanced over at Yang Kai, and when their eyes met, both sides saw a trace of surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. Both of them felt that the other party's strength was not low. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as she stared at the young man. The man smiled gently, his smile somewhat devilish, as if all of a sudden, the world had become bright and sunny. This ice-core snow lotus is quite good. The young man withdrew his gaze and began to focus on the rare treasure in front of him. 10 Saint Elixir pills. The seller still indifferently quoted. Good. I'll take it. The young man nodded lightly. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both looked stunned. The seller also seemed to be in disbelief, frowning as he said, Give me 10 Saint Elixir pills first, and this thing is yours. He obviously did not believe that such a young man could take out 10 Saint Elixir pills at once. The young man smiled slightly and threw out a universe bag. Take a look for yourself. There are exactly 10 sane elixir pills. If you want more, I can't help you. The seller released his divine sense to investigate, and then his face suddenly lit up with joy before he stood up and left with large strides. In next to no time, his figure had vanished without a trace. He had left in an extremely straightforward manner and didn't even say a single word. Xianxia and Fei Yu were both dumbfounded. The young man smiled slightly, stretched out his slender hand, and carefully picked up the ice-core snow lotus, putting it into another universe bag, and nodded to Xianxia in a friendly manner. Friend, I'm sorry, but I didn't steal your treasure. Everyone wants good things. Understood. Xianxia nodded lightly, not intending to argue with this young man. He did not have enough bargaining chips, and someone else had beaten him to it. There was nothing to say. Goodbye. After the young man said this, he quickly rushed into the crowd. That guy, where did he come from? Fei Yu was stunned for a long time before she couldn't help taking a deep breath. 10 sane elixir pills, he didn't even bat an eyelid. He should be someone with a strong background. Xianxia stared in the direction the young man disappeared, and he's a very powerful alchemist. How do you know? Fei Yu was surprised. His fingertips emitted a pill fragrance, the fragrance of spirit-grade pills, which should have been acquired through years of alchemy. Fei Yu couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Isn't that the same as you? Being able to refine spirit-grade pills at such a young age was not something an ordinary person could do. Although Mina was also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, she was much older than Xianxia. But the young man just now was different. He looked about the same as Xianxia. No, Xianxia shook his head, his expression dignified. Maybe he's even better than me. Fei Yu was shocked again and again, unable to speak. Originally, she thought that a monster like Xianxia would only appear once in 100 years. But now, in this floating cloud city, she actually encountered another one. But he's a gigolo, I'm not. Kaiyang suddenly grinned, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Fei Yu shook her head in amazement. He's just a bit more handsome. If he let his hair down, I'm sure he'd definitely be a beauty. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed a few times. It was a pity that a man looked like this. Let's go, let's keep looking around. If there's nothing good, we'll go back. Xianxia beckoned, and Fei Yu hurriedly followed, discontentedly saying, You said you'd treat me to a drink. Did you lie to me? Let's buy some wine and go back to the inn to drink. Seemingly having used up all their good luck, the two wandered around the trading district for 2 hours, but still didn't find anything good. Just as they were about to return home, however, they saw a man setting up a new stall and taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little expectant. This person seemed to be an alchemist, as he wore an alchemist's nameplate on his chest, but Xianxia didn't know what his rank was. The herbs he took out were relatively precious and could be considered rare treasures. Let's keep looking, Xianxia said to Fei Yu before standing in front of the stall and waiting quietly. The surrounding people also seemed to have discovered the difference in this place. Soon, many people gathered around. The herbs that this alchemist had put out were quickly snatched up, and the business was booming. When the onlookers saw that his universe bag was empty, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Wait a moment, I have a companion coming soon. He has a lot of good stuff, the seller said. Hearing this, the crowd who were about to leave couldn't help looking forward to it. Friend, where did you and your companion get these treasures? They all seem to be quite old, someone asked curiously. Haha, there's no harm in telling you. We accidentally found a mysterious small world. There was nothing there, only some herbs growing there. These things were all taken from there. Your luck is really good, the person who asked said with a look of envy. Small sealed worlds could be big or small. The small sealed world where the ancient demon clan lived was relatively large, but there were also some small spaces whose entrances were extremely well hidden. They could be regarded as a kind of sealed world. In this kind of small sealed world, there may be treasures left behind by ancient people or natural treasures, but it was also possible that there was nothing there. Everything depended on the luck of the person who found this small sealed world. Chapter 703. Although countless cultivators from Tongxian realm have been searching for hidden mysterious small worlds for countless years, there are still many places that had yet to be discovered. These mysterious small worlds were all virgin lands that had yet to be explored, so they were very likely to contain shocking wealth. The alchemist and his companion in front of him were obviously extremely lucky to have found such a space. This caused the crowd to feel envious. Not long after, another middle-aged man came over and under the alchemist's call, began taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Every time he took out an item, it would cause a scramble among the crowd. Those who came to this trading district to look for herbs generally had a relatively professional vision, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. The scene was lively as the alchemist and his companion, one selling herbs while the other collected crystal stones, were both very busy. The two of them looked like honest people. They didn't take the opportunity to raise the price. Instead, they slightly increased the market price. This kind of increase made the buyers accept it willingly. Xianxia, on the other hand, was paying close attention and didn't rush to make a move. Because although these herbs were all good, none of them were what he needed. Suddenly, the alchemist's companion took out a fiery red, round object that resembled a burning fireball. As soon as this object appeared, the surrounding air became scorching hot. Everyone could feel the unique and powerful medicinal efficacy coming from it. There were even some densely packed, web-like meridians growing out of the object, similar to the human body's meridians. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He quickly made a move. At the same time, many people who were knowledgeable also stretched out their hands, and in an instant, more than a dozen big hands reached out to grab the fiery red herb. Feiyu remained silent for a moment before gently stomping her foot, sending out an invisible shockwave with her, as the center, spreading out in all directions. The hidden eruption of a third-order transcendent master caused those who were competing with Xianxia to lose their footing and retreat. Amidst this chaos, Xianxia and Feiyu exchanged a glance. Both of them revealed a knowing smile. The next moment, Xianxia's big hand grabbed the fiery red round medicinal herb, but what he didn't expect was that another hand also grabbed the other side. Among the people present, only Xianxia and he were not affected by Feiyu's aura. Looking up at the owner of the hand, Xianxia was surprised, and Feiyu was also surprised. This person was actually the young man who had just bought the Icy Core Snow Lotus with 10 Saint Pills. The other party also looked at Xianxia. He grinned. After everyone had regained their footing, they glanced at Feiyu with fear and annoyance. But when he saw that the other party was such a beautiful woman, the anger in his heart couldn't help but subside. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Someone saw the dispute between Xianxia and the young man and couldn't help but laugh strangely. Everyone wore strange expressions as they waited, all of them wondering who would have the last laugh and who would obtain this precious medicinal herb. Friend, what a coincidence, the young man smiled at Xianxia, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. That's right. Kaiyang also smiled. Raising his brow, he asked, You also want this thing? Like I said, everyone wants good things. With so many good things, there's no need to compete with me for the same thing, right? Xianxia said in an easygoing tone, trying to persuade the young man to give up. The other party slowly shook his head. Although those things are good, they're not what I want. I only want this earth fire core. And the same as me. Then what should we do? The young man frowned. Never having expected to encounter such a situation, the young man turned to the seller and asked, Shopkeeper, do you have another earth fire core? The seller slowly shook his head. There's only this one, and it took the two of us a great deal of effort to find it. We had to search for it 1,000 meters underground. Earth fire cores only had a very small chance of forming in places where underground flames existed. They were known as the gallbladder of earth fire, a collection of all the essence of underground flames, and had infinite uses. If Xianxia wanted to refine the Saint Pill to save the ancient demon clan, he needed this earth fire core. Xianxia didn't know what this young man wanted to do with this earth fire core, but it was clear he wasn't willing to let it go so easily. Hey friend, please be gentle. If you use any more strength, this earth fire core will be destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he noticed Yang Kai's resolute attitude, feeling a bit troubled. Same here. Yang Kai smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Didn't you just buy the Ice Heart Snow Lotus? You've already made some gains today. Why bother competing with me for this earth fire core?" "That's a different matter." The other party shook his head. "How about this? If this friend can take a step back, I can compensate you for your loss. How about the price of this earth fire core?" Yang Kai firmly shook his head and faintly said, "If you can back down, I can also compensate you." "Huh!" The young man let out a hollow laugh, his face filled with helplessness. "You too. Arguing like this is making it difficult for me to do business. Can't you hurry up and decide who wants to buy?" The seller also felt a bit embarrassed and urged. "Wait a moment. I'll try to convince this friend again," the young man said bluntly. But before he could open his mouth, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, his eyes flashing arrogantly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the earth fire core, shouting, "You don't need to argue. This earth fire core is mine." Yang Kai and the young man's expressions changed at the same time. In order to compete for this earth fire core, both of them had used a lot of strength and had already reached the limit of what the earth fire core could withstand. If this person who had suddenly appeared had really increased his strength, the earth fire core would have immediately been destroyed. Not waiting for this person's hand to reach out, Yang Kai and the young man both attacked at the same time, sending out two palms, knocking the other party back. The newcomer was also a young man, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious he had a superior status. Obviously, he had some background. After being knocked back, the young man's face filled with anger as he grinned. "You dare attack me? You've got guts. No one in Floating Cloud City has dared to attack me. Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are if you dare reach out with that hand again. Do you believe I won't cut it off?" The young man who was competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core said with a violent expression. When competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core, he could still maintain a calm demeanor and rely on his own means. But this person who suddenly appeared made him somewhat unhappy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak, but his aura gradually became dangerous. The onlookers suddenly cried out in alarm. "Two little brothers." The seller quietly glanced at the newcomer and couldn't help his expression changing slightly as he whispered, "This is young Master Niet Song. You can't afford to offend him." "Does he have a great background?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. He found that many of the onlookers showed a look of dread when they saw this Niet Song, those who approached him all distancing themselves from him. The other party's strength wasn't high, only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th or 7th-stage cultivator. So obviously, they were afraid of the power behind this Nyekong. The seller stared blankly for a moment before quietly glancing over at Nyekong, seeing the other party's arrogant expression and not having any intention of stopping him. He immediately understood that this Niet Song obviously wanted him to report his identity to these two brats who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they would take the initiative to back down. Calming down, the seller quietly explained, "Two little brothers should have just arrived in Floating Cloud City not long ago, so it's no wonder you don't know. This city has a city lord and two vice city lords, both of whom are Saint Realm Masters. One of the vice city lords is called Zhou Liang, a master from the human race. He has a woman named Nye Chu Feng, who is a first-order transcendent. This young master Nye Song is Nye Chu Feng's nephew. Two little brothers, vice city lord Zhou Liang, is very fond of Nye Chu Feng. So that's how it is." Yang Kai and his competitor nodded at the same time. This young master Nye Rong had a Saint Realm Master behind him and was also one of the overlords of Floating Cloud City. No wonder he acted so arrogantly, causing many people to fear him. Niet Song sneered. "Do you know who this young master is now? If you do, put down the Earth Fire Core. If you do now, I can let you leave safely." Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't it said that fighting is not allowed in Floating Cloud City? The seller's expression became bitter as he stammered. "Little brother must be joking. Where does this place not allow fighting? This rule is suitable for most people, but there are a small number of people who do not abide by this rule." As he spoke, he glanced over at Nie Rong, intentionally or unintentionally. This Nie Tsong obviously didn't need to abide by this rule. Do you understand the seriousness of the situation? The young man suddenly turned a serious look towards Yang Kai. If you do, quickly let go. Otherwise, if this young master Nie Tsong becomes angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. Why don't you let go? Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. The young man sneered. I can't talk to you. Do you not know how to write the word death? Do you want to know if I'll die first, or if you'll die first? Yang Kai refused to budge. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she paid close attention to the changes in the situation. Yuan Shi was secretly preparing to take action at any time. While the two were arguing, Nie Tsong's expression became ugly. He found that these two were not afraid of him at all. Even after learning his identity and background, they were still arguing about the ownership of the Earth Fire Core. This made him very unhappy. Taking a step forward, Nie Tsong coldly said, I don't care where you come from or what your background is, but in this floating cloud city, I have the final say. Saying so, he once again stretched out his hand to grab the Earth Fire Core. The Yuan Qi in his hand flickered, obviously intending to destroy the Earth Fire Core if he couldn't obtain it. Yang Kai's expression became angry, and he suddenly threw a punch toward the other party's outstretched hand. At the same time, the young man's slender hand also moved slightly. Nie Tsong's body suddenly froze in place, his expression particularly interesting. In the next moment, a bloody light blossomed as Nie Tsong's outstretched hand was severed from the wrist, and before it fell to the ground, it exploded into a bloody mist mid-air. Chapter 704. Today, a pitiful scream rang out as Nie Tsong staggered back, blood bursting from his wound like a fountain. The onlookers also exclaimed, none of them having expected such a scene to occur. Yang Kai's punch, although filled with murderous intent, was only a warning, not a killing blow. Nie Tsong's wrist being cut off was directly caused by the young man's attack. Without Yuan Shi's protection, Yang Kai's strength caused his severed wrist to explode. The seller was even more dumbfounded, his jaw dropping as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. You dare hurt me? You deserve to die. Nie Tsong suddenly recovered, his hand clutching his severed wrist as he roared hysterically at Yang Kai and the young man. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at him coldly. The young man, on the other hand, coldly said, I already said, if you dare reach out your hand again, I'll cut it off. Nie Tsong's expression froze as he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. If you dare take one more step forward, I'll kill you. The young man coldly spat out. Nie Tsong's expression changed dramatically as he endured the sharp pain and roared. Just you wait. Leaving behind these words, Nie Tsong flew up into the air, blood spraying everywhere he went. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, suppressing his desire to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, instead glancing over at his competitor. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai and the young man. Their expressions varied, some gloating, some sympathetic, some thoughtful, some wondering if these two had some kind of powerful backer and weren't afraid of Saint Realm Masters. Two little brothers, you... The seller was speechless. He hadn't expected that just selling some herbs would cause such a big disturbance. Sorry, I was a bit agitated. The young man smiled awkwardly before glancing over at Yang Kai. Causing such a big mess. Aren't you afraid? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Interesting. I find that I'm starting to like you. Yang Kai's face darkened. I'm not interested in men. The young man quickly realized the ambiguity in his words and quickly waved his hand. You misunderstood. I just feel that you are to my liking. How about we become friends? All right, give me the Earth Fire Core first. The other party couldn't help but grit his teeth. After pondering for a while, he said, if we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid none of us will give in. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Strictly speaking, He had also noticed that his personality was somewhat similar to the other parties. When people with similar personalities encountered a dispute, it was often difficult for them to reach a consensus because everyone would act in the same direction. However, there were also times when there was a tacit understanding between them. For example, just now, when they both attacked together to deal with Xianxia, or just now, when they wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Not only did Xianxia have this idea, but so did the other party. This friend is an alchemist, right? That person asked with a smile. You too. Since we're both alchemists, and we're also in a dispute over herbs, why don't we compare notes? The man narrowed his eyes and softly suggested. Sure. Xianxia nodded slightly, his face filled with confidence. Good. The other party nodded heavily and laughed. But let's agree first. Whoever wins will get the earth fire core. Before that, this thing will be kept by this beautiful girl. Saying so, he glanced at Feiyu. Feiyu giggled and covered her mouth as she said, Young man, you really know how to talk. That's the truth. Feiyu smiled even more happily. After inquiring about the price of the earth fire core from a seller, Xianxia and the other party each spent half of the crystal stones and bought the earth fire core from the seller. Feiyu solemnly received it and said, Little martial nephew, although martial uncle really wants to help you, since this is a competition between you and the other party, martial uncle will give this thing to whoever wins in the end. If you lose at that time, don't blame martial uncle. As a man, he must keep his word. And Xianxia nodded. Let's find a quiet place first. There seem to be a lot of people here. The other party also agreed. The seller wore a speechless expression and said, Two little brothers, you should leave Floating Clouds City quickly. Young Master Xianxia has been injured. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to. If he goes back now, he will definitely bring back reinforcements. It's fine. The young man shook his head lightly and said to Xianxia, Let's go to your place. It's not convenient where I live. Xianxia's expression remained indifferent as he and Feiyu led the way. After the three left, the seller shook his head and muttered, Those two lunatics. What are you worried about? Since they are so fearless, they must have something to rely on. I'm afraid this time Xianxia is going to suffer. Heh, I really want to see what's going on. The seller's companion sneered. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Xianxia and was looking forward to these two youngsters teaching him a good lesson. These words attracted many people's agreement, and some of the bored people followed the direction of the three, waiting for the show to begin. Inside the inn, Xianxia and Feiyu's room. After entering, the young man looked around and nodded slightly before extending his hand to Xianxia and introducing himself. Xiao, how should I address this friend? Xianxia. Xianxia didn't hide his name and glanced at Feiyu. This is my martial Aunt Feiyu. You're here for the 1,000-year demon flower, right? And you too? Yes, but our purpose is different from yours, so you don't have to worry about me snatching the 1,000-year demon flower from you. Perhaps we can even cooperate when the time comes. Cooperate? Xianxia frowned. Or do we cooperate? Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Maybe you won't be able to reach Ascending Heaven Cliff. Xiao smiled faintly. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. How do you want to compete? Xianxia sat down cross-legged and took out his own incense burner. This incense burner was obtained from the 3rd page of the Black Book. Xianxia usually used it as a furnace for alchemy. As soon as he saw this incense burner, Xiao couldn't help but light up. This friend is really a master. Such a small pill furnace is rare. An alchemist, when refining pills, needed to inscribe various spirit arrays into their pill furnaces to assist in the process. The larger the pill furnace, the easier it would be to inscribe spirit arrays, and vice versa. Therefore, a skilled alchemist didn't need a pill furnace that was too big. To some extent, the smaller the pill furnace used by an alchemist, the higher the level of the alchemist's skills. As he spoke, Xiao also took out his own pill furnace. His pill furnace was very exquisite, carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the workmanship was excellent. Obviously, it came from the hands of an artifact refining grandmaster. Moreover, the size of this pill furnace was almost the same as Xianxia's. Compared to Yang Kai's pill furnace, Yang Kai's pill furnace was a bit simple and unadorned, but anyone could see that Yang Kai's incense burner was of a higher grade than the others. Zhai Yao stared at Yang Kai's incense burner with a look of envy. His pill furnace was given to him by his master and was one of the world's most famous pill furnaces. It was the one his master used to perform alchemy when he was young, and Yang Kai had thought that there would be no pill furnace better than his in this world, but now he had discovered one. A single pill will determine victory or defeat. No matter what pill is refined, we'll only look at the grade and quality of the pill and the time it takes to refine it. Zhai Yao calmed himself down and stated the rules. Good, Yang Kai readily agreed. Then let's begin. Zhai Yao tilted his head, and in the next moment, his expression became serious as he quickly took out a number of herbs. At the same time, Yang Kai's hands also began to move, taking out a variety of rare herbs from the black book space. Whether it was the quantity or age, everything was just right. An invisible force lingered in the room as the two young men both wore meticulous expressions, circulating their yuan qi, wrapping it around their pill furnaces and beginning to inscribe spirit arrays inside. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes stared at their movements, unable to help covering her mouth as a look of admiration appeared on her face. She found that the movements of the two young men in front of her were surprisingly consistent, and the speed at which they were inscribing spirit arrays was even. In this world, there is actually someone who could compete with her little martial nephew in alchemy? Who exactly was this Zhai Yao? Fei Yu was stunned as she watched with rapt attention, holding her breath as she held her breath. In less than 10 breaths, the spirit arrays had been perfectly inscribed inside the pill furnaces. The two young men then took out their own herbs at the same time, swallowing their yuan qi. Yang Kai's yuan qi was the purest form of yuan qi, while the other's yuan qi was the same as Xianxia's, a burning flame, both of which were very suitable for alchemy. The herbs tumbled inside the yuan qi, and the medicinal liquids were quickly condensed, the impurities being removed at a rate visible to the naked eye and evaporated. The medicinal liquids danced around the yuan qi like raindrops, and every time they floated, the medicinal liquids became purer and more condensed. The two young men's hands trembled slightly, and the condensed medicinal liquids accurately fell into each other's pill furnaces. The second herb was taken out, and the same process was repeated. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she paid close attention to this. She found that the two young men in front of her were completely immersed in alchemy, no longer responding to anything around them. The degree of seriousness they displayed was impeccable. When men were serious, they had a different kind of elegance. Fei Yu looked at this one, looked at that one, and her heart moved. She immediately understood that these two young men would have great achievements in the future, a height that no one else could reach. Time slowly passed, and the room gradually filled with the alluring scent of pills. The two young men's yuan qi wrapped around their respective pill furnaces, and they were in the final stages of alchemy. Suddenly, Zhai Yao's face lit up with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He reached out and slapped his pill furnace, and a round golden dan flew out and was caught in his hand. After checking the quality and grade of the dan, Zhai Yao nodded with satisfaction. Although it was rushed and he was nervous, he perfectly displayed his alchemy skills. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have reached the final stage. Fei Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. Yang Kai was already behind in terms of time, and if he couldn't surpass Zhai Yao in terms of quality, then Yang Kai would lose without a doubt. The competition between these two young alchemists was like a stormy sea, and Fei Yu almost couldn't breathe. Chapter 705. Shortly after Zhai Yao finished refining his pill, Yang Kai gently patted the alchemy furnace in front of him, causing a brown pill to fly out and fall into his hand. Amazing, Zhai Yao praised sincerely. From the fragrance coming from his opponent's alchemy furnace, he could conclude that his opponent had refined a spirit-grade pill without a doubt. As for what grade it was, he would have to carefully evaluate it. The most commendable thing was that his opponent's refining speed was actually not inferior to his own. His own alchemy speed had already met his teacher's strict requirements. Ever since he could remember, he had always been by his teacher's side, learning the way of alchemy in the mountains, listening to his teacher's teachings, and guiding him step by step for nearly 20 years before he could achieve what he had today. Just who was this guy's teacher? He was actually able to teach such a disciple. Xiao was really interested in Yang Kai, his eyes burning as he stared at him, unwilling to admit defeat. In terms of time, you win, you're a bit better. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing too much emotion because of this little loss. Let's compare the quality of our pills again. Xiao smiled and opened his hand, presenting the pill he had just refined in front of Yang Kai's eyes, confidently saying, "Spirit grade high-rank pill. Mine is also a spirit grade high-rank pill." Yang Kai also opened his hand. Fei Yu's expression darkened when she heard this. Everyone had refined the same grade of pill, but this Xiao had used a little less time, so the result of this competition had already been decided. "Ha, I won." Xiao laughed. "Not necessarily." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Are you trying to cheat me?" Xiao's expression suddenly became gloomy as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly showing signs of wanting to attack. "See for yourself." Yang Kai casually tossed the spirit grade pill he had just refined. Xiao caught it and looked at it suspiciously. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened and his face filled with shock. He cried out in alarm, "Pill veins!" This pill was refined by Yang Kai. The round body of the pill was densely covered with countless tiny lines. These energy lines were like the meridians of a human body, flowing with extremely strong medicinal efficacies. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of the medicinal efficacies flowing through these lines. The medicinal effect of this pill had undoubtedly been refined to the extreme by Yang Kai. How is this possible? Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. He calmed his breathing and focused his voice for a long time. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and simply waited quietly. Fei Yu's face also showed a look of excitement. Her previous apprehension completely swept away, replaced by a wide grin. After a while, Xiao took a deep breath. His straight body seemed to collapse at this moment as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "You really are amazing." Regardless of whether this pill was able to produce pill veins because of Yang Kai's luck or not, his alchemy techniques and skills were beyond doubt. If one didn't refine the medicinal effect of a pill to the extreme, even if one's luck was good, it would be impossible for something like pill veins to appear. However, once the pill formed pill veins, the value of the pill would multiply several times. Therefore, when skilled alchemists refined pills, they would pursue the birth of pill veins. Because of this, there is no doubt that the value of the materials they collected would multiply several times. But even if he was Xiao's master, he also couldn't casually make the pill appear pill veins. Only when he was in his most perfect state would he be able to do this. Pills with pill veins had always been sought after by cultivator. Often at the most critical moment, they could save the life of a cultivator, allowing their safety to be strongly guaranteed. "I've lost." Xiao took a deep breath, calming the unwillingness in his heart, and in an instant his face became bright again, calmly admitting defeat without the slightest resentment. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't say anything. Fei Yu, on the other hand, said, "Since little brother has admitted defeat, this earth-fire core will belong to my martial nephew." "Good. Since he agreed to bet, he must accept his loss. This thing is his." Xiao nodded. Fei Yu handed the earth-fire core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and stuffed it into his black book space. "Friend, may I take the liberty to ask who your teacher is?" Diao asked with the corners of his mouth twitching. "I can't say." Yang Kai shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't say, it was just that he couldn't say it clearly. "I understand." Unexpectedly, Xiao didn't continue to ask and instead nodded casually. These masters are unwilling to reveal their identity. Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and suddenly realized that this Di Yao must have been taught by a powerful master. It was very likely that the master behind him was a famous alchemy grandmaster in the continent. I have a presumptuous request. Can this friend agree? Xiao looked at Yang Kai sincerely. What is it? Can you give his pill to me? You can take it. Yang Kai smiled lightly. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was quite expensive, but compared to the Earth Fire Core, it was still slightly inferior. Moreover, this Xiao also had a good temper with Yang Kai, so at this time, there was no need to care about these gains and losses. Thank you. Xiao was overjoyed and quickly put away the pill. Martial uncle, can you pour us a cup of tea? I want to have a good talk with Brother Zhai. Yang Kai looked at Fei Yu and said, it was rare to meet such a person in one's life, so Yang Kai also wanted to make friends with him. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had very few friends who could talk to him, but he did have a group of female friends. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to drink tea. Fei Yu didn't move, but her pretty face was gloomy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and quickly realized that trouble was coming. Outside the inn where they were, a group of people was quickly approaching them. They hadn't arrived yet, but their murderous intent was already there. Did you really call for reinforcements? Xiao shook his head helplessly. Little guy, I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're the one who caused this trouble, don't expect others to help you. Floating Clouds City's Vice City Lord is not someone I can afford to offend. Fei Yu said with a smile. Don't worry, I don't intend to involve you in this. Xiao said as he walked over to the window and glanced outside. After seeing the situation outside, he whistled frivolously. There really are a lot of people. Turning his head, he smiled at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, let's talk some other time. And you must go to Ascending Heaven Cliff. Refining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower will be of great benefit to you. I'm looking forward to working with you. Yang Kai's expression changed, but just as he was about to inquire about this matter, the other party had already jumped out of the window. This little guy, Fei Yu lazily leaned against the window, watching the tense situation below, shaking her head. He seems to know some secrets that others don't. Yang Kai frowned. Xiao's words before he left had made him very concerned. The main reason he had come to Floating Clouds City this time was to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower was of great help to a transcendent breaking through to the saint realm. But listening to Xiao's words, refining this medicinal liquid would also be of benefit to him. Just refining this medicinal liquid, what kind of benefit would it bring him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Standing by the window and looking out, Yang Kai saw that the streets below the inn and the surrounding houses were already overcrowded. Most of the people here had come from the trading district and knew that there would soon be a good show here, so they had all occupied a good location and were ready to watch the fun. There were also some who had gathered here after hearing the news. As for the remaining people, they were all cultivators brought here by a beautiful middle-aged woman. This beautiful middle-aged woman exuded a fierce aura, and her beautiful face was somewhat twisted. She gritted her teeth and glared angrily at Di Yao, who had suddenly appeared. Next to this beautiful woman, Niet Song, whose hand had been cut off, was stroking his severed arm and glaring at Zhai Yao with hatred and resentment, clearly wishing he could kill him. Oh, this guy is quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to show himself. Seeing Zhai Yao appear, a voice immediately sounded from the crowd. I said, this little brother has a strong background. He's not afraid of that slut Niechu Feng. What kind of background could he have? A strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is Floating Clouds City. I think this little brat is about to run out of luck. This little brat, of all the people he could provoke, actually chose to provoke Niekong. Who in Floating Clouds City doesn't know that Nietsong is that slut's biological son? Only outsiders really think they have a relationship of aunt and nephew. After cutting off his hand, do you think Niechu Feng will give up? Whispers constantly sounded from the crowd. Everyone seemed to be well aware of the relationship between Niet Song and Niechu Feng. When these whispers reached the middle-aged woman's ears, her murderous intent soared and her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd coldly. Everyone quickly shut up, lest they bring trouble to themselves. Was it you who cut off my Tsong Er's hand? Nie Chu Feng stared at Zhai Yao and asked coldly. Zhai Yao nodded. Why did you do that? Nie Chu Feng grit her teeth and asked. I warned him, but he didn't listen. So what could I do? Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders and grinned meaningfully. Whoever dares destroy my herbs, I'll take their life. Your courage isn't small. Nie Chu Feng sneered. How can a trivial herb be compared to my Tsong Er's hand? Zhai Yao's expression became cold. What does your Tsong Er count for? How can he compare with the herbs I want? Annie, don't talk nonsense with him. Let me kill him. Nie Tsong roared ferociously. Nie Chu Feng stared deeply at Zhai Yao and asked coldly, what about the other two? Call them out. I'll send you on your way. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. This has nothing to do with them. Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. Good. Nie Chu Feng took a deep breath, her full breasts rising and falling as her beautiful eyes flashed coldly. How do you want to die? Tell me, and I'll fulfill your wish. I don't want to die yet. Zhai Yao smiled, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. I'm afraid that's not up to you. Nie Chu Feng slowly raised her jade, white hand, and a green yuan qi gradually condensed on her palm. In an instant, a putrid smell filled the air. Chapter 706. Nie Chu Feng was a first-order transcendent, and although such a cultivation wasn't considered very strong in Tongxian realm, she was still a first-order transcendent. Zhai Yao was the same as Yang Kai, a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The gap in strength between the two was quite large, so as soon as Nie Chu Feng began circulating her yuan qi, Zhai Yao's expression became dignified. Not waiting for this woman to take action, Zhai Yao suddenly raised his hand and sent something flying towards Nie Chu Feng. Nie Chu Feng's eyes flashed, and her hand quickly caught this object, her beautiful eyes examining it for a moment before her expression changed dramatically. Golden Dragon Token? Nie Tsong also exclaimed. No wonder he was so rampant. It turns out this little brat has Floating Clouds City's Golden Dragon Token. Fei Yu suddenly woke up, her beautiful eyes staring at the token in Nie Chu Feng's hand, her red lips twitching slightly. His background really isn't small, Yang Kai chuckled. With Floating Clouds City's Golden Dragon Token, one was equivalent to being an honored guest of Floating Cloud City. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the relationship between Zhai Yao and Floating Cloud City's lord was, he had also heard about the tyrannical methods of the Saint Realm Master from the demon race, Ao Gu. After recognizing the Golden Dragon Token, Nie Chu Feng's murderous intent and momentum instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, her beautiful eyes staring towards Zhai Yao in shock as she asked, where did you get this Golden Dragon Token? She didn't seem to believe that such a young man had a relationship with Ao Gu from the demon race. Zhai Yao shrugged his shoulders. Senior Ao Gu gave it to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. I'll ask. Nie Chu Feng's expression became gloomy as she waved to a nearby cultivator and ordered, go and invite Vice City Lord Zhou Liang over. Yes. The cultivator responded and left like lightning. The scene suddenly became deadlocked. The onlookers were also whispering to each other, feeling inexplicably surprised. Nie Chu Feng swept her eyes over Zhai Yao, a complicated look flashing across her beautiful eyes. The other party taking out the Golden Dragon Token really made her hesitate. Aunt, you must kill him. Nie Tsong roared in a low voice. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. But he has the Golden Dragon Token. Chu Feng slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed. So what? Tsong grit his teeth. Don't tell me that if he has the Golden Dragon Token, the grudge of my severed arm will be forgotten? I want him to die dead. Nie Chu Feng's Yang Kai's heart filled with anger. Chu Feng's heart filled Chu Feng's. Ever since they young, Nie Tsong had grown up under her care and had never suffered any grievances. In Floating Cloud City, anyone who mentioned young Master Nie Tsong's name would have to treat them with respect. He had never encountered anything that did not go his way. But today, one of his hands was chopped off by someone. Do you really want him to die? Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually flashed with a dangerous light. He must die. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. Good. Then Auntie will satisfy you. Nie Chu Feng's expression became cold as she immediately made up her mind. If she wanted to kill such a person, she needed to do so before Zhou Liang arrived. Otherwise, by the time he arrived, it would be too late. As for who this young man was, or what his relationship with Ao Gu was, there was no need to consider. As long as Zhou Liang could put in a few good words with Ao Gu, this matter could be settled. After all, this young man was just a guest of Ao Gu's. Ao Gu didn't want to lose face with Zhou Liang for such a person, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai decided. Nie Chu Feng no longer hesitated, her green yuan qi once again gushing out from her tender body. Before anyone could react, it suddenly transformed into a viper mid-air and rushed toward Jia Yao. Di Yao's complexion changed as a scorching hot true essence gushed out from his body, and a raging inferno surrounded him in layers of flames. The viper opened its fangs, broke through the blockade of flames, and bit toward Jia Yao. From the viper's mouth, a foul stench burst forth, corroding Jia Yao's yuan qi flames. In an instant, Jia Yao's yuan qi defenses were broken through, and the viper closed in on him. Jia Yao's pupils shrank as his figure flashed, dodging this fatal blow. Before he could stabilize his footing, dark green vipers suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked him from all directions, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Jia Yao's panicked expression suddenly calmed down, and like a ghost, he pushed his movement skill to the extreme. At this moment, countless figures of him appeared all around him. The crowd let out a series of exclamations, none of them having expected this young man to be able to remain unscathed under Nie Chu Feng's attack. Before everyone could recover from their shock, somewhere on the third floor of the inn, an earth-shattering fluctuation suddenly erupted as a powerful shockwave tore through the sky. Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out in front of everyone's eyes. These ripples seemed to contain an extremely mysterious power, and all of the dark green poisonous snakes that were affected quickly withered away, turning back into dark green true qi that was incinerated. A dazzling light, like the sharpest knife, sputtered out in all directions. As if the sun and moon had exploded, the green yuan qi was torn apart and purified, the scene suddenly becoming clear and bright. After everyone returned to their senses, they found that there was another young man in front of Jia Yao, the same one who had competed with him for the Earth-Fire Core in the trading zone. Brother Yang. Jia Yao looked at Yang Kai's back and couldn't help grinning, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. That momentary burst of power just now made him realize just how powerful Yang Kai's combat strength was. Originally, he thought it was impossible for an alchemist like him to be proficient in combat, but never had he expected his opponent's combat strength to be even more terrifying than his own. Jia Yao's alchemy skills weren't as good as his opponent's, and his combat strength wasn't as good either. Yang Kai frowned helplessly. If possible, he didn't want to provoke trouble, but from the way Nie Chu Feng and Nie Tsung acted, even if he didn't show up, they would sooner or later target him. It could be said that when he competed with Nie Tsung for the Earth-Fire Core in the trading zone, this grudge was destined to be formed. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 protectors likely couldn't compete with the Saint Realm Masters of Floating Cloud City, so Yang Kai could only pin his hopes on Jia Yao. This little brat was acting mysteriously, so he definitely had something he could rely on. Perhaps he could solve this problem. After realizing this, Yang Kai decisively took action. Fei Yu also floated down from the window and stood in front of the 2 young men with a smile, gritting her teeth as she said, "Little brat, you seem to have encountered some trouble." Jia Yao curled his lips disdainfully. "She can't kill me." "Oh, you're still young, but your tone isn't small, just like my little bastard martial nephew," Fei Yu giggled. "Auntie, these 2 are his companions." After seeing Yang Kai, Nie Tsung quickly shouted angrily, pointing towards Yang Kai and Fei Yu, his eyes filled with hatred. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. In fact, when they were in the trading zone, he had only punched Nie Tsong once and hadn't hurt him. However, the other party holding such a grudge made him feel quite helpless. "Don't worry. Auntie will avenge you." Nie Chufeng's pretty face was cold as she suddenly waved her hand. "Kill them all." With this order, the cultivators she had brought with her all released their yuan qi and rushed towards Fei Yu and the others. Fei Yu simply smiled, facing the dozen or so cultivator rushing towards her without the slightest trace of panic. Instead, a strange yet gentle power flowed out from her tender body, and a thick layer of mist suddenly filled the air around her. This mist quickly condensed into water droplets and, under Fei Yu's control, transformed into a series of powerful attacks that flew towards the dozen or so cultivator. A third order transcendent, Nie Chufeng's pretty face changed. As soon as Fei Yu took action, Nie Chufeng realized the huge gap between her and her opponent and immediately realized that this time she wouldn't be able to avenge Nie Kong. Among the people she had brought with her, the strongest was only a second-order transcendent, while two others were first-order transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. In front of a third-order transcendent master, this kind of heritage was really not enough. Her expression becoming extremely gloomy. Nie Chufeng's heart filled with anger. For many years, no one in Floating Cloud City had dared to disobey her. Because of Zhou Yang's protection, even third-order transcendent masters had to treat her with respect. But now, the situation had taken a sharp turn. This group of detestable outsiders actually dared to make a move on the Tai Sui's head. They were truly tired of living. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the water droplets transformed into a series of powerful attacks that swept through the surrounding cultivators, causing them to scream and fall to the ground one after another. Only the three transcendents were lucky enough to escape. Fei Yu didn't kill them. After all, this was someone else's territory. She simply wanted to teach them a lesson so they would retreat. After witnessing Fei Yu's methods, the three transcendents who had managed to escape wore ugly expressions as they stared towards Fei Yu, their eyes filled with dread. "Do you still want to continue?" Fei Yu smiled sweetly, calmly asking, "Next time I won't be so gentle." "Andy!" Nie Tsong shouted. Nie Chufeng's expression also fluctuated, not knowing what to do when an angry shout suddenly rang out. "All of you stop." As soon as this voice reached everyone's ears, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was so strong that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Immediately, a figure quickly approached from the distance and landed in the middle of the field. Nie Chufeng's beautiful eyes lit up as she quickly squeezed out a smile, as if she had seen her savior, Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced over at her faintly before immediately shifting his gaze to Zhai Yao, who was being protected by Fei Yu and Yang Kai, and quickly walked over to him, his expression gloomy. Fei Yu's and Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as their auras pulsed like snakes, flickering in and out. Nie Chufeng was excited, thinking that Zhou Yang was going to help her vent her anger, so she gently patted Nie Tsong's head, motioning him to calm down. Nie Tsong laughed sinisterly and widened his eyes. He wanted to see how these people who provoked him would die. Zhou Yang loved Nie Chufeng dearly, so when a beauty asked for something, Zhou Yang would always comply. This time was no exception. Nie Tsong was full of confidence, a vicious and gloating grin appearing on his face. Chapter 707. Looking at the gloomy Zhou Yang who was rapidly approaching him, Yang Kai's aura seemed to be suppressed by the other party's tyrannical momentum, his hands and feet going cold, unable to move at all. A Saint Realm Master was 2 great realms lower than Yang Kai's current cultivation. If the other party really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Even Fei Yu wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Zhai Yao, who was standing behind Yang Kai, suddenly whispered. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both wore shocked expressions. Zhou Yang ignored Yang Kai and Fei Yu and went straight to Zhai Yao, asking eagerly, "Has young Master Zhai been injured?" There was a hint of urgency and concern in his voice, and even a hint of worry and panic, as if he was very afraid that Zhai Yao had been injured in the battle just now. The audience was in an uproar, as Nie Chu Feng's smile stiffened on her face as she stood dumbfounded in place. Nie Tsung also opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief filling his face. "I'm fine." Zhai Yao slowly shook his head. "That's good." Zhou Yang gently exhaled, his expression relaxing as a trace of fear flashed across his brow, gently saying, "Young Master Zhai must have been frightened. This Zhou Yang came late. I hope, young Master, Zhai won't take offense." Zhai Yao smiled lightly. "It's fine." Zhou Yang then turned to look at Yang Kai and Fei Yu, gently nodding and asking, "Are they friends of young Master Zhai?" Zhai Yao smiled. "They're new friends." Zhou Yang's expression instantly became friendly as he looked towards Yang Kai approvingly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time. Since they're friends of young Master Zhai, they're honored guests of my floating cloud city. You may rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Saying so, his expression became cold and gloomy, like the calm before a storm, turning around and striding towards Nie Chu Feng. Nie Chu Feng still hadn't recovered from her shock, her eyes filled with confusion. The scene in front of her was really unacceptable. Although Zhai Yao had taken out Ao Gu's golden dragon token before, that only meant that he was Ao Gu's guest. Why was Zhou Yang so polite to him, even deliberately trying to curry favor with him? Could it be that there was a power behind this young man that even Zhou Yang feared? When he came back to his senses, Zhou Yang was already standing in front of her. "Uncle Zhou." He could feel Zhou Yang's anger and annoyance. Nie Tsung's face was pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. "Pa!" A resounding slap rang out, and Nie Tsung was sent flying like a rag sack. He tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground and fainting. "Zhou Yang, what are you doing?" Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes gradually regained their clarity. Seeing that Nie Tsung had been knocked unconscious, he immediately roared, "Pa!" With another crisp slap. Nie Chu Feng's pretty face was stained with a series of 5-finger marks as red blood flowed from her thin lips. Covering her cheek with her hand, Nie Chu Feng's beautiful eyes trembled. Staring in horror at the man in front of her who had always loved her so much, she suddenly felt like he was a complete stranger. The indifference on Zhou Yang's face made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar, causing her heart to freeze. "Cheap slut, do you know what you've done?" Zhou Yang asked coldly. Nie Chu Feng shook her head blankly. "Foolish woman." Zhou Yang's eyes flashed fiercely as he coldly declared, "All these years you've used my name to commit all kinds of crimes in Floating Cloud City with your vile spawn. All I did was open one eye and close the other. I let you do as you please. But today, I can no longer tolerate you." "Why?" Nie Chu Feng screamed. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." Zhou Yang said indifferently, "Go, take your vile spawn and scram as far away as you can." From now on, you'll never set foot in Floating Cloud City again. If I see you here, you know the consequences." Nie Chu Feng's beautiful face went pale as she stared at Zhou Yang in shock, seemingly not having expected him to say such heartless words. "Scram!" Seeing that she didn't move, Zhou Yang shouted angrily. Feeling Zhou Yang's murderous intent, Nie Chu Feng's tender body trembled as she realized that he wasn't joking. Only now did she understand how powerful the forces behind Zhai Yao were. Nie Chu Feng was sure that even if she had offended someone from the Ao Gu family, Zhou Yang wouldn't treat her like this. But now his heartlessness allowed Nie Chu Feng to clearly see just how terrifying the forces behind Zhai Yao were. This was a behemoth that even Zhou Yang had to act in accordance with. After understanding this, Nie Chu Feng immediately burst into tears and begged, "Zhou Yang, don't be so cruel. I know I was wrong. I'll apologize to him. I promise I'll never provoke him again." Nie Chu Feng was just a first-order transcendent who belonged to no sect. She had relied on her beauty and body to win Zhou Yang's favor, allowing her to live freely in Floating Cloud City. Without Zhou Yang, With her strength and capital, she would never have been able to achieve this. Over the years, Niachu Feng had offended many people in Floating Cloud City. Once she left Zhou Liang's protection, she was well aware of what fate awaited her. In front of everyone's eyes, Niachu Feng knelt on the ground, hugged Zhou Liang's thigh, and begged loudly. Not only did the onlookers not feel pity for this beautiful woman, most of them even showed a look of satisfaction. This beautiful woman was obviously not popular in Floating Cloud City and had done many bad things. Zhou Liang, on the other hand, remained indifferent and just stared down at her indifferently. Niachu Feng gradually despaired, knowing that the other party would not change his mind. Calming down, she brushed her messy hair behind her ear and slowly got up. Zhou Liang, if you drive me away, I won't complain, but out of consideration for our many years of friendship, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree. If you do, I'll leave right now. Looking at the other party's beautiful face, Zhou Liang's brow twitched, as if remembering the good times of the past. Sighing slightly, "Speak. I can fulfill your last wish." Niachu Feng smiled reluctantly and whispered, "Last night, I heard you say that a very powerful alchemist had come to the City Lord's mansion. Can I ask him to help me refine a pill to reconnect Song's severed arm? Since he said he was very powerful with his methods, he should be able to refine such a pill, right?" "He can," Zhou Liang nodded. Then, Niachu Feng smiled happily. "But I can't satisfy your request." "Why?" Niachu Feng suddenly became hysterical. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you really want to be so heartless? It's not that I'm heartless, it's that you're too stupid. Zhou Liang leaned over and whispered in Niachu Feng's ear. The young man you offended is the only disciple of that alchemist grandmaster. That alchemist grandmaster is an existence that Ao, Gu, Jin Jiao, and I don't dare to provoke. Niachu Feng's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. "Scram," Zhou Liang waved his hand. "I hope you won't be so short-sighted in the future." Niachu Feng's face filled with grief and indignation as she bit her thin lip, causing blood to seep out. Immediately bending down, she picked up the unconscious Nia Song on the ground and shot a vicious glare towards Zhou Liang and Zhai Yao before quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Among the crowd, many people immediately retreated with gloomy expressions and followed behind Niachu Feng. Resentment must be repaid, hatred must be avenged. It was time to settle accounts with this poisonous woman. Zhou Liang witnessed all this, but did not stop it. "That woman is dead," Yang Kai muttered softly. "Serves her right." Fei Yu spat disdainfully. She despised this kind of woman who sold her body and fawned over the powerful without any self-awareness. Zhou Liang walked over and looked at Yang Kai and Fei Yu kindly. "Since the two of you are young Master Zhai's friends, why don't you stay in the City Lord's mansion for a few days? There should still be some time before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms." Zhai Yao also glanced over at Yang Kai with some expectation, seemingly hoping he would go to the City Lord's mansion. Yang Kai shook his head. "I have a few martial uncles and martial uncles outside. We'll have to wait here for them to return, so we won't bother you. If that's the case, then this old master won't force you. If the two of you have time, you can come to the City Lord's mansion at any time." Zhou Liang smiled slightly before turning to Zhai Yao and saying, "Young Master Zhai, let's go back first." Zhai Yao nodded and nodded to Yang Kai before quickly leaving with Zhou Liang. The surrounding area was completely silent. The people who were watching the fun seemed to have not yet recovered from the incident just now. Everyone's faces filled with disbelief. For the sake of an unknown young man, Zhou Liang not only beat his beloved mistress, but also drove her out of Floating Cloud City. It was really cold and heartless to the extreme. Moreover, just because Yang Kai and Fei Yu had some relationship with that young man, they were able to receive such a warm invitation from Zhou Liang. That young man's background was a bit too big, wasn't it? After a long time, the crowd gradually dispersed. Some busybodies wanted to inquire about Zhai Yao from Yang Kai, but Yang Kai and Fei Yu didn't give them a chance and had already hidden inside the inn. They were also a little shocked. Although he felt that Zhai Yao had some kind of background, Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the other party's background. Along with Fei Yu, both Yang Kai and Yang Kai couldn't figure it out and could only give up. After Zhai Yao returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately went to see his teacher. In a quiet room, Zhai Yao's teacher was resting with his eyes closed. Zhai Yao gently walked in and waited for a long time before the old man slowly opened his eyes. "Teacher, I lost again," Zhai Yao said softly. "You lost again?" The old man was surprised. "Teacher, please take a look at this spirit pill." Zhai Yao respectfully handed over the spirit pill refined by Yang Kai. The old man took it, and his eyes suddenly lit up, pill veins. Releasing his divine sense, his expression changed, and he suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. After a long time, he handed the spirit pill back to Zhai Yao and pondered for a moment before asking, "This is the spirit pill refined by your opponent?" What kind of person is he?" "About the same age as me." Zhai Yao quickly described Yang Kai's appearance. The old man listened quietly, stroking his beard. After listening, he said, "This young man is quite amazing." "What do you mean?" "His alchemy technique is a bit clumsy. It seems that he hasn't been strictly taught. In other words, unlike you, he doesn't have his own teacher." "Really?" Zhai Yao exclaimed. Chapter 708. Without the guidance of a teacher, he could have such amazing alchemy skills. If he had been taught by this old man for more than 10 years, how much would he have grown? If it were up to me, he should have learned from some ancient books and notes left behind by his predecessors. The old man casually speculated, but it was infinitely close to the truth. "Master, I'm very depressed." Zhai Yao seemed to have lost his spirit. "Ha! You don't have to be like this." The old man smiled gently. "In this world, there are always one or two people with great aptitude. He belongs to this kind of people. Although no one taught him, he has his own understanding of spirit arrays and yuan qi, as well as the allocation of herbs. He is a very good seedling." Diao heaved a heavy sigh. "Teacher, it's only been a little more than a year since I came out of the wasteland, and I've already lost to 2 different people. It's only natural that I lost the last time. After all, my opponent's physique is different. But this time, I've really lost in confusion. He was originally full of confidence, but at the last moment, Yang Kai actually refined pill veins, causing him to suffer a crushing defeat. Now you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you," the old man said in a deep voice. Zhai Yao nodded heavily. "Rest assured, master, from now on, this disciple will study alchemy diligently and will not disappoint master's expectations." The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. There was a flash of light in the depths of his eyes. There was something he did not say to his disciple. From the spirit pills Zhai Yao brought back this time, the old man saw some familiar traces, which were traces of spirit arrays drawn by alchemists during the process of refining spirit pills. These traces seemed to be similar to the technique used by the little girl who defeated Zhai Yao a year ago. Was there any relationship between the two? The old man pondered, his heart filled with curiosity about Yang Kai, and he could not help but want to meet him. 2 days later, the Xianxia elders finally returned. When Yang Kai saw them again, he was surprised to find that the expressions of his martial uncles were not very good. He took a sip of tea and rested for a while. Rimaru sighed heavily. "It seems that we underestimated the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to transcendence. The matter this time is a little difficult to handle." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "There are too many people. Right now, there are at least 100 transcendents gathered on that mountain, all of them waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. When that day comes, this number will likely triple." Sung Yin sighed softly. Yang Kai's expression changed. More than 300 transcendents. Even if only 10% of them were third-order transcendents, that was still more than 30. Although Song Yin and the others were not weak. His cultivation was definitely not low, but in this environment, wanting to escort Yang Kai to ascending Heaven Cliff and monopolize the 1,000-year demon flower would be extremely difficult. If things didn't go well, the result would be complete annihilation. A talent like Yangkai was rare, so San Yin and the others had no choice but to consider whether or not they should take this risk. If they couldn't afford the consequences, it would be best to leave Floating Cloud City now. Can we find someone to cooperate with? Yangkai's expression changed as he proposed. Cooperate with who? San Yin slowly shook his head. Everyone is eyeing the 1,000-year demon flower, so it's unrealistic to find anyone to cooperate with. If we cooperate, it means we'll have to divide the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid. There are 4 of us here, and no one knows how much medicinal liquid the 1,000-year demon flower can condense. If there isn't enough to divide, we'll have to fight for it. There will be disputes. If there is someone who doesn't want the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, we can cooperate with them, right? Yangkai asked with a smile. How could there be such a person? There is. You mean that little brat? Feiyu asked thoughtfully. She understood who Yangkai was talking about. Yangkai nodded. Which little brat? What's the situation? Ramar suddenly asked. While we were away, did you not stay in the inn? That's a small matter. Feiyu quickly changed the subject. We really did meet a very interesting little guy. Tell us about it, San Yin said with great interest. Yangkai immediately recounted what had happened after he met Xiao. The several martial uncles and martial seniors were all amazed. Being able to make Zhou Liang, a Saint Realm master, treat him so politely, even going as far as to expel his mistress, this Xiao's identity was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, this boy was not Zhou Liang's guest, but rather the guest of Ao Gu, the master of the demon race. As a human, Zhou Liang had actually stood up for him. This was all the more intriguing. Although they had never met, after listening to Yangkai's description, everyone seemed to see a huge and heavy shadow lurking behind Xiao. Can you trust him? San Yin asked solemnly. I believe him, Yangkai nodded. To be honest, I also believe him. This little guy isn't bad, Feiyu smiled. Since all of you say so, then we can trust him, San Yin nodded. The other party also wants to cooperate with you, right? That's what he said. It seems that the other party isn't confident he can climb ascending heaven cliff under the watchful eyes of so many masters. Since that's the case, we might as well find him and have a good talk, each taking what they need. San Yin's eyes narrowed. However, if he isn't after the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, what is he after? This point needs to be investigated clearly. It's not that I want to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, but it's important to be on guard against others. Then should I go to the city lord's mansion and talk to him? Yangkai asked. He was also very concerned about some of the words Xiao had said before. This guy seemed to know some secrets that others didn't know, but he didn't know where he had heard them. Moreover, Yangkai wanted to know what kind of power was behind Xiao. Zhou Yang couldn't be so polite to a young man for no reason. So the only explanation was that there was someone behind Xiao, and Zhou Liang was trying to curry favor with that person. If Yangkai's guess was correct, then this person was Zhou Liang's master, and at this moment, he should also be a guest in the city lord's mansion. This person was definitely a top alchemy grandmaster, and being able to talk to such a character would also be beneficial to Yangkai. With the permission of his martial uncles, Yangkai and Feiyu left the inn and walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Not long after they walked out, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man was Du Wan, and the young girl was naturally Mina. Mina ran over and said a few words to Feiyu before a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yangkai and asked in amazement, "Who is this little gigolo?" Yangkai's face went black. What do you think? Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she stared at Yangkai in shock, pointing a finger at him as she said, "Ew, how did you—" Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands and said, "Right, it was old man Du who gave you that thing. I almost forgot." Saying so, she reached out her hand and pinched Yangkai's cheeks, marveling at him. Old man Du and Feiyu simply stood to the side with smiles on their faces, not intending to stop her. "You bastard, you just arrived in Floating Cloud City and you already made such a big fuss. You really don't know your place," Mina giggled as she played with Yonkai's white cheeks, her face filled with excitement. Did you hear? Feiyu looked at Mina and asked. In the entire floating clouds city knows. Mina nodded slightly and continued to pinch Yonkai, as if she had found a new toy. Yonkai became angry and gloomily said, If you keep pinching me, I'll fight back. Little girl, don't push your luck. Saying so, he stared meaningfully at her full and straight breasts, his eyes filled with lust and wickedness. Mina immediately retreated, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gritted her teeth and said, Rogue. Old man Du, where are you going? Yonkai didn't pay attention to this crazy girl and instead turned to Du Wan and asked, There's an alchemy competition in the square over there, hosted by the Alchemist Guild. This old man is taking me there to participate. It's a rare opportunity for her to come out, so naturally I want her to broaden her horizons. Du Wan explained before suddenly asking, Does little friend Yang want to participate? Although the registration period has already passed, with this old man's recommendation, there should be no problem in participating. Come on, we're all young people here. If you go, you'll be able to earn some glory for our Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Mina said eagerly. Yonkai pinched his nose and grinned. Old man Du, did you make a special detour to come here? Du Wan chuckled. Did little friend Yang see through us? It didn't make sense for Du Wan and the others to happen to come this way. When he and Feiyu were shopping around the trading district that day, Yonkai had also heard about the alchemy competition and knew that the venue was not in this direction. After all, because of the 1,000-year demon flower incident, countless alchemists had gathered in Floating Cloud City. This was a rare sight, so the Alchemist Guild naturally wanted to do something in this regard and test the level of this generation's alchemists. This would also provide a platform for everyone to communicate and compete. Actually, this old man made a bet with a few old friends to see whose younger generation is the best. They're all leaders of different alchemist guilds in different cities. And the wager is anything they have in their universe bags. These old men's backgrounds are quite rich, Du Wan said with a look of enticement. Mina followed up. If we can win in the end, the Alchemist Guild will give us a huge reward, all of which will be rare herbs and even a top-grade pill furnace. Saying so, she shook Yonkai's arm and begged, Big brother Yonkai, please go, this one really wants that pill furnace, that ascent-grade pill furnace. Yonkai immediately got goosebumps and shuddered, helplessly saying, Since old man Du has said so, how can I refuse? Stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy. You agree? Great. Mina suddenly became excited. Yonkai hesitated for a moment before saying, if we can win in the end, I hope to be able to choose the herbs I need from the wager and rewards. I don't want that pill furnace. That's not a problem. Mina nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't be so excited. There are many powerful alchemists in this world. We may not necessarily be the ones to have the last laugh. You can definitely win. This is a competition between the younger generation of alchemists. No one can be better than you. Mina had absolute confidence in Yonkai. Chapter 709. Going to the City Lord's mansion to find Jia Yao to discuss the matter of the 1,000-year demon flower was temporarily put aside. In any case, there was no need to rush. The reason why Yonkai agreed to Old Man Du's request was because Old Man Du had taken good care of him. In Grand Boulder City, if it weren't for Old Man Du opening the door for him, his life would not have been so smooth. In the end, it was also because of Old Man Du that the Xianxia had found him. Secondly, Yonkai was indeed tempted by benefits. He had now collected a lot of herbs for refining saint pills. Even the earth fire core had been collected 2 days ago, but there were still a few rare materials left. Old Man Du's friends might not necessarily have them, but perhaps they had some connections, so Yonkai decided to make some inquiries. As long as he collected the remaining herbs and improved his alchemy skills, Yonkai would be able to return to the Snow Mountain Range and bring the ancient demon clan back. In this world, Yonkai urgently needed to have his own team and strength. In the northwest corner of Floating Cloud City, a huge martial ground was packed with people. Tables were placed in the middle of the martial ground, spaced at least 300 meters apart from each other. Roughly counting, there were hundreds of tables. These were all prepared for the alchemists who were about to participate in the competition. Outside the martial ground, countless cultivator and alchemists were waiting quietly. At the front of the martial ground, on a high platform, a number of white-haired old men were busily working. Xianxia's state of mind was calm, and he didn't feel much tension. But Mina, after seeing such a magnificent scene, couldn't help exclaiming in amazement, like a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly entering a magnificent city. Everything seemed so fresh and new to her. "Brother Yang," a voice suddenly called out from the side. Xianxia turned his head and was surprised to find that Xiao was also here. Behind him were two transcendent realm black-armored cultivators. It seemed that after the events of the past few days, the city lord's mansion had arranged 2 bodyguards for him, taking very good care of him. "How come you're here?" Xianxia smiled. This was really a coincidence. If he had really gone directly to the city lord's mansion, he might have missed it. It was the right choice to come here. "I'm here to watch the show." Xiao smiled. "You're here to watch the show too?" "I'm here to participate," Xianxia explained. "Are you serious?" Xiao was obviously shocked. "If you participate, what hope do they have?" A young generation of alchemists. Those who were able to reach the spirit level were already considered to have good aptitude and were extremely rare, not to mention people like Xianxia who had already reached the spirit level high rank. With this kind of capital to participate, this was clearly bullying. Just for fun, Xianxia chuckled. Xiao's eyes flashed, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. "If you want to participate, I want to participate too." "Xianxia, who is this?" Mina's eyes flashed as she stared at Di Yao and asked. "This is the one who competed with me for the Earth Fire Core a few days ago, Xiao, Brother Di." Xianxia introduced before pointing to Du Wan and Mina. "This is Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's Old Man Du Wan and Spirit Grade Low-Rank Alchemist Mina." Xiao's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists respectfully. "So does Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild's young master. This junior greets Old Man Du." "Do you know me?" Du Wan smiled kindly. "I've heard Master mention you before. Master said that you are one of the few masters in the world who is likely to become a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist. Your honored master is..." Du Wan's expression changed. "Sorry, Master did not allow me to say his name," Xiao explained awkwardly. Du Wan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his expression, saying, "It doesn't matter, since your honored master said so. He must be this Du Wan Senior. Please convey a message to your master for this. Du Mao will definitely not disappoint his expectations in this lifetime. He will definitely reach Saint Grade mid-rank. This junior will definitely do so." Xiao nodded firmly. "The younger generation will surpass us in time." Du Wan sighed. "I thought that little friend Yang was the most outstanding alchemist of this world's younger generation. But after seeing little friend Di today, I realized that this old master's vision was still too short-sighted. Little friend Di is not much inferior to little friend Yang." "Old man Du, how do you know that his alchemy skills are comparable to Xianxia's?" Mina asked curiously. "Haha, an alchemist is different from a cultivator. When you are as old as me, you will also have such vision." Du Wan chuckled. Mina glanced at Xiao in amazement and found that he actually had an indifferent look on his face, accepting old man Du's evaluation without any qualms. She suddenly pouted and said in a dissatisfied tone, "You're not bad-looking, but you're a bit arrogant." Am I?" Xiao was stunned. Mina nodded and snorted. "I'd like to see if your alchemy skills are as good as Xianxia's." "Old man Du, let him register as well. Perhaps he's just an embroidered pillow, pretty but useless." "Mina, don't be rude," Old Man Du shouted. "Good. Since Brother Yang is participating, of course I will also participate," Xiao said with a happy expression. "Senior Du, I will participate as a member of your Alchemist Association." Du Wan heard this and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. "It looks like my old friends are going to bleed a lot." Originally, with the participation of Xianxia, victory was already in his grasp, but now with the addition of Xiao, the others simply had no chance of winning. I hope they won't suffer too much, Old Man Du secretly thought to himself. With Xianxia wanting to join the fun, Yang Kai had no choice but to let him do as he pleased. Following Du Wan to the high platform and completing the registration procedures, Yang Kai and Jia Yao each receive a number plate. The two of them were different from the other alchemists, their expressions indifferent, without the slightest trace of nervousness or excitement, as if they really were just here to play. While they were waiting, a group of people walked over, led by several old men, followed by a group of young alchemists. Yang Kai immediately understood that these should be the old friends Old Man Du had mentioned. When they got closer, they greeted each other with smiles, and the scene was harmonious. These old fogies had been friends for many years, so naturally, their friendship was deep, but the younger generation of alchemists were staring at each other with strong hostility, creating a strange atmosphere. The old fogies were also aware of this, but not only did they not stop them, they instead constantly provoked these young people with words, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The calmness of Yang Kai and Jia Yao attracted their attention, so they wanted to inquire Old Man Du about their background, but Old Man Du simply smiled without saying anything, causing these old men and women to feel an itch in their hearts. Suddenly, the sound of gongs, drums, and wind instruments rang out, and the scene became extremely lively, causing the crowd to quiet down. From the high platform, a dignified voice called out, "Hello everyone, this one is Lu Fu, the head of Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild. Since you are all alchemists who have come from afar, this Lu welcomes your arrival. Regardless of your purpose in coming here, today, friends from all over the world have gathered here. Taking this opportunity, my Alchemist Guild will hold an alchemy competition here. I ask that all of you show your full ability and compete with the world's alchemists." Lu Fu spoke eloquently, including the rules of the competition, the arrangements, and the final rewards. The appearance of the Saint-grade pill furnace instantly caused the eyes of countless alchemists to turn red. Mina was also indescribably excited, her face filled with an expression that said she would not give up until she obtained this Saint-grade pill furnace. After speaking for a long time, everyone's mood was aroused. Lu Fu looked around and smiled. "Now, the competition begins. Please find your seat according to the number plate you have received." As soon as he finished speaking, several hundred people rushed into the square. These were all alchemists of the younger generation, the oldest among them no more than 40 years old. All of them were mysterious grade alchemists, with only about 10% of them being spirit grade alchemists. Yang Kai and Jia Yao glanced at each other before slowly walking toward the square. The two of them were the last to register, so their seats were naturally in the last corner, and the table they were sitting at was also newly added. If it weren't for Old Man Du coming forward, they would definitely not be eligible to participate. However, this was in line with Yang Kai's intentions. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to discuss cooperation with Jia Yao. On the table, there was a universe bag. Yang Kai picked up the universe bag and probed it with his divine sense, discovering that it was filled with a lot of herbs and even a pill furnace. This pill furnace was mysterious grade mid-rank, and the grade of the herbs inside was not high, at most spirit grade. With these restrictions, most people could display a decent level of skill, making it more convenient for the final evaluation and comparison. The alchemy competition was divided into several events, the first of which was condensing medicinal liquids. Within a set time, the more medicinal liquids one could condense, the higher the grade, and the greater the advantage one would have. It could be said that everyone's starting point and capital were exactly the same, and as for the final result, it would depend on one's own means. Under Lu Fu's command, the competition officially began. Yang Kai took out all the herbs, picked up a few of them, and placed them on his palm, circulating his yuan qi to condense them. His expression relaxed. Glancing over at Jia Yao, Yang Kai found that he was also doing the same. Alchemists with outstanding strength could multitask when condensing medicinal liquids. They didn't need to condense them blindly. Mina was in the middle of the field, her speed not slow. Compared with Yang Kai, she didn't have much confidence, but compared with the other alchemists, she was undoubtedly very good. Yuan Qi flames surged out, and the herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids. The impurities were removed in an orderly manner. "Brother D," Yang Kai called out softly as he moved, "it's about the cooperation you mentioned before. Have you considered it?" Zhai Yao whispered back, his hands not slowing down in the slightest. "We can cooperate, but I want to know, if your purpose is not the medicinal liquids of the thousand-year demon flower, then what are you going to do there? Didn't I say that condensing medicinal liquids is of great benefit to you, and it is also the same for me? Naturally, I am going to condense medicinal liquids, and, of course, all the medicinal liquids I condense will be yours. Your martial uncle needs this, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, frowning as he asked, "If it's convenient, can you tell me what the benefits are?" "It's not that it's inconvenient, it's just that I can't say." Zhai Yao smiled and shook his head. "That's what teacher told me. I just have to do as I'm told." Chapter 710. Zhai Yao once again mentioned his mysterious master, making Yang Kai curious. He didn't know what kind of master this mysterious master was, but he also knew that if he asked directly, he most likely wouldn't get an answer. "I have 4 third-order transcendent martial uncles here who can escort me to ascending heaven cliff. What about Brother Zhai?" Yang Kai continued to ask. "Ao Gu will probably give me a few transcendent realm masters. I don't know the specifics, but as long as we work together, we should have a good chance of winning. At first, the battle will be between transcendent realm masters, but once we reach ascending heaven cliff, it will become a battle between alchemists." "Heh, alchemists aren't that strong, so when the time comes, you and I can easily occupy the thousand-year demon flower," Zhai Yao grinned. "Good, then it's settled. When the flower blooms, we'll act together." Yang Kai nodded firmly, putting down the medicinal liquid he had just condensed and slowly raising his other hand. Zhai Yao was dumbfounded so fast. While they were talking, Yang Kai had finished condensing all the herbs. The old men on the high platform who were supervising were also stunned, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Before they could recover, Zhai Yao also hurriedly raised his hand, only a moment behind Yang Kai. Immediately, a Saint-grade alchemist flew down from the high platform and arrived in front of Yang Kai and Di Yao. After inspecting the medicinal liquids, this alchemist announced their results with a strange look on his face. Du Wan, who was sitting on the high platform, chuckled as he stroked his beard, as if he had already expected such a scene, his expression completely calm. His heart was filled with relief. His old friends suddenly couldn't sit still, one of them a yellow-faced old man asking, "Brother Du, where did you find these 2 little monsters? The speed at which they condense medicinal liquids is comparable to ours." That's a secret." Du-Wan smiled and shook his head, prepared to be slaughtered. The faces of the several old men suddenly turned ugly, only now realizing that Du-Wan had clearly grasped victory in his hands, and they had foolishly fallen into his opponent's trap. However, they were all old friends, so they naturally wouldn't go back on their words. The items in the Chinquan bag would not be moved either. On the contrary, the appearance of 2 young alchemists with outstanding aptitude was something they really wanted to see. This showed that the future of this generation was still full of hope. In the first round of the competition, more than half of the several hundred people were eliminated. These people were unable to condense all the medicinal herbs into medicinal liquid or condense them within the allotted time. He had failed too many times. Mina successfully passed the second trial and was overjoyed. After the first round was over, he immediately entered the second round of the competition, inscribing spirit arrays. Using the mysterious grade mid-rank pill furnace in his universe bag, the participants were to inscribe the spirit arrays that the alchemist had mastered. There was no time limit for this round, so the more complex the spirit arrays one could inscribe, the better the results would be. Yang Kai and Zhai Yao easily won first place. The third item was the control of fire. The fourth item was the allocation of medicinal herbs. The fifth item, the sixth item, until the very end, it was the alchemy competition. There was no time to rest, only one day. The alchemy competition was over, and in the end, Only Yang Kai and Xiao were left. Mina was eliminated in the 4th round, so she couldn't help but feel a little depressed, but at her age, being able to persevere to this point was already very rare. After receiving a few words of praise from Old Man Du, her mood immediately brightened up, under everyone's watchful eyes. In the final round, Xiao took the initiative to admit defeat and didn't compete with Yang Kai, because he knew that if they were to fight seriously, he wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. Although the two of them were very close in terms of alchemy, there was still a slight gap. Xiao also didn't want to expose his and Yang Kai's true alchemy skills in front of so many people. The previous rounds were just scattered items, so there weren't many problems, but if they were to really refine pills, it would be easy to expose some problems. The two's alchemy speed and methods were simply too unusual. The people from the Alchemist Guild were also a little shocked, none of them having expected that Xiao would give up such a great opportunity. But after noticing his indifferent attitude, they all felt relieved. Brother Yang, I'll see you another day. I've been wandering around outside all day, so I'll head back first, otherwise teacher will scold me again. Xiao said before walking back towards the City Lord's mansion under the protection of the two Transcendent Realm black-armored cultivator. Lu Fu stepped onto the high platform and announced the final winner of the competition as Yang Kai, handing out the rewards promised by the Alchemist Guild on the spot. A universe bag filled with rare herbs and a Saint-grade alchemy furnace. This caused countless people to feel envious. Yang Kai casually tossed the Saint-grade alchemy furnace to Mina, the little girl so excited she couldn't wait to kiss Yang Kai. Little friend Yang, this way. Duwan smiled and beckoned from a corner of the high platform. Yang Kai nodded slightly and walked over. Little guy, who's your teacher? Do you want to come to my 3 Chuan Cities Alchemist Guild? It's much more prosperous than Grand Boulder City and has many beautiful women. Following Duwan has no future. That old dog's neck is half buried in the ground and he's about to die. Come to us instead. As soon as he walked over, the old men around Duwan began shouting, all of them showing eager eyes as they stared towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was taken aback. The enthusiasm of these old men and women was so high that he was almost completely surrounded. You old fools, do you have any sense of shame? Duwan shouted. Do you really think this Du is dead? Actually trying to poach my disciple right in front of me? If anyone dares to say another word, this Du will fight them to the death. Duwan, save your energy. What's the point of getting so worked up about an old bag of bones? Be careful you don't sprain your back. Someone laughed. You're not young either, Duwan snorted. Senior's kindness, this junior appreciates. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before bowing. However, this junior has no intention of studying alchemy for the rest of his life. And I want to spy on the pinnacle of the martial Tao. Studying alchemy is only for the sake of better studying the martial Tao. Therefore, this junior will have to decline everyone's kindness. All the old men were suddenly dumbfounded as they stared at Yang Kai with their mouths wide open. Even Duwan was stunned. You want to study the martial Tao? With such good alchemy aptitude, you want to study the martial Tao? Young man, don't you know what kind of capital you have? That's right, this is too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. If you want to protect someone, you need to have some attainments in alchemy. As long as your alchemy level rises, there is nothing in this world you can't obtain. Wealth, power, fame, status, beauty, whatever you want, you can have it. Moreover, you don't even need to do it yourself. You only need to release a message, and someone will naturally take care of it for you. After becoming an alchemy grandmaster, there are many benefits. No matter where you go, you will be treated with courtesy. Even if you go to the demon land or monster race, the demon race will not attack you and will only treat you as an honored guest. A group of old men, one after the other, earnestly tried to describe the beautiful prospects of becoming an alchemist to Yang Kai in an attempt to change his mind. I just want to reach the peak of the martial Tao, Yang Kai sternly declared, his face filled with determination, his eyes not the slightest bit of confusion. Everyone was speechless. The peak of the martial Tao. This was indeed something that alchemy could not achieve. Feeling Yang Kai's sincerity and determination, everyone sighed, thinking that Yang Kai was wasting his talent too much. Duan, when you have time, talk to this little brat. He is still young and full of vigor. I'm afraid he can't see his future clearly. The old man who had enthusiastically invited Yang Kai to Three River City whispered in Duan's ear. Duan nodded gently. If there's an opportunity, I will talk to him. Duan obviously also felt that with Yang Kai's current capital, pursuing the endless martial Tao was far less promising than studying alchemy. Lightly coughing, Duan said, "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Little friend, Yang having his own goals is a good thing. Young people naturally have their own pursuits." Duan was afraid that these old men's preaching would have the opposite effect, so he quickly changed the subject. "If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Is everyone ready?" Hearing this, the faces of the several old men suddenly became ugly, gnashing their teeth as they glared at Duan. "You old fox." Although they said so, one by one, they all took out their universe bags and tossed them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught them, and in an instant, 4 or 5 universe bags appeared in his hand. "Haha, who asked you to be so confident?" Duan laughed wildly as he gestured to Yang Kai. "Little friend Yang, there's no need to be polite, just take whatever you like." In any case, the things in their universe bags were not earned by them. "Then, Junior won't be polite." Yang Kai also grinned, releasing his divine sense and carefully inspecting the universe bags in his hand under the watchful gazes of these old men. After inspecting the first universe bag, Yang Kai's complexion changed. As expected of Saint Grade Alchemist universe bag, everything inside was of high quality. At the very least, they were all spirit grade low rank. Pills, herbs, secret arts, artifacts, everything one could think of, there was no lack of Saint Grade existences. There were also some strange materials, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were for. Regardless of which one it was, they all exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai was dazzled by the variety of items, and after confirming that this universe bag did not contain the herbs he urgently needed, he found it difficult to choose. "Young man, hurry up and choose. This old master is a little nervous. If you take so long, I won't be able to hold on any longer." The owner of this universe bag couldn't help urging with a bitter expression. "Old man Du, I can only take one thing, right?" Yang Kai glanced at Duan awkwardly. "And that's what my bet with these old friends of mine said." Duan nodded gently before suddenly smiling slyly. "But my old friends are all very generous people, especially those with promising prospects, so I think it won't matter if you take a few more things. Isn't that right, Brother Chong?" Saying so, he turned to the owner of this universe bag with a smile. Chapter 711. That's right. The old man, surnamed Chang's face turned blue, but he still smiled and nodded. After being ridiculed by Duan in front of a junior, he couldn't deny it, so he gritted his teeth and said, "This Chong is very generous." As he spoke, his face twitched, as if he couldn't wait to beat Duan up. "Then I'll take these two." Yang Kai immediately took out 2 herbs from his universe bag. The old man, surnamed Chong, glanced at them, and his expression suddenly relaxed as he snatched the universe bag back from Yang Kai and said generously, "Take it, take it." Looking at him like this, it was obvious that the things he cared about most had not been taken away by Yang Kai, so he relaxed a lot. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be so vicious. This time, he had already gained a great deal, so he was very satisfied with taking out 2 Saint Grade materials from his universe bag. With these 2 Saint Grade herbs as catalysts, Yang Kai could refine 2 Saint pills. After dealing with the first universe bag, Yang Kai checked the second one. Sweeping it with his divine sense, his eyes couldn't help lighting up. From this universe bag, Yang Kai found a material he urgently needed, congealing dew grass. In the list Li Rong had given him, dew congealing grass was a must-have. The environment in which it grew was extremely harsh, and although it could be found anywhere in the continent, because of the harsh conditions, it was very rare for it to grow. The congealing dew grass in this universe bag, whether it was its shape or age, had already reached the limit, so it was obviously a top-grade herb. Yongkai accepted it without any trace of politeness before casually taking out another Saint-grade herb from this universe bag. The third and fourth Cosmos bags did not yield much. Similarly, he only obtained 2 medicinal herbs. When it came to the last universe bag, Yongkai carefully examined it. After a short while, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He found that this universe bag didn't have the materials he wanted and was about to casually take out 2. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared blankly at something inside the universe bag. After a while, he smiled slightly and said, "These 2. As he spoke, he took out 2 items. Everyone looked over and couldn't help showing a strange expression, because the 2 things Yongkai took out this time were Saint-grade herbs, not much different from the previous ones. However, the other item was a pitch-black round stone. "What is this?" Duan glanced over and asked curiously. The other elders also looked at it and shook their heads in confusion. No one recognized what this pitch-black round stone was. The owner of the Chinquan bag kept shaking his head. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. I just felt that this stone was very strange, so I kept it in my Chinquan bag. It had been there for decades, but no one had been able to figure out what it was for. Little friend, do you know?" As he asked, he looked at Yongkai inquiringly. "I don't know either. I just thought it was a little strange, so I found it." "Oh, then I'll give it to you. Anyway, I haven't figured out what it's made of in the past few decades." The owner of the Chinquan bag said generously. "Many thanks, seniors." Yongkai chuckled and put the pitch-black round stone into his black book space. Since the bed had been completed, Yongkai took his leave. Then, he jumped off the high platform. The other old fogies still wanted to persuade him, but since they couldn't open their mouths, they could only let him leave. Duan, he must not be allowed to go astray. He must achieve something in alchemy. It's rare to meet such a good seedling. I don't want him to be ruined. Yes, Duan. After you go back, you have to persuade him. If you can't do it, I'll bring him to Three River City. This old man will do his best. Duan smiled bitterly, also somewhat unable to understand why Yongkai was so obsessed with the martial Tao. In this world, 80% of people cultivated and could be called cultivators. Alchemists, on the other hand, were extremely rare. Out of 10,000 cultivators, there might not even be one alchemist, and those with aptitude in alchemy were even rarer. An alchemist with excellent aptitude and skill would be respected wherever they went. It was impossible for this little brat not to see the gap between a cultivator and an alchemist. After returning from the square with Fei Yu, Yongkai immediately reported the results of his discussion with Xianxia to the Xianxia elders. Listening to this, the Xianxia elders nodded slightly. If that's the case, our chances of winning are undoubtedly much higher. Since that little brat is Ao Gu's honored guest, Ao Gu will not treat him lightly. When the time comes, the bodyguard assigned to him will at least be a third-order transcendent. This is just a conservative estimate. Martial Uncle, how long until the 1,000-year demon flower blooms? I don't know exactly how long it will take, but according to ancient records, before the 1,000-year demon flower blooms, there will be a strange phenomenon. We will know when the time comes. Right now, there are many people stationed on that mountain peak, waiting for the 1,000-year demon flower to bloom. There are even some people waiting on ascending Heaven Cliff, but the closer we get to the target, the more dangerous it will be, so we don't need to worry. Ramara chuckled. Little Martial nephew, you should rest well for now. When the time comes, we'll take you there. Yongkai nodded. Returning to his room, Yongkai sat down cross-legged and began cultivating while taking out 2 pitch-black round stones from his black book space. Hey, aren't these the stones you obtained from that predecessor's cave mansion last time? Fei Yu called out in surprise. How come there are 2 more? I just found them in the universe bag of a senior alchemist. Yongkai explained. It was precisely because the 2 stones were made of the same material and size that Yongkai chose the pitch-black round stone. Martial Uncle, what are these for? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. Fei Yu shook her head. Strange. Yongkai was puzzled. That senior alchemist also couldn't recognize what these stones were made of or what they were used for. Xianxia had heard from that senior alchemist that he had obtained these stones several dozen years ago, yet he hadn't been able to unearth any of their secrets. Xianxia instinctively felt that these two pitch-black round stones were not simple. Circulating his yuan qi to roast them and releasing his divine sense to probe them, Xianxia found nothing. After struggling for a long time, Xianxia gave up and put them away again. Over the next few days, Xianxia remained in seclusion in the inn, maintaining his best condition at all times, waiting to deal with the upcoming battle. His several martial uncles were also preparing closely. One morning, Xianxia, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world energy around him was somewhat strange. It was as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. It was converging in a certain direction. Before he could figure out what was going on, this situation suddenly became fierce. Even inside the room, a strong wind blew around him, causing the windows and doors to creak. Feiyu also quickly opened her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, "This is," saying so, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she walked over to the window and looked into the distance. With great excitement, she shouted, "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom." Xianxia's spirit was shaken. From the room next door, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard. Obviously, the Xianxia people had set out. Xianxia and Feiyu glanced at each other and, without hesitation, jumped out of the window. At the same time, all of Floating Cloud's city boiled up as countless cultivators flooded the streets from all directions and stared toward the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. "The 1,000-year demon flower is moving," someone shouted. His words made everyone excited. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared towards the mountain peak, only to see a 5-colored glow appear on the horizon, illuminating the area. The world energy was madly rushing towards the mountain peak, causing all of Floating Cloud's city to fall into chaos. "Go!" the Xianxia shouted, wrapped in a rainbow light, flying towards the mountain peak. Everyone followed closely behind. Schwa, schwa, schwa. Countless people were rushing towards the mountain peak. Xianxia instantly realized how difficult this competition would be. There were many transcendent realm masters here, so he had no choice. Although there were very few third-order masters, the number of people here far exceeded the Xianxia's estimate. The number of transcendents who had rushed out of Floating Cloud City alone numbered between 300 and 400, not to mention the opponents who had been guarding the mountain peak. A conservative estimate was that there were at least 500 transcendents participating in this competition. This terrifying number caused Xianxia's scalp to go numb. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Ao, Gu, Zhou Liang, and Jin Jiao stood high up, staring at the mountain peak with dignified expressions. Grandmaster seems to have also gone over. Jin Jiao looked at the several figures rushing out of the City Lord's mansion and suddenly said, "HM, isn't Grandmaster a Saint Realm Master? If he goes over, the 1,000-year demon flower won't be able to bloom again." Zhou Liang was surprised. "You don't have to worry about that. Grandmaster seems to have taken some kind of pill to temporarily suppress his cultivation," Ao, Gu said lightly. "After all, when the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed last time, it was he who condensed the medicinal liquid, so he knows more about this than anyone else." Hearing this, both Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was also the first time they had met Grandmaster, they had already obtained unimaginable benefits from him. Just a single saint pill refined by Grandmaster had allowed their physical bodies and souls to grow rapidly. Although the cultivation of the three of them hadn't increased by much compared to that day, any one of them could feel that they had become much stronger. Grandmaster coming to Floating Cloud City was a good thing they had never imagined. In order to repay Grandmaster's kindness, Ao, Gu, and the other two spared no effort this time, dispatching the City Lord's mansion's most trusted subordinates to protect his disciples' safety. The human, monster, and demon clans had a total of 6 transcendents, 2 of whom were third-order transcendents and 4 second-order transcendents. Gu and the others were originally preparing to snatch the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower for themselves. Although the 3 of them didn't need it, their friends and family still needed it. But since Grandmaster had come, they were too embarrassed to continue fighting for it. The transcendent realm masters of Floating Clouds City flew like the wind, scrambling to be the first to arrive at the mountain peak. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a battle had already broken out. No one was willing to let others get ahead of them. They were all enemies, and those who could not hold themselves back would naturally want to make the first move to gain the upper hand. A small conflict would trigger a small-scale battle, which would then expand and affect others. More and more powerful cultivators would join the fray. Chapter 712. Yang Kai, under the protection of Xianxia and the others, rushed through the chaotic battlefield with ease. A team of 4 third-order transcendents was quite a powerful force, and the surrounding people seemed to realize that Xianxia and the others were not to be trifled with, so naturally they wouldn't provoke them for no reason. Screams rang out one after another. In such a large-scale melee, there were naturally people who were injured or killed, blood, and broken limbs flying everywhere. The several dozen kilometer distance was covered in less than half a stick of incense worth of time. Some people had already arrived at the foot of the mountain ahead of them. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw these people rushing towards ascending Heaven Cliff. Xianxia turned his head and quickly asked, "Little Martial Nephew, is the person who said he would cooperate with you here? He hasn't arrived yet." Yang Kai shook his head. He hadn't found Xiaoyao's figure yet. "Should we go up?" Rimaru asked impatiently. "Wait a moment." Xianxia frowned. If little Martial Nephew's inference is not wrong, that little brat must know some secrets that others don't. If we act together with him, we'll be able to seize the initiative. Those who rush to the top of the mountain first would not necessarily have a last laugh. The mountain was filled with hidden dangers, so whether they could successfully reach ascending Heaven Cliff was still unknown. Standing in place and waiting quietly, from time to time a group of masters would rush past them, all of them excitedly pouring into the mountain forest. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Xiaoyao's voice suddenly called out, "Brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand, carefully examining the lineup he had brought with him, his eyes flashing brightly. He found that he had somewhat underestimated Xiaoyao's ability. He had actually brought 7 people with him. 6 of them were masters from a human, monster, and demon clans, all of them second or third order transcendents. There was also one whose cultivation Yang Kai couldn't see through. This person's head and face were covered by a cloak, seemingly unwilling to show his true face. However, judging from his exposed skin, this person was an old man. As he watched, Yang Kai's expression changed. He vaguely guessed something, but he didn't point it out. The Xianxia group and the experts from the city lord's office looked at each other and were quite satisfied with each other's cultivation. They felt that the other party would not drag them down and immediately looked happy. "Everyone, this is a very important matter. I hope that everyone can sincerely cooperate with each other. Don't be unhappy in the end. I get along very well with Brother Yang," Xiaoyao said with a smile. The 6 experts he brought nodded in unison. "Rest assured, young Master Zhai." Xianxia also said, "Little brother, you're too kind. But for the sake of caution, I'll take the liberty to confirm that you really don't need the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, right?" "Yes, I have already explained this to Brother Yang." Xiaoyao nodded. "Good, then there's no problem." Xianxia seemed satisfied. "Since that's the case, let's go up. There's no rush." Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head. "Wait a little longer. Now is not the time." "Wait a little longer?" Xianxia frowned. Although he also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, the heavenly manifestation had already appeared and the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom. With so many people rushing up, if they delayed any longer, they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. It's still early. This is just the precursor of the heavenly manifestation. When the real heavenly manifestation appears, it won't be too late for us to go up. Xiao didn't explain too much. His expression relaxed, not showing the slightest hint of nervousness. Song Yin and the others were puzzled, thinking for a moment before asking, "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but how much do you know about the 1,000-year demon flower?" More than any of you, huh?" Xiao smiled faintly. While they were talking, Xianxia was suspiciously looking at the old man whose face was covered by a cloak. He felt that this person was Xiao's master. The reason why Xiao knew so much about the 1,000-year demon flower was precisely because of this old man. The old man seemed to notice Xianxia's gaze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he asked, "Is this little brother the one who won the alchemy competition that day?" Xianxia nodded lightly. The younger generation will surpass us in time," the old man praised. Song Yin and the others looked at him suspiciously. They really couldn't figure out what this person's background was. His tone was a bit too big. "Xianxia." Suddenly, a tender voice called out from behind him. Turning his head, Xianxia saw Mina, an old man, rushing over. Before they had even arrived, they were already enthusiastically waving and calling out to him. When they arrived, Xianxia looked at them speechlessly. "Why are you here?" Old man Du helplessly said, "This little girl is really troublesome, insisting on coming to watch the fun. This old master couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he came with her." "You're too mischievous." Xianxia reprimanded her with a straight face. Mina couldn't help sticking out her tongue and awkwardly saying, "I just came to take a look. I won't go up. There won't be any danger." "Then you be careful," Xianxia sighed. Mina looked around and giggled. "Aren't you going up? Everyone else seems to be pushing their way over." "We're waiting," Xianxia replied casually. "Waiting for what?" "Waiting for the real heavenly manifestation to appear." "The real heavenly manifestation?" Duan was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't know much about the 1,000-year demon flower. So after saying this, his eyes suddenly focused on the old man whose face was covered by a cloak, a thoughtful look appearing on his face as he hesitated for a moment before asking, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" There was a sense of caution and nervousness in his tone. Xianxia's eyes couldn't help flashing. This old master doesn't need to mention his name," the old man said with a chuckle. Duwan's body shook as his eyes suddenly widened, staring at this old man in disbelief, trembling as he asked, You are Xiao quickly raised his index finger. Duwan's face was filled with excitement as he respectfully said, "Disciple Duwan greets Grandmaster." Xianxia, Sangyin, and the others were all stunned on the spot. Duwan was the head of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild and a famous figure throughout the entire Tongxian realm. After all, Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare, and an alchemist like him would always be treated as a distinguished guest no matter where he went. Only those around him would treat him with courtesy and respect. But now, this famous Saint-grade alchemist was actually greeting another person as a junior and calling himself a disciple. This was simply too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the 6 transcendent realm masters Xiao had brought with him. They were only following orders and didn't know much about the identities of Xiao and this old man. The old man smiled bitterly. "You don't need to act like this, others will see." This old master hides his face because he is afraid of attracting attention. Duwan awoke from his daze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he blamed himself. Disciple was negligent. I hope Grandmaster won't take offense. It's fine. The old man slowly waved his hand and chuckled. How did you recognize me? Does Grandmaster not remember? Duwan asked excitedly. When Disciple was young, he received some pointers from Grandmaster. Although it was only for 10 short days, Disciple has always remembered Grandmaster's description and voice. So that's how it is. The old man gently nodded. Sanyan's face also suddenly changed as he cried out, It's him! Hearing Duwan's words, Sanyan suddenly realized just how respected this old man was and why Ao Gu and the others had taken care of Xiao. even sending 6 transcendent realm masters to escort him to ascending heaven cliff. It turned out that Xiaoyao's master was actually such a powerful master. Only such a character could teach a disciple like Xiaoyao. At this moment, Song Yin understood. "Who is it?" Fei Yu asked softly while Romaru and Fei Jian also looked at him curiously. Song Yin glanced at the old man, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, his lips twitched slightly. Fei Yu and the others were dumbfounded. Yangkai also read Song Yin's lips. The old man of Heaven's Keep, the only top-level alchemist in the world who had won the respect of the human, monster, and demon races. At the same time, like Yangkai, he also possessed a conflagrated knowledge C. The reason why Song Yin recognized him was entirely because Duan had once told him that he had studied alchemy for 10 days under the old man of Heaven's Keep's tutelage. Now that Duan mentioned this matter, Song Yin naturally reacted. Everyone was indescribably excited. With the legendary old man of Heaven's Keep in front of them, Song Yin and the others subconsciously restrained their domineering auras and became respectful, their eyes filled with worship. Yangkai was also secretly sizing up this legendary master, his mood somewhat complicated. People with conflagrated knowledge Cs were extremely rare, and alchemists with conflagrated knowledge Cs were even rarer. In this world, only he and this grandmaster in front of him possessed one. This commonality made Yangkai want to inquire about the mysteries of conflagrated knowledge Cs from this old man. Yangkai's current use of his conflagrated knowledge C was still somewhat crude, but this grandmaster in front of him was different. This grandmaster had lived for countless years, so whether it was in terms of experience, he was far richer than Yangkai. If he could converse with this grandmaster, Yangkai believed he would definitely gain great benefits. However, he was not sure if he could reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge C to this old man. While contemplating this, the old man of Heaven's Keep smiled. "Since you have recognized me, this old master won't play any tricks." As he said that, he raised his head and revealed his face. Grandmaster, this disciple only wanted to see Grandmaster once in his life, to be able to listen to Grandmaster's teachings face to face, and now. Duan was so excited that his voice was choked with emotion. "When this matter is over, let's talk about it. This old master is very pleased with your current achievements. Back then, this old master only taught you for 10 days, yet you were able to reach this point today. This is all thanks to your own ability," the old man of Heaven's Keep said kindly. Duan was flattered and quickly expressed his thanks. "Don't call me Grandmaster. It won't be good if people hear it. This old master's real name is Li Rue. You can just call me Li Lao." "Yes," Duan responded respectfully. Chapter 713. Who is this senior? Why is old man Du calling himself a disciple? Mina still hadn't reacted, grabbing Yangkai and asking in a low voice. "You can ask old man Du yourself some other day." Yangkai took a deep breath. So mysterious. Mina curled her lips in disdain. Based on her previous personality, if she encountered such a situation, she would definitely step forward and shout, "Hey, old man, who are you?" But seeing old man Du act so solemnly, Mina didn't dare act too rashly. She was indeed straightforward, but she wasn't a fool. The group of people hadn't yet recovered from their shock when Yangkai turned to the old man of Heaven's Keep and asked, "Li Lao, what Brother D knows about the 1,000-year demon flower should have been told to him by you, right?" "Yes." Li Lao nodded lightly and looked at Yangkai kindly. "Little guy, I feel an aura from you that is somewhat similar to mine. When this matter is over, can we have a chat? If you don't mind, I have a lot of things I want to tell you." Song Yin and the others' eyes lit up as they glanced at Yangkai, signaling him to agree. Yangkai was an alchemy master, and this senior in front of them was the world's top alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, they would be eager to listen to the others' teachings. With such a great opportunity suddenly appearing in front of them, how could they not agree? Yangkai smiled bitterly. Just now, he had been considering whether to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge to the other party, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have already sensed it. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it. Moreover, Xianxia didn't feel any malicious intent from this senior, so he quickly said, "I couldn't ask for more." "Good, good, good." Li Lao nodded repeatedly, smiling from ear to ear. "Master, let's talk about the 1,000-year demon flower. Brother Yang and the others must be confused right now and are waiting for you to clear up their doubts," Xiao suggested. Everyone quickly turned to Li Lao. Li Lao took a deep breath and said, "Good. Letting Xiao wait here was this old master's idea. Because this heavenly manifestation really hasn't appeared yet. The 1,000-year demon flower is still in its final stages of brewing. It will take about half a day before it appears. At that time, it won't be too late to go up. Right now, it's just a chaotic battlefield. It's useless to go up there. The demon flower blooming 1,000 years times old man's blood. So in this regard, he knows more about it than anyone else," Xiao's Bloods explained. The Xianxia and the others. They had never heard this news. 1,000 years ago, the old man of Heaven's Keep was definitely not the same as he was now, having a transcendent status and being revered by all living beings in this world. At that time, he must have been like Xianxia and Di Yao, young and full of vigor. As time passed, he gradually made a name for himself. Gradually, the world forgot his real name and called him the Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Everything that happened before this was mostly forgotten by the world. Li Lao chuckled and slowly explained. The 1,000-year demon flower is said to be a product of the star field. Legend has it that many years ago, a seed fell onto ascending heaven cliff and the 1,000-year demon flower was born. Its medicinal liquid has a great effect on transcendence, breaking through to the saint realm. So every 1,000 years, this place becomes very lively and many people die. Many masters try to monopolize this 1,000-year demon flower. But no matter how many people come here, before the time limit is up, no one can find a trace of the 1,000-year demon flower. Ascending Heaven Cliff used to be as high as 10,000 meters, but now it's only 8,000 meters high. Because those masters in the process of searching for the 1,000-year demon flower raised the cliff layer after layer. Everyone listened carefully, lest they miss a single word, their expressions becoming extremely focused. Why can't they find it? I've always been curious, since this flower is so important. Why has it always been on Ascending Heaven Cliff and never been taken away? Mina asked, puzzled. Because the 1,000-year demon flower is a rootless flower. Li Lao glanced at her with a smile. It's also not a real thing. Not a real thing? Everyone was surprised. It is a product of heaven and earth and contains an extremely mysterious energy. After a while, you'll be able to see it and naturally understand what this old master is talking about. Li Lao didn't seem to have any intention of hiding anything and told them everything he knew. On top of that, it is quite sensitive. Once it perceives the aura of Saint Realm Master, it will close itself up and refuse to come out. Several times, because of the interference of Saint Realm Masters, the 1,000-year demon flower has not bloomed. So in recent times, no Saint Realm Masters have come here. Li Lao, what should we do after we go up? The Xianxia quickly asked. Escort the two little ones into the flower's pistil. After that, it will depend on their own good fortune. You won't be able to help. Hearing this, the Xianxia was stunned. Li Lao chuckled. I can't explain it clearly now, but when the time comes, you will understand. The Xianxia and the others nodded slightly and no longer asked any more questions. While they were speaking, violent battle fluctuations continued to spread out from the mountain peak, as if the entire mountain range had become a battlefield. The Transcendent Realm Masters were escorting the alchemists and their teams forward while risking their lives to engage in battle with others. Gradually, the fighting subsided, as if everyone had discovered that something was wrong with the 1,000-year demon flower and was no longer as fierce as before. Half a day later, the five-colored light in the horizon suddenly erupted. In the void, a colorful, magnificent flower bud that illuminated the world suddenly appeared. This flower bud was so huge that even floating Cloud City, which was several dozen kilometers away, could clearly see it. It was suspended in the void, with ascending heaven cliff directly below it. From what one could see, this flower bud didn't seem to have a real form, and was instead composed purely of energy, giving it a mysterious appearance. With the appearance of this flower bud, the world energy within a few hundred kilometers seemed to go berserk and madly rush towards it. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this world energy was constantly pouring into the flower bud and disappearing. At the same time, inside the mountain range, the masters who had survived the battle also rushed out towards the flower bud. Dozens of teams, hundreds of transcendent realm masters, each of them using their full strength. The battle that had just subsided broke out again, and this time it was even more bloody and cruel than before. The masters continued to fall from the sky, their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed by the chaotic martial skills and artifacts. Even the alchemists they were protecting were not spared. In just a moment, several teams were completely wiped out, with not a single person surviving. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they suddenly realized the cruelty of this competition. Li Lao, that Xianxia asked, his expression tense. "Don't worry." Li Lao slowly shook his head, his expression still calm. That Xianxia took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and waited quietly. Not long after, some people rushed to the flower bud, and before the first team to arrive had time to celebrate, they were overwhelmed by the crowd that followed. In the vicinity of the flower bud, countless people were fighting to the death, one after another, advancing forward. There were also some shrewd people who avoided the whirlpool of battle and tried to find a way to condense the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, but they were unable to find the main point and helplessly circled around the flower bud, only to be targeted by their opponents and drawn into the battle. The blooming of a 1,000-year demon flower caused at least a few dozen great forces to suffer heavy casualties. After about an hour or so, the surrounding world energy gradually thinned out, as if all of it had been absorbed by the 1,000-year demon flower's flower bud. With such a huge amount of nourishment, the flower bud that had been closed for so long finally showed signs of blooming again. "It's time," Li Lao nodded lightly. "Let's go." That Xianxia shouted as he and the others surrounded Xianxia and Xianxia in the middle, using their movement skills to quickly rush towards the flower bud. In this group of 12 people, with the exception of Xianxia and Di Yao, everyone else was a transcendent, 6th Third Order and 4th Second Order. Such a team was far superior in terms of both number and strength among all the other teams. However, that Xianxia and the others still didn't dare relax in the slightest, forming a circular formation around Xianxia and Xianxia. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge flower bud. Gradually, the petals on the flower bud began to spread outwards at an extremely fast speed. By the time that Xianxia and the others had flown halfway, the 1,000-year demon flower had almost completely bloomed. An inexplicable energy fluctuation appeared between the heavens and earth, and under the influence of this energy, everyone calmed down. The remaining masters no longer cared about fighting and quickly landed on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower, each of them searching for position while remaining vigilant of their surroundings and allowing the alchemists to begin condensing the medicinal liquid. However, unexpectedly, none of these alchemists knew where to start. Although the yuan qi was wrapped around the petals, it couldn't be refined at all. This discovery made everyone's hearts sink. They had worked so hard to get here, but there was no progress, so what was the point of all this effort? By the time that Xianxia and the others arrived, the 1,000-year demon flower, floating in the void, was already overcrowded with people, and there was almost no place to set foot. "Go to the flower's stamen," Xianxia suddenly shouted. That Xianxia, who was at a loss as to what to do, heard this and quickly rushed over. The flower stamen was naturally the most eye-catching position, and at this moment, it had already been occupied by two strong teams who were desperately searching for a way to refine it. Xianxia and the others rushing towards them in an aggressive manner immediately aroused their vigilance and attention. Their expressions were unfriendly as they set up their battle formation. At this moment, the movements of the two opposing teams were surprisingly in sync. Perceiving the number and cultivation of the other side, that Xianxia frowned slightly and stretched out his hand, summoning a saint-grade giant sword into his grasp. Raging flames burned on the surface of the sword like a roaring fire dragon, giving off an imposing aura. "Don't be in a hurry to fight them," Xiao said, immediately smiling as he greeted the people below. "How about you give up your position? I can tell you how to refine the 1,000-year demon flower." You know, among the crowd below, someone's eyes immediately lit up. "Probably," Diao chuckled. "But if you don't agree, then we'll have to fight." Chapter 714. Xiao was simply trying to be polite before resorting to violence, his expression calm. Hearing him say this, the other side's expression changed as they glanced at the Xianxia group, realizing that something was wrong. Although their numbers were not less than the Xianxia group, and their cultivations weren't bad, after all, they were still two teams, and it would be difficult to unify them. However, the Xianxia group was different. At a glance, it was obvious that they were a group. Once a fight broke out, the Xianxia group wouldn't have a good time, but they would most likely not be able to escape. The masters from the two teams glanced at each other and exchanged a few simple glances before quickly reaching a consensus. One of the teams moved closer to the other, giving up their original position. Xiao's eyes lit up, obviously a little surprised. He had just casually mentioned this and didn't expect things to go so smoothly, quickly saying, "Many thanks." While speaking, the Xianxia group had already landed. Stepping on the petals, Yangkai felt a sense of density. Although this 1,000-year demon flower was purely composed of energy and was not a physical object, its energy was rich to the point of almost being tangible. "The position has been given to you. How do you plan on condensing the medicinal liquid?" A master on the opposite side vigilantly sized up the Xianxia group while asking Xiao. "Wait a little longer." Xiao smiled slightly, but did not answer. The masters from the two teams suddenly had ugly expressions as they condensed their yuan qi, secretly preparing to attack at a moment's notice. About 10 breaths of time later, at the center of the flower's stamen, a circle of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared. As this circle of energy ripples spread out, everyone became vigilant. Xiao suddenly leaned close to Yangkai and whispered something, to which Yangkai remained silent and nodded slightly. Immediately, Xiao turned to the Xianxia group and issued an order. This small action was not able to escape the surveillance of the masters from the two teams, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "What the hell are you planning? If you dare deceive us, we'll make you suffer." Xiao chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You'll know how to condense the medicinal liquid soon. I won't lie to you. That's for the best." As they spoke, the ripples from the stamen became more and more frequent, becoming more and more dense, like a calm lake with pebbles constantly being thrown into it. At the stamen of the flower, the ripples spread outwards, and a mysterious and magical energy was transmitted from there. "Let's go," Diao suddenly shouted. Yangkai responded and rushed towards the flower's stamen with him. The two's origin Yangkai and Yangkai's, in a flash, the center of the world's stamen. Although the masters from the two teams had been vigilant, they did not expect such a strange thing to happen, and by the time they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. They were all furious and were about to attack the Xianxia group, when the Xianxia group said, "Wait. You thieves, what else do you have to say? I can let your alchemists in, but condensing the medicinal liquid can only be done inside. However, you must guard this entrance with us. You don't want too many enemies to break in, right?" Song Yin said indifferently, the saint-grade great sword in his hand still burning fiercely, giving off a powerful aura. Those people were stunned for a moment, but without thinking, they quickly nodded. "Yes, please." Song Yin gestured. The spirit-grade alchemists from the two teams quickly copied Jai Yao and Yangkai's movements and rushed into the stamen. disappearing in the next moment. All of a sudden, 4 spirit-grade alchemists disappeared into the stamen, naturally attracting the attention of many people. Although they did not understand why all this was happening, everyone keenly grasped the crux of the problem and faintly felt that this was the correct way to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. A series of unfriendly gazes were cast in this direction, and in the next moment, countless teams rushed over. Xianxia grinned fiercely, the saint-grade sword in his hand suddenly transforming into a roaring fire dragon, meeting the oncoming crowd with great momentum. Asterisk Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Asterisk Fei Jian pulled back his bow and released a series of powerful arrows invisible to the naked eye, like a swarm of locusts shooting out. Rimaru's small body suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light, and in an instant, her short stature became as majestic as a giant, standing majestically in front of everyone. Fei Yu gently parted her lips and spat out a fine mist from her small red mouth. This mist suddenly transformed into a poisonous snake with sharp fangs, shuttling back and forth through the crowd. The cultivator who was bitten by this mist suddenly flushed red as if he was drunk, his head spinning as he staggered backwards. The air was filled with the thick aroma of wine. It was so fragrant and intoxicating. The 4 masters from Soaring Heaven's sect immediately brought out their full strength, causing the other transcendents in the stamen to frown. None of them dared to be negligent, whether it was the transcendents from the 2 teams or the 6 people sent by the City Lord's mansion. All of them displayed their best martial skills and summoned their powerful artifacts. For a time, the brilliance of martial skills and artifacts blossomed as an earth-shattering battle unfolded on the petals of the 1,000-year demon flower. Although Tsang Yan's group wasn't small in number, with the addition of the other 2 teams, a total of 17 or 18 people, and their strength wasn't low, a tiger couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. Faced with the attacks of several hundred Transcendent Realm Masters, Tsang Yan's group was quickly overwhelmed. In less than 20 breaths of time, everyone had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Rimaru, who was at the forefront of the group, had been bombarded by countless attacks and was now covered in blood. Tsang Yan's expression was extremely dignified as he and the others guarded the stamen while observing its movements. After the 4 spirit-grade alchemists broke in, the ripples spreading out from the stamen seemed to have slowed down significantly, and, as time passed, the rate at which they spread became slower and slower. After a while, there were no more ripples spreading out. "Let's go," Tsang Yan shouted, not daring to linger, grabbing Rimaru and flying away like lightning. Fei Yu and the others, as well as the 6 from the City Lord's mansion, followed closely behind. However, if they can break through that harsh environment, they can often bloom into brilliance that far surpasses the average person, Li Lao said solemnly. "Li Lao is right," Li Lao nodded. Tsang Yan chuckled. "I didn't believe it before, but after seeing little martial nephew, I believe it. On top of that, I heard my little martial nephew say that he also has 2 senior sisters who are not only no worse than him, they are even more powerful than him." "He has 2 senior sisters?" Li Lao raised his brow. Little martial nephew has been looking for them, but unfortunately, he hasn't been able to find any clues. Ha! Trying to find 2 people in this vast sea of people is really difficult. Chapter 715. In the void, Yang Kai and Zhai Yao suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, Zhai Yao quickly summoned a defensive artifact, a yellow light curtain wrapping around him and Yang Kai as he solemnly said, "Brother Yang, don't leave the protective range of my artifact, otherwise your life will be in danger." Yang Kai didn't answer and instead just stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. Up, down, left, right, there was nothing but emptiness, as if they were in an endless abyss. All around them, there were stars, the sun body exuding a blazing energy and the moon body exuding a cold aura. When the light shone down on them, Xianxia felt like he was in a dream. In this void, the light wasn't too dark, but the boundless vastness made Xianxia feel a sense of dread. There was no ground beneath their feet, so the two of them were floating lightly in the air. The mountains, ascending heaven cliff, and the thousand-year demon flower had all disappeared, and behind the two of them was a dark hole. It was a void corridor. The thousand-year demon flower stamen seemed to be the entrance to a void corridor, but Xianxia didn't know where he had been teleported to. "Where are we?" Xianxia asked quickly. "Star field." Xiao took a deep breath, his expression excited as he turned his head and looked around. "Star field." Xianxia's brow twitched as he suddenly realized a problem. "Is that legend true?" "Of course it's true." Xiao nodded firmly. "Most masters have heard of the rumors about the star field. Tongxian realm also has many products from the star field, but no one has ever been to the star field and seen what the star field is like. But who knows that the thousand-year demon flower is the key to reaching the star field? Is this really the star field? Not a mysterious small world?" Xianxia still couldn't believe it. Relatively speaking, he was more convinced that this was a magical, mysterious small world. "Why would I lie to you?" Xiao chuckled. "Teacher told me that this is the star field. Do you see that planet below us that exudes vitality? That's the Tongxian realm we live in." Xianxia looked down, and sure enough, there was a huge planet below his feet, but from here, it was only the size of a fist. Xianxia stretched out his hand and seemed like he could hold it tightly. His mood inexplicably. "Why is it round?" Xianxia frowned. He hadn't expected that the so-called Tongxian realm was actually round. Then wouldn't the person standing on the back fall down? Xianxia couldn't help feeling worried. "I don't know." Xianxia's words. As the two of them were talking, though, their expressions suddenly changed, and they turned to look at the void corridor behind them. Xiao quickly activated his defensive artifact and brought Xianxia to the side. In the next moment, two more people appeared from the void passageway. These two were the alchemists from the previous two teams. As soon as they stepped out of the void corridor, these two alchemists assumed fighting stances. Obviously, they knew that if they wanted to obtain the medicinal liquid of the thousand-year demon flower, they would have to clash with Xianxia and Xiao. These two spirit-grade top-rank alchemists weren't young, and their cultivations weren't too low, both first-order transcendents. But because of the unique nature of alchemy, their combat power was only slightly higher than a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not comparable to a true transcendent. However, facing two young men like Xianxia and Xiao, they weren't afraid and thought they could win. Xianxia grinned meaningfully and was about to rush over to fight when Xiao stretched out his hand and stopped him, slowly shaking his head. "There's no need to fight with them." "Why?" Xianxia was stunned. Xiao laughed. "Because they're dead." Xianxia turned his head and couldn't help his eyes from lighting up. A thousand-year demon flower? In front of him, there was a thousand-year demon flower that was exactly the same as the one he had seen before, blooming proudly in the void. But this thousand-year demon flower had been shrunk countless times, only about the height of a child. And it's the real thousand-year demon flower. Xiao nodded lightly. In fact, the thousand-year demon flower we saw on Ascending Heaven Cliff was just a magnified image of it. The thousand-year demon flower has an inexplicable connection with Tongxian realm. It can absorb energy from Tongxian realm, and during this process, its main body will be magnified countless times and appear on Ascending Heaven Cliff. All of that energy actually flows into this place. At this moment, the thousand-year demon flower's green petals were blooming, and at the center of its stamen, there were a few drops of crystal-clear, gem-like liquid that lay quietly, an intoxicating fragrance filling the void, making one feel both physically and mentally comfortable. "Brother Yang, let's go collect them. These medicinal liquids don't actually need to be refined. As long as we can find the main body of the thousand-year demon flower, we can directly take them away." This is the essence of the 1,000-year demon flower, a divine medicine that has a great effect on transcendence breaking through to the saint realm. Xiao explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly and walked over to the 1,000-year demon flower with him, carefully counting it, a look of joy soon appearing on his face because he found that there were actually 6 drops of crystal-clear liquid lying in the stamen of this 1,000-year demon flower. Quite a lot. It seems Brother Yang's luck is quite good. Xiao chuckled. When teacher came last time, there were only 3 drops. I was worried that your martial uncles and martial aunt wouldn't have enough to share, but now it seems there are actually 2 more drops. These 2 drops are yours, Yang Kai said as he took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the medicinal liquids. I don't need them, Xiao shook his head. We agreed before that all of these medicinal liquids are yours. Moreover, it's useless to me. Teacher has already reached the saint realm. As for me, I want to break through to the saint realm through my own ability, not with the help of external forces. Yang Kai looked at him for a moment before nodding. Then I won't be polite. Xiao was obviously very confident in himself and felt that with his aptitude, even without external help, he could break through to the saint realm. This was also the case for Yang Kai. When he broke through to the saint realm, he had never relied on external forces, instead relying on his own comprehension and hard work. This way, his foundation would be very stable, but if he relied on external forces, it could be harmful in the future. However, he was different from Xiao. Xiao only had one relative, Li Lao, but Yang Kai had many, so the extra 2 drops might be useful in the future. After receiving the 6 drops of medicinal liquid, Yang Kai was in a good mood and asked, "How do we go back now?" "There's a void corridor nearby that leads to Tong Xian realm. As long as we can find it, we can go back, but teacher didn't tell me where it is. He told me to find it myself." Xiao curled his lips. "But even if we find it, I'm not in a hurry to go back." "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. "This is a rare opportunity, Brother Yang," Xiao said excitedly. "This is the star field. The star field's power flows all around us, containing countless heavenly principles. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for half a year below, and if you can comprehend anything, you will benefit for the rest of your life." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, "Really?" Xiao nodded seriously. "Then what are we waiting for?" Yang Kai couldn't wait and quickly sat down cross-legged to circulate his secret art. Xiao laughed dumbly. "There's no need to rush. With this saint-grade artifact protecting me, the star field's power can't enter. Just wait. I'll let the star field's power in, so we can cultivate." Saying so, his expression became dignified as he controlled his defensive artifact and opened a small crack. Chapter 716. In the endless star field, a layer of yellow light curtain wrapped Yang Kai and Xiao. Inside that light curtain, an unbridled energy was shuttling back and forth, tearing their bodies apart. Both of them were topless, revealing their stalwart figures. Their bodies were covered in blood, and there were countless wounds on their skin. Their flesh was wriggling incessantly. Although Xiao had a face that was more handsome than a woman's, his physique was also quite strong. It was not at the level that an alchemist could possess. It could be said that Xiao was the same as Yang Kai. Not only was he proficient in alchemy, but he also had unique skills in combat. Both of them were sitting under the protection of the defensive artifact. While tempering their bodies, they were also comprehending the mysterious power of the star field, trying to benefit from it. It had been 2 days since they arrived at the star field. In these 2 days, Xiao had been trying to release the protection of the defensive artifact, allowing the power of the star field to surge in. For him, the gains were not small. After 2 days of tempering, his body had become much stronger. However, Yang Kai was gradually becoming dissatisfied. Now that the power of the star field was surging in, he felt no pressure at all. On the contrary, Xiao seemed to be reaching his limit every time. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would not be able to make much progress. After thinking about it, Kai suddenly said, "Brother Zhai, let's split up? I see that you seem to be consuming a lot of yuan qi to maintain this artifact. Without me, you should be able to relax a little." In these 2 days, Xiao had also been constantly taking pills to replenish his yuan qi. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain the function of the artifact. What he brought were all top-notch medicinal pills. It was obvious that he had been prepared in advance. Hearing this, Xiao frowned and said, "It's not a problem to split up, but do you have a Saint-grade defensive artifact? A Saint-grade low-grade artifact may not be enough. You must have a Saint-grade mid-grade artifact or above." "I think I probably won't need an artifact," Kai said with a strange look. "What?" Xiao clearly thought that he had misheard. "You're not thinking of using your physical body to withstand the power of the star field, are you? I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it again," Kai suggested. Xiao frowned for a moment before nodding slightly. "Then you need to be careful. Although I think your physique may be stronger than mine, this isn't a joke. This is the star field. If one's physique isn't strong enough, then only death awaits. Even Saint Realm Masters are no exception." "I know," Kai chuckled. "Then I'm going out." As soon as he finished speaking, Kai rushed out of the range of Xiao's artifact. In the star field, Kai immediately felt different. There was an indescribable energy surging in all directions, as if there was an invisible enemy that was ferociously and mercilessly attacking him. Xio. Countless small wounds immediately appeared on his stalwart body, from which blood began to flow. However, Kai not only didn't feel any pain, but instead showed a look of ecstasy. Sure enough, his physique was able to withstand the tearing force of this star field. Not only was his life not in danger, if he continued to temper himself here, he would obtain unimaginable benefits. Xiao's face instantly went blue as he curled his lips and muttered with some envy, "Monster!" He didn't dare to leave the range of his artifact. Although his physique wasn't bad, it was far from reaching Kai's level. It could even be said that even if he was given a few more years, he may not be able to reach such a level. "How do you feel?" Xiao quickly calmed down and asked curiously. "I feel it." Kai's expression became serious as he winked at him. "Brother Zhai, do you want to come out and try?" "No need, I know my limits." Xiao quickly refused. "Good. Since you don't need this defensive artifact, let's split up and see who finds the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm first." "Good." Kai nodded firmly. "It's not convenient to communicate here. If I find the void corridor first, and you don't appear when I reach my limit, I'll leave first. Brother Zhai doesn't need to worry about me. When I've had enough fun, I'll also leave. Then you be careful, don't die." Xiao said solemnly. "There's one more thing you need to know. The power of the star field isn't evenly distributed. There may be some places where the star field is extremely rich. Don't go to such places. I'm afraid you'll really die." "There's such a place?" Kai's face was filled with excitement as he asked. Xiao rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He found that although Kai's personality was very similar to his own, there was one thing that was absolutely different. In the face of great danger, he was the calm type while Kai was the adventurous type. "I've said everything I need to say. If you die, it has nothing to do with me. Farewell. We'll meet again in Floating Cloud City." Xiao cupped his fists, no longer paying any attention to Kai, turned around, and walked away. "Take this." Kai threw something to Xiao. "What is it?" "A good thing." Kai grinned. "If you really suffer a great injury, apply this externally and take it. You'll quickly recover." "Many thanks." Xiao smiled and nodded before quickly disappearing into the star field. Looking at his disappearing back, Kai smiled faintly. Kai had a very good impression of Diao. This time, obtaining the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower had been a great help to him. If it weren't for him, Kai felt that it would have been impossible for things to go so smoothly. So before leaving, Kai had given him some myriad drug milk. Before, Xianxia had not come into contact with alchemy, so he couldn't distinguish the grade and preciousness of high-grade herbs. But now, he had become an alchemist, and his vision was much wider than before. He could also distinguish the grades of the myriad drug liquid. The lowest grade of myriad drug liquid was almost spirit grade, while the myriad drug milk was saint grade. As for the smallest amount of myriad drug cream, Xianxia couldn't tell, but he always felt that it was somewhat different, as if it had surpassed the scope of saint grade. Giving the myriad drug milk to Xianxia could be considered returning the favor. Standing quietly in place for a moment, Xianxia turned around and walked in the opposite direction from Xianxia. Moving through the endless star field, the only thing he could use as a reference was the planet of Tongxian below. Xianxia searched for a void corridor while tempering his body. The power of the star field was constantly tearing at his body, and although this kind of power was not life-threatening to Xianxia, it was still enough to hurt him. Through the blood that flowed out, a faint golden glow could be seen. This was the blood of the demon god. Li Rong and Han Fei had both said that one day, Xianxia's blood would completely turn golden, and at that time, he would possess the same strength as the legendary great demon god. Xianxia was very much looking forward to the arrival of this day. Without knowing how much time passed, Xianxia didn't know how long he had been wandering in the star field. At the beginning, the power of the star field was still able to hurt his body, but gradually, as his body became tougher, the impact of this power on his body was like a tickle, no longer having any effect. Xianxia still hadn't seen the void corridor and felt that he had gone in the wrong direction. The direction Xianxia was searching for was the direction of the void corridor. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry and simply shuttled through the star field, looking for a place where he could temper his body and comprehend the heavenly way. As Xianxia had said, in the star field, the distribution of mysterious energy was very uneven, with some places having more and some having less. Places with more energy were the goals of Xianxia's search, and only there could he obtain effective tempering. During this long and endless journey, Xianxia's temperament and divine sense had also undergone an imperceptible change, and his thoughts and divine sense had become much sharper. One day, Xianxia was sitting in a place rich in energy tempering his body, releasing his divine sense to comprehend the various mysteries contained in the star field when he suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. Quickly immersing himself in his divine sense, Xianxia carefully examined his surroundings and a moment later, finally found the source of the problem. It was actually from the wordless black book. To be more precise, it was from something inside the black book space. The surrounding star field's power was flowing into the black book space at a very subtle speed, seemingly being absorbed by something inside the black book space. Carefully observing it, Xianxia was surprised to find that what was absorbing the star field's power was actually the two pitch-black round stones. He didn't know what they were made of. As the energy flowed in, the two pitch-black round stones began to glow faintly, as if they had suddenly become full of vitality. Xianxia was stunned. He was keenly aware that if he wanted to see what these round stones were, it was likely that the star field's power was the key. Old Man Du's old friend had obtained these round stones several dozen years ago, but hadn't found any clues because he had never been to the star field before. What a coincidence, Xianxia thought to himself, and couldn't help paying close attention, wondering what kind of changes would occur to these round stones in the end. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time, Xianxia slowly gave up. Because the two pitch-black round stones hadn't changed much from beginning to end and had instead continued to absorb the star field's power, their light still flickering, but there was no further progress. Shaking his head, no longer wasting time on them, Xianxia stood up, glanced around casually, found a direction, and once again embarked on his journey through the star field. During this period of time, sitting here and tempering his body had consumed a lot of the nearby star field's power. If he didn't look for another place, he wouldn't be able to continue tempering. He changed his position again and again, and every time he found a place, the energy was more abundant than before. Yonkai's body was also becoming stronger and tougher at a flying speed. The wounds on his body healed one layer, then another, densely packed and terrifying, but he was willing to endure it. Although the pain was unbearable, it was still quite valuable. Gradually, Yonkai couldn't find a place suitable for him to cultivate. The space that could kill him in the past, he could now stroll around in it without suffering any harm. Although he believed that in the deeper parts of the star field, there would definitely be more violent energy spaces, but if he went deeper, Yonkai was worried that he wouldn't be able to find the way back. Chapter 717. The star field was vast and boundless. If one lost their way here, they would die without a doubt. After feeling that he had gained enough, Yonkai embarked on the return journey. Although the star field was empty, Yonkai felt that he would not get lost by using the planet that was so far away from him as a reference. He moved forward day by day. Although his speed was extremely fast, there was still a long way to go. Yonkai was not in a hurry. He relaxed both his body and mind, trying to get as much benefit from the star field as possible. At a certain moment, he suddenly stopped and frowned. The star field flowing around him seemed to have some unusual movements. This was something that had never happened before. Yonkai suddenly became alert and quickly turned his head to look. He could not help but become aghast. In the endless star field, within the range visible to the naked eye, there was actually a storm-like energy vortex that covered the boundless star field. It was spinning and approaching his position. It was extremely fast. Yonkai was stunned. Although he had been looking for places with rich star field energy to temper his body these days, he did not expect that there would actually be storm-like energy in the star field. From the aura coming from that distant location, Yonkai smelled the smell of death. I can't resist it. In an instant, this thought appeared in Yonkai's mind. With his current physical strength, once he was caught in such a storm, he was afraid that not even his bones would be left behind in a very short time. The star field had always been a very dangerous place. Zhai Yao and Li Lao did not know what kind of magic was hidden in the star field, and had never seen the star field storm. Naturally, they could not provide Yonkai with any information in this regard. Realizing this, all the hair on Yonkai's body stood on end. Without thinking, he quickly removed the primeval shackles on his ankles and fled as fast as he could. Ever since Feiyu gave him the primeval shackles, Yonkai had been wearing them. Now, in order to save his life, he had no choice but to take them off. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly flew through the star field. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a very far place. However, Yonkai still felt that it was not enough. The wind and thunder wings on his back spread open. The wings that contained the power of wind and thunder pushed Yonkai's speed to the limit. The wind attribute was nimble, and the thunder attribute was swift. After the wind and thunder wings were completely tempered and fused with the flaming yang wings, both the combat power and speed provided to Yonkai had greatly improved. He did not know how long he had been running. Yonkai did not even have the time to look back. However, from the feeling behind him, he knew that not only did he not manage to shake off the starfield storm, but it was also getting closer and closer. The area it covered was too wide. If he could not shake it off as fast as he could, he would not be able to escape from it. After a few days, Yonkai and Yuanqi had consumed a lot of energy. The starfield storm behind them was already in front of them. In this endless void, Yonkai seemed to have the illusion that the sky was falling down on his head. His face suddenly turned cold. He suddenly stopped running forward. The wind and thunder wings on his back were also retracted into his body. Turning around, Yonkai stared at the star field storm that was approaching him. He could not escape. There was no hope of escaping. Since he could not escape, he could only face it head-on. Yonkai did not know if he could be safe, but he could only give it a try. The starfield storm was getting closer and closer. Yonkai was surprised to find that not only was he not nervous, but he was also excited. There was a desire to compete with this storm. His blood was boiling. Yonkai's eyes were shining brightly, flashing with high fighting spirit. The power of the star field around him was very chaotic and very violent. However, it cannot be compared to the star field storm at all. Not far in front of Yonkai, there was a small sea of meteorites. There were hundreds and thousands of meteorites of various sizes floating there. The small meteorites were only the size of a basket, while the big ones were the size of mountains. He had just passed through this sea of meteorites. Soon, the star field storm with a destructive aura spread over. When it covered the sea of meteorites, all the meteorites that came into contact with it were instantly turned into dust. There was no exception to the size. Hundreds and thousands of meteorites, covering a large area of the sea of meteorites, disappeared in just 3 breaths of time. Only some dust-like things were left in the star field. Yonkai's lips curled into a silent and mysterious smile. The next moment, the star field storm swallowed him up. Become the demon race. A low murmur sounded. Streaks of dark demonic chi turned into lines of explosive energy. Demon crests covered Yonkai's body, imprinting into his flesh and blood and disappearing. His blood and chi rose wildly, and his physical strength rapidly increased. Yonkai raised his bone shield and blocked in front of him. However, this mysterious grade, top-ranked defensive artifact only lasted less than 2 breaths of time before it shattered in Yonkai's hands, unable to play any role. Yonkai's clothes were torn to shreds, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Yonkai grit his teeth and let out a low roar, his true chi violently surging out and covering his body. But as soon as this pure Yuan chi appeared, it was like snow melting in early spring, blown away by the wind. Yonkai's face sank, suddenly realizing that Yuan Qi could not provide him any protection here. If he wanted to resist this destructive disaster, he could only rely on his physical body. Understanding this point, Yonkai no longer wasted his true Qi and instead focused all of his attention on the changes in his body, pushing against the direction of the storm and swimming upstream. He was like a lone boat in the storm, in the midst of the stormy waves, in danger of being destroyed at any time. But surprisingly, he swayed left and right, and although he was unable to stabilize himself, he was still full of vitality. The omnipresent power of the star field violently poured into Yonkai's body from his damaged flesh, bringing with it an inexplicable energy that rampaged through his body. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were all damaged, and Yonkai's face was as pale as gold. Blood rained down from his body, and there wasn't a single place on his body that was undamaged. It was as if his entire body had been stripped bare, his muscles all exposed. Even after using his demon god transformation, in this star field storm, Yonkai's tough body was unable to withstand it. His body was damaged, his soul was shaken, and the spiritual energy in his knowledge seemed to be on the verge of being blown away. Not daring to neglect, Yonkai quickly took out the myriad drug milk, no longer caring to cherish this saint-grade herb, swallowed it in large gulps, and smeared it all over his body. The powerful medicinal efficacies combined with the vigorous vitality he gained from using the demon god transformation quickly repaired the damaged parts of his body, but as soon as they were repaired, they would be destroyed again, repeating the same process over and over again. As time passed, the destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. Yonkai was gradually drawn into the center of the star field storm. Pieces of flesh and blood quickly separated from the bones, revealing the shiny golden bones inside. This was the unyielding golden skeleton, the great demon god's bone body. Under the raging storm of the star field, his bone body remained unscathed, without the slightest damage. Yonkai was completely numb, and in his heart there was only a tenacious struggle that drove him to make a final effort. He knew that if he admitted defeat here, he would really be finished. Although he wasn't sure if he could survive this disaster, there was always a glimmer of hope if he gave it his all. Tom had never been so slow. From the time he had been drawn into the star field storm until now, Only half an incense stick worth of time had passed, but Xianxia felt like several years had passed. Every breath he took was an unimaginable torment. The myriad drug milk was constantly being consumed, and at this point, Xianxia couldn't care less about whether this Saint Great Herb would be wasted or not. His flesh and blood were being reborn in the process of being destroyed by the Starfield storm, becoming tougher and stronger each time, capable of withstanding even greater damage. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the violent energy around him weakened significantly. Xianxia's spirit shook, and after carefully examining himself, he found that he had left the center of the storm and was being shaken off. The most difficult time had passed, and Xianxia was ecstatic, feeling that there was indeed hope for him to survive, so he spared no effort. The violent energy was getting weaker and weaker, and gradually the Starfield storm passed in front of Xianxia and threw him out. Xianxia was dizzy for a long time before he gradually stabilized himself and stared at the Starfield storm that was gradually fading away, unable to hold back his laughter. His laughter was hoarse, weak, but filled with joy. The next moment, Xianxia's soul trembled, and he felt weak all over, as if he had been swallowed by darkness and fainted. In the endless void, Xianxia lay quietly, not even having the strength to move a finger. Motionless, his body and soul relaxed to the extreme as he experienced the changes to his flesh and blood. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the intense pain all over his body woke him up. Although he couldn't see his current appearance, Xianxia knew that he must be in a miserable state because he could feel that his flesh and blood had been greatly reduced. The demon god's blood exuded a faint golden light as it condensed in his body, bringing with it surging vitality and powerful life force. It exploded in his blood vessels, transforming into a mystical energy essence that repaired his damaged meridians and flesh. The unyielding golden skeleton was the foundation of the demon god's blood, and after this disaster, it seemed that the unyielding golden skeleton's potential had been stimulated. Drops of pure demon god's blood were slowly being produced, each drop transforming into Xianxia's vitality. When he was in Demon God's Citadel, Xianxia had witnessed the powerful resilience of the ancient demon clan. Their physique was several times stronger than the cultivator outside. This was because they had an excellent bloodline and the faint energy of the great demon god flowing through their bodies. As the legitimate successor of the great demon god, Xianxia's resilience were many times greater than those of the ancient demon clan. His tough muscles and flesh were constantly wriggling, and under the effect of the demon god's blood, the damaged areas exuded a faint golden light. His broken meridians reconnected, becoming even more resilient than before, and his damaged flesh and blood were slowly being repaired. Chapter 718. In this disaster, apart from Xianxia's bones, everything else in his body had suffered varying degrees of damage. The great demon god's bones were even tougher than a saint-grade high-rank defensive artifact, so under the raging storm of the Starfield, they had not been damaged in the slightest. This made Xianxia very happy. His flesh and blood, his meridians and veins were all covered in a faint golden glow, and even his damaged internal organs were exuding a golden brilliance. His internal vitality was vigorous, and his flesh and blood were gradually replenished, once again covering his bones. The medicinal efficacies of the myriad drug milk were still working together with the demon god's blood. Lying in the void, Xianxia didn't think about anything, simply relaxing his mind and body, allowing the demon god's blood to play its role, transforming his meridians and physique, repairing his body. From the perspective of an outsider, at this moment, Xianxia was shrouded in a faint golden light. Inside this golden light, a vigorous vitality was slowly being emitted, and the vitality he had lost was slowly and subtly recovering. Under the effect of the demon god's blood, the fatigue and pain he felt gradually disappeared, and his strength was restored. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia's eyes gradually brightened. At this moment, he felt that there was an indescribable energy in his body. This energy was the starfield's power that had poured into his body when he was swept into the starfield storm. From his damaged flesh, an endless amount of starfield's power poured in, and after experiencing the initial rampaging, it gradually settled down, seemingly very satisfied with Xianxia's current body, settling down and no longer causing trouble. Instead, it had become a kind of asset to Xianxia. This star field contained all kinds of mysteries and mysteries. With a single thought, Xianxia's entire body's acupoints began to rotate and absorb this star field's power. However, the mysteries of the star field's power were still incomparably mysterious. It was waiting for him to comprehend them. Not daring to neglect, Xianxia immediately held his breath and immersed his consciousness into his body. An invisible door seemed to be slowly pushed open in front of him. Xianxia stepped into a new world, a world he had never seen before. For some reason, he couldn't help but feel like he was standing on top of the clouds, overlooking all living beings. At this moment, he felt that he had transcended the level of mortals and reached another realm. Impurities that had never been detected before were expelled from his wriggling flesh and blood. His body became pure and stronger. As the impurities in his body were expelled, an invisible barrier was slowly being destroyed. Xianxia seemed to see himself taking a big step forward, crossing a heavenly moat on the road to the peak of martial arts. This kind of feeling became clearer and clearer. Gradually, he became infatuated. He enjoyed himself in this kind of state, forgetting to return. His mental state rapidly improved. In the endless star field, Xianxia lay there quietly. He entered a miraculous state, comprehending the heavenly Tao, the ascension of the divine soul. His body was also slowly recovering. In the process of recovery, he was undergoing a miraculous tempering. His soul and body benefited together. This time, he had survived the disaster of the starfield storm. The benefits he obtained were unimaginably huge. His body recovered. His soul was as stable as ever. Xianxia quickly forgot about the existence of time. At this moment, he also forgot that he was in the star field and that he was not disturbed by anyone. One day, Xianxia's eyes suddenly overflowed with light, flashing with understanding. At the same time, he noticed the changes in himself. His flesh and blood all wriggled, and his bones crackled. The mysterious energy wandering in the star field seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and suddenly all rushed into Xianxia's body. After withstanding the baptism of the star field storm, the power of the star field could no longer cause any harm to Xianxia. After it entered his body, it became his powerful capital. An invisible momentum spread out, growing stronger and stronger. Like a small storm, with Xianxia as its center, it quickly took shape. His body and mind were greatly encouraged. Every inch of his flesh and blood filled with joy. Xianxia threw his head back and roared to the sky, venting the excitement in his heart. A halo of light suddenly burst out from his body, spreading out in all directions. Immediately, everything calmed down. Xianxia stood quietly in place, feeling a steady flow of power from his body. Gently clenching his fists, he felt as if he could really pluck the stars and summon the moon, overturning rivers and seas. The strength in his body was more powerful than ever before. Transcendent realm. The moment his body was repaired, Xianxia successfully reached the transcendent realm. From now on, he had truly transcended the level of mortals. Xianxia could clearly perceive that this realm was very different from the immortal ascension boundary. Whether it was his physical body or the strength of his spiritual energy, both had made great progress, and his combat effectiveness had increased crazily. If he were to fight Bright Thunder Spirit religions, Su Qi and Duan Hai again, Xianxia was confident he could beat them both by himself, no longer needing to rely on the power of the wind to kill them like last time. The advancement of a great realm was extremely difficult, but once it was successful, there would be a fundamental difference. This was the case for any cultivator. That was why cultivators pursued the increase of their realms and cultivation, enjoying it immensely. Calming his excitement, Xianxia examined his body. Surprisingly, he found that there wasn't a single scar left on his body, and even the damaged flesh and blood had been completely regenerated. Compared to before, his body was much stronger. Not only that, Xianxia could also feel that the blood flowing through his veins was very different from before. It seemed that a third of his blood contained destructive power. This was definitely the demon god's blood. Moreover, the power of the unyielding golden skeleton had also been stimulated. In the future, this skeleton would continuously produce the demon god's blood, replacing the original blood in Xianxia's body. It wouldn't be long before all the blood in his body turned a rich golden color. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Closing his eyes, Xianxia silently examined himself. Gradually, a grin appeared on his face. At first, his laughter was very small, but it gradually grew louder and louder, eventually becoming a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the star field, spreading far and wide. The journey to the star field was monotonous and boring, but Xianxia felt that this trip had not been in vain. He had obtained huge benefits from the star field. That kind of storm should be very difficult to encounter, so wanting to use it to temper himself again was a bit unrealistic. It was time to go back. Making up his mind, Xianxia took a deep breath and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he found that not far away, there were some strange lights exuding a faint glow. He hurriedly flew over to investigate. These stones were actually some very precious ores of excellent quality. Xianxia's expression became strange. After thinking about it, he immediately understood that these ores should be the remnants of the sea of meteorites destroyed by the starfield storm. In that sea of meteorites, there were hundreds of large and small meteorites. There must have been some precious ores inside. After the outer layer of rock was shattered, the ores inside remained. And to be able to withstand the baptism of the starfield storm, the grade of these ores could be imagined. At the very least, they were saint-grade mid-rank ores. If these ores were used to refine artifacts, they should be able to refine saint-grade artifacts. The premise was that there was a need for an outstanding artifact refiner. Xianxia hurriedly collected these ores. His bone shield had been shattered before, so after collecting these ores, if there was a chance in the future, he could ask an artifact refiner to help him refine artifacts. The harvest was quite rich. He collected more than 100 large and small ores. Xianxia couldn't recognize any of them, so he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. But after all, these were products of the star field, so it was natural that he couldn't recognize them. After stuffing them all into the black book space, Xianxia's sense of regret for the broken bone shield disappeared. After identifying the direction, Xianxia embarked on a journey to find his way home. He didn't know how long he had spent in this star field, but it was definitely not short. Just the restoration of his body alone had taken him at least 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months of enlightenment had allowed him to successfully break through to the transcendent realm. The hardships involved could be imagined. Having not returned for so long, Xianxia was certain his martial uncle and martial aunt were all waiting anxiously. Time flew by, and just when Xianxia thought he was lost, he finally found an emerald green budding flower. The 1,000-year demon flower. At this moment, it was no longer blooming, but had instead returned to its bud form and was now suspended in the void. Finding this place, Xianxia's heart settled. On that day, he and Xiao had appeared here, and according to Li Lao, the void corridor leading to Tongxian realm was definitely not far away. With this 1,000-year demon flower as the center, Xianxia spread out in all directions, running back and forth several times before finally finding the void corridor. There was no sign of Xiao nearby, so he should have returned some time ago. Before this, everyone had agreed that they didn't need to worry about the other, that they could return as soon as they felt it was time. So much time had passed, so Xianxia shouldn't be in the star field anymore. Xianxia didn't hesitate and plunged into the void corridor. After experiencing the familiar feeling of dizziness, Xianxia's vision suddenly opened up. All around him was the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers, a verdant forest. Xianxia scratched his head, somewhat unable to recognize where he was. Releasing his divine sense, Xianxia soon smiled. About a dozen kilometers away, there were some life fluctuations, indicating there should be some people moving. Using his movement skill, Xianxia flew over and soon arrived near this group of people. Glancing around, Xianxia's expression became strange because he found these people to be quite interesting. They were indeed human, but they were in groups of two, one man and one woman, a total of 3 pairs, all of them immortal ascension boundary masters, neither high nor low in strength. At this moment, they were fighting a fierce monster beast. From the way they fought and the way their yuan qi flowed, it was obvious these men and women were in harmony. In other words, they were a pair of dual cultivators. In groups of 2, they could display strength that exceeded their own cultivation. Chapter 719. When Xianxia appeared, he didn't conceal his aura, so he was naturally noticed by these 6. These 6 people didn't forget to be vigilant during the battle, so obviously they had good awareness. Although they noticed that Xianxia wasn't hostile, they still sent out a man and a woman to attack from the sidelines, while paying close attention to Xianxia's movements, fearing he would jump out and disturb them. Xianxia just smiled lightly and didn't care about their vigilance. When encountering a stranger outside, especially in battle, their approach was undoubtedly correct. The monster beast they were dealing with wasn't very strong, only at the 6th order, so under the joint attack of the remaining 4, it was quickly killed. After they cleaned up and recovered for a while, Xianxia stepped forward in a friendly manner and asked for directions. "Are you going to Floating Clouds City?" One of the women frowned slightly as she looked at Xianxia suspiciously, pointing in a certain direction and saying, "Floating Clouds City is this way. If you follow this direction, you'll arrive there in 3 to 5 days. "Many thanks." Xianxia couldn't help but sigh in relief. He was really afraid that the place he would return to would be too far from Floating Cloud City. Tongxian Realm was really too big. If the Void Corridor and Star Field had teleported him to a very distant location, it wouldn't have been unusual for him to fly for a year or so. "Friend, why are you going to Floating Cloud City now? The struggle for the 1,000-year demon flower ended a year ago. You shouldn't have not received the news, right?" Another big man with a rough appearance said. "A year ago?" Xianxia's face went black. He had underestimated the passage of time. He thought he had only stayed in Star Field for half a year at most, but a year had already passed. Seeing him show a surprised look, these people immediately misunderstood him, thinking that he had really gone to Floating Cloud City to compete for the 1,000-year demon flower, but had missed the opportunity. The 3 women all pursed their lips and chuckled, looking at him like he was a fool. It ended a year ago. It is said that 2 young people beat us to it, but these 2 young people's whereabouts are unknown. Now many people are looking for them. I want to buy the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower from them." The burly man said with a smile. "Friend, isn't it a bit too late for you to rush over now?" "I really don't know." Xianxia suddenly became vigilant, thinking to himself that it was time to remove the disguising artifact on his face. Otherwise, if it was discovered by someone, it would definitely be troublesome. "Friend, where are you from? Why are you so uninformed?" The burly man chuckled and asked. "I was born in the countryside, so it takes a while for news to spread," Xianxia said perfunctorily. Without waiting for him to speak, he cupped his fists and said, "No matter what, thank you. Goodbye." As he spoke, he had already flown in the direction that the woman had pointed out. "This person is really interesting. He's too slow to realize it." The woman beside the big man laughed. "Ignore him. Let's take a look at the quality of this monster beast's inner core." The group of 6 immediately looked forward to it. Xianxia flew as fast as lightning, reaching out and taking off the disguising artifact covering his face, revealing his original appearance. This artifact given to him by Old Man Du really had some use. If not for this artifact at that time, Xianxia estimated that he would now be pursued by all the transcendents in the world. Thinking about how Zhai Yao's little white face would suffer such a fate, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a burst of schadenfreude. However, he still had Li Lao to protect him. Even if someone found him, no one would dare to provoke him. Floating Clouds City, City Lord's Mansion. Li Lao and Zhai Yao had been guests here for a year. As the City Lord and Vice City Lord, the Saint Realm Masters from the three clans were naturally overjoyed. Although they didn't know why they had stayed here for so long, with Li Lao as a guest, they felt infinite glory. Every day, they would come to greet him, calling themselves juniors, and even taking care of Zhai Yao. At this moment, Zhai Yao was listening to Li Lao's lecture, learning his alchemic way. 9 months ago, Zhai Yao had returned and stayed in the star field for 3 months, reaping unimaginable benefits. This data made Li Lao very satisfied. He had thought that Zhai Yao would only be able to stay in the star field for a month at most, but his apprentice's performance far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, Li Lao suddenly noticed that Zhai Yao was somewhat absent-minded. Smiling lightly, he stopped teaching and asked, "Are you worried about that little guy surnamed Yang?" Zhai Yao nodded. "If only I had acted with him at that time. It's been more than a year, but he still hasn't returned. Teacher, do you think he's... If that's the case, then it's his fate." Li Lao sat down, took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said lightly, "After staying in the star field for a year, I find it hard to imagine he'll survive." If Zhai Yao hadn't insisted on waiting for Xianxia to return in the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao would have already taken him to travel the world. Although he had an agreement with Xianxia, with Li Lao's esteemed status, waiting for Xianxia for so long was more than enough. Brother Yang shouldn't have died, right? Zhai Yao frowned, his tone somewhat uncertain. "It seems you still have some confidence in him," Li Lao chuckled. "And I've seen his physical strength in the star field." Zhai Yao's eyes flashed with shock. "Even if I trained in the star field for 3 months, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to him at that time. It's hard for me to believe that such a person would die just like that. A year is too long. It's possible that he got lost or met with some kind of accident." Li Lao sighed slightly. "I also don't wish for such a person to die young, but if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Yao, we should leave this place. It's not good to stay in one place for too long. Teacher, let's wait for 10 more days. If he still hasn't returned in 10 days, then we'll leave." Zhai Yao pleaded. "Fine, let's wait for 10 more days and see if he can create a miracle." Li Lao nodded slightly. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned cold and strange. "What's wrong, teacher?" Diao asked curiously. He rarely saw such an expression on his teacher's face. It was as if something had happened that made him extremely surprised. "It seems like a miracle has really happened." Li Lao looked at him and said, "You're saying..." Zhai Yao suddenly realized, his face full of surprise and joy. Li Lao nodded heavily. "Haha, I knew it. This guy won't die." "Then where is he now?" Zhai Yao asked with a laugh. "In that inn. I'll go find him. I want to see what this guy has become." Zhai Yao said and ran out. "Remember to bring him here. I have something to say to him." Li Lao's voice came from behind. Zhai Yao quickly responded. After his disciple left, Li Lao was shocked and muttered to himself, "A year. Could it be that this guy really stayed in the star field for a year? How did he survive?" Li Lao had also experienced the dangers of the star field. Although it was 1,000 years ago, no matter how much time had passed, the star field was still the star field. Not just anyone could set foot in it. Half a year ago, Li Lao was sure that Xianxia probably wouldn't come back. But seeing Zhai Yao so determined to wait, he didn't point it out. He didn't want to disappoint him. In this world, there were very few people who could compete with Zhai Yao in alchemy. His own disciples saw that guy as his biggest rival. This was something that Li Lao was very clear about. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very wrong. A wise old man like him had his own unique vision. He rarely made mistakes in his judgment. But now, Yang Kai's miraculous return made him wonder if this was fated. Slowly shaking his head, Li Lao pondered for a long time before smiling. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's return surprised Song Yin and Fei Yu. For more than a year, the two martial uncles had been waiting in Floating Cloud City. Although Xianxia had invited them to visit the city lord's mansion, they had declined. Don't look at how A.O. Gu and the others were polite to Li Lao and Xianxia. That was because of Li Lao's identity and status. If Song Yin and the others really went there, A.O. Gu wouldn't have welcomed them. "You little brat, you're finally back," Song Yin laughed, feeling as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes were watery and extremely alluring. Her cheeks were flushed red as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. "Martial uncle, you're drinking again." Yang Kai was speechless. The room was filled with the strong smell of wine, so it was obvious at a glance that it was Fei Yu's doing. "What's wrong with drinking a little wine?" "Mind your own business." Fei Yu's red lips trembled as she glared at Yang Kai, then immediately smiled again. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Fei Yu was worried, sick about you, drinking all day long to drown her sorrows. "I almost died from the smell," Song Yin quickly complained. "Where are Martial Uncle Rimaru and Martial Uncle Fei Jian?" Yang Kai looked around but didn't see the two of them, nor did he detect their auras in the inn. "They've already gone back," Song Yin explained. "You don't know how long you've been gone, right?" "I know," Yang Kai nodded. "And the sect can't be left alone, so they went back early. Fei Yu and I were waiting for you here. Old Man Du and Mina also returned to the Grand Boulder City Alchemist Association. Now that you're back, we can leave." "I've made Martial Uncles worry." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Even though he had disappeared for more than a year, when he saw Yang Kai again at this moment, he didn't see any suspicion on their faces, only relief at his safe return. If it were any other outsider, they would have suspected that he had obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and escaped. But his martial uncles obviously didn't think so. "I'm also very worried, Brother Yang. What do you want to say?" Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from outside, and before it fell, Xianxia strode in. After looking around, Xianxia scratched his head and asked in amazement, "Where's Brother Yang? Didn't I hear his voice? Who's this guy?" As he spoke, he looked up and down at Yang Kai, puzzled. Chapter 720. Xianxia had never seen Yang Kai's true face before, so it wasn't surprising that he couldn't recognize him at this moment. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted him. Hearing his voice, Xianxia immediately woke up and shook his head with a wry smile. "It turns out you've never shown your true face. You're quite vigilant." Saying so, his eyes narrowed, and although his expression was indifferent, it was difficult to hide the shock in them as he quickly asked, "I see that Brother Yang is a little different from before. Could it be you've broken through to the transcendent realm?" His vision was quite sharp, and he immediately saw the problem. "It was a fluke." Yang Kai smiled modestly, not concealing anything. Both Song Yin and Fei Yu were shocked. Only now did they realize that Yang Kai had really reached the transcendent realm. Just now, they had been so happy with Yang Kai's safe return that neither of them had noticed this. The two of them also cheered up. "Little brat, if I gave you another 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid you'd be able to catch up to your martial uncle." Song Yin laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, an expression of satisfaction on his face that Soaring Heaven Sect had finally found a successor. "Brother Yang, you didn't really stay in the star field for a year, right?" Xianxia asked with some uncertainty. Even though he had witnessed Yang Kai's powerful physique, he still couldn't believe that he could safely spend so long in the star field. But if that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai's cultivation have broken through a great realm? "I encountered an accident there, and only found my way back a few days ago," Yang Kai nodded. Xiaoyao's expression was one of shock, speechless to the extreme. He had struggled desperately in the star field for 3 months before finally being unable to hold on any longer and returning to Tongxian realm through the Void Corridor. Even so, after returning, he was praised by his master for a long time. Zhai Yao himself also felt that such a result was enough to be proud of. But now, compared to Yang Kai, the difference was obvious. Starfield, Song Yin, and Fei Yu were stunned and looked at them in disbelief. Did you just say Starfield? Could it be that you went there? Sit down and talk. Yang Kai chuckled. Everyone wanted to know the secrets of the Starfield. Song Yin and Fei Yu were no exception. The four of them sat down. Yang Kai told them about all the miraculous things he had encountered in Starfield. Not only did Song Yin and Fei Yu listen with great interest, even Zhai Yao, who had also been to Starfield before, was listening attentively. Many of the wonderful things that Yang Kai had encountered were things that he had never seen before. During the 3 months in Starfield, Zhai Yao had spent most of his time beside the void corridor, tempering his body while preparing to evacuate at a moment's notice. Unlike Yang Kai, who acted as if he didn't know the difference between life and death, running all over the place and encountering the devastating Starfield storm. Hearing that the Starfield storm had crushed hundreds of thousands of meteorites in an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. They found it hard to imagine how Yang Kai had survived such a disaster in the Starfield. Even a Saint Realm Master who was caught in such a storm would have no choice but to die. But not only had Yang Kai survived, he had become even stronger than before. Yang Kai didn't explain in detail what had happened in the Starfield storm, only explaining that he had brushed past the edge of the storm and suffered some injuries. After all, this was related to the great demon God's bone and demon God blood, so Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it casually. Taking out 4 drops of the 1,000-year demon flower's medicinal liquid, Yang Kai put them into a jade bottle and handed it to Song Yin. Even the calm Song Yin couldn't help trembling slightly when he received these 4 drops of medicinal liquid. His big hands trembled slightly. His expression was filled with excitement. With these 4 drops of medicinal liquid, the 4 protectors had a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although the difference between the Saint Realm and the Transcendent Realm was only a single step, the distance between them was like heaven and earth. The gap between them was even greater than the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Immortal Ascension boundary. On Tongxian Realm, there was no lack of Transcendent Realm Masters, but there were very few Saint Realm Masters. Each Saint Realm Master was a cornerstone of their respective sect, a rare and precious asset. Soaring Heaven Sect, on the other hand, only had 2 Saint Realm Masters. In addition to their ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, there was also their martial uncle who was in secluded retreat. On the other hand, a great force like Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had no Saint Realm Masters at all. Now that we've obtained the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower and little martial nephew has returned, Song Yin, we should return to the sect. Fei Yu said softly. She couldn't wait to return to Serene Resplendent Peak and enter retreat to break through the biggest hurdle of her life. Song Yin obviously also thought so, but before that, little martial nephew should go and say goodbye to Li Lao. This time, if it weren't for Li Lao's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Song Yin hadn't said anything, he would have gone and talked to Li Lao. After all, in this world, only the 2 of them possess conflagrated knowledge seas. From Li Lao, Yang Kai felt that he could learn a lot of useful knowledge. Master also asked me to bring you along. Zhai Yao chuckled. Then let's go. We shouldn't keep Master waiting too long. 2 seniors, do you want to go? We won't be going. Song Yin shook his head. Send our regards to honored Master. Zhai Yao nodded before leaving the inn with Yang Kai and walking towards the City Lord's mansion. A moment later, the 2 arrived at the City Lord's mansion and, under the guidance of Zhai Yao, walked unimpeded. In front of a room in the City Lord's mansion's backyard, Zhai Yao stopped and respectfully said, Master, Brother Yang is here. Come in. Li Lao's aged voice came from inside. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He tidied up his appearance and followed behind Zhai Yao. After seeing Yang Kai's true appearance, Li Lao didn't show much surprise, as if he had already known. He chuckled and said, Sit. Sorry for disturbing Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his hands and sat cross-legged in front of him. Zhai Yao personally poured tea for the 2, brought it over, and sat beside Xianxia. Tasting the fragrant tea, the room was quiet for a while. Li Lao didn't speak, and Xianxia didn't dare to speak rashly. In front of him was an existence that could be described as a saint, one that was revered by all living beings in the world. After a long time, Old Man Li suddenly waved his hand. Xianxia clearly noticed that an invisible force had enveloped the entire room. From the inside, he could see what was going on outside, but from the outside, he couldn't hear the slightest thing from inside. His expression becoming serious, Xianxia suddenly realized that this white-haired old man in front of him was not only a top-level alchemist, but also a master with an extremely high cultivation. I heard Yao say that little brother is a disciple of Soaring Heaven sect. Li Lao asked. Yes, Xianxia nodded. If this old master is so bold as to ask, was little friend born in Soaring Heaven sect, or did you only join the sect recently? Old Man Li suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Xianxia stared at Li Lao in amazement. How does Senior know? I really only joined the sect recently, about a year and a half ago. Sure enough, Li Lao nodded lightly. Good. I won't tell you the specific reason for now. I'll explain it to you later. This old master will ask you one more time. Do you have a conflagrated knowledge, see? As soon as this statement came out, Zhai Yao's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at Xianxia in horror. Xianxia chuckled. Senior's vision is indeed sharp. When you saw this junior before, Senior must have already noticed it, right? And those who possess a conflagrated knowledge, see, are able to sense each other. The higher one's strength is, the stronger this sense is, so this old master was able to detect it. However, you don't need to worry. As long as you don't use your conflagrated knowledge, see casually, even a Saint Realm Master won't find it easy to spy on you. You really have a conflagrated knowledge, see. Zhai Yao's eyes widened. Xianxia nodded. You little brat, you really make one envious. Xianxia grinned bitterly. Di Yao smiled bitterly. A conflagrated knowledge, see, was something he dreamt of having because he had witnessed the various mysteries of conflagrated knowledge, see, from his master. When it came to alchemy, what kind of help could a conflagrated knowledge, see, provide? As an alchemist with excellent aptitude, how could Di Yao not want one? However, this kind of thing wasn't something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. A conflagrated knowledge, see, was a kind of mutation of one's divine sense and was largely dependent on coincidences. Over the years, Li Lao had made many preparations for Zhai Yao and made many efforts, but Zhai Yao's divine sense remained the same, without the slightest change. What can you do with your conflagrated knowledge, see now? Li Lao asked again. Xianxia scratched his cheek and said somewhat embarrassedly, catching others off guard and sneaking up on them. Li Lao laughed heartily, appearing extremely happy. Not bad, not bad. This is indeed one of the wonderful uses of a conflagrated knowledge, see. A mutated divine sense is much more lethal than an ordinary divine sense. Even if an enemy is stronger than you, if they are not prepared, they will still suffer a great loss. Even their soul may be incinerated, which is a great danger to anyone. However, this is only one of its uses. Did you know that the greatest use of a conflagrated knowledge, see, is in alchemy or artifact forging? Junior has thought of it before, but I don't know how to use it. Xianxia's expression became solemn as he respectfully said, Please enlighten me, Senior. Li Lao smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with Xianxia's eagerness to learn. This time I called you here precisely to pass on my experience in this area to you. Release your knowledge, seize defenses, Li Lao said softly. Xianxia's expression became serious as he hurriedly held his breath and opened the door to his knowledge, see. Li Lao's expression also became serious as he slowly extended his middle finger. An inexplicable energy burst forth from the tip of his finger, flickering with a little bit of fluorescent light. That finger gently touched Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia's body trembled as he instantly felt a pure energy carrying a huge amount of information pour into his mind. Not daring to hesitate, Xianxia hurriedly began to investigate. This information was all of Li Lao's many years of experience in studying the conflagrated knowledge C, how to use it in alchemy, and how to use it reasonably. All kinds of insights, all kinds of experiences were extremely precious. Yang Kai was immersed in his investigation and gradually gained some understanding of the wonderful uses of the conflagrated knowledge C in alchemy. It was impossible to investigate such a huge amount of information in a short period of time. After all, this was the summary of Li Lao's several hundred years of experience, and now he had unreservedly imparted it all to Yang Kai. As time passed, the room was quiet. Whether it was Li Lao or Xianxia, neither spoke to disturb him, all of them holding their breaths and quietly waiting. Chapter 721. After a long time, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly regained their clarity, and a thoughtful look flashed across his face. Reaching out, he summoned out his pill furnace and took out a few herbs from the black book space. Conflagrated knowledge, see, burst out and wrapped around these herbs. Under the scorching heat, these herbs were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids, which were then placed into the pill furnace in an orderly manner. His conflagrated knowledge, see, then wrapped around the pill furnace, and the medicinal liquids began to fuse and transform. A moment later, a fresh pill fragrance filled the room. With a soft sound, a round pill flew out from the pill furnace. Yang Kai grabbed it and carefully examined it, a smile appearing on his face. A spirit-grade pill. Compared to using yuan qi to refine pills in the past, this was much faster and more convenient. The time taken to refine pills was greatly reduced. On top of that, Yang Kai could feel that if he practiced and used his conflagrated knowledge C well, the quality of the pills he refined would also be much higher. Using conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy was on a completely different level from using yuan qi. Throughout the entire process, Li Lao and Xianxia were also completely absorbed. Xianxia watched in amazement. Even though he had seen his master use conflagrated knowledge C to perform alchemy countless times, he still couldn't help feeling amazed. For someone like him who didn't have such an advantage, naturally he was quite envious of Yang Kai's qualifications. Li Lao also nodded approvingly, his eyes shining brightly. Yang Kai's comprehension ability and aptitude made him feel that his experience was not a lie. Yang Kai would definitely be able to thoroughly understand his experience and develop his own insights and developments based on it. Many thanks for Li Lao's guidance. Yang Kai put away the spirit-grade pill and cupped his fists respectfully. Haha, little brother is too polite. This old master actually has conditions for teaching you this. Li Lao smiled lightly. Please speak, Li Lao. This old master wants to ask, how did your conflagrated knowledge C come to be? Moreover, from the strength of your conflagrated spiritual energy, it seems to be not inferior to this old master's at all. It was hard for me to imagine that you could cultivate your conflagrated knowledge C to such an extent. If it's convenient, can you tell this old man about it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, well, about the first question, it actually came up by accident. I once had a piece of jade, true spirit, and wanted to devour its energy to increase my cultivation base and battle prowess. But I didn't expect that during that cultivation, I would accidentally cultivate a conflagrated spiritual energy. Jade, true spirit? Li Lao's expression changed. You've got guts. How dare you swallow something like that? I didn't think too much about it at the time. Now that I think about it, it was indeed quite dangerous. Yang Kai grinned. Fortunately, the jade true spirit wasn't too strong. Otherwise, I would have died. Li Lao nodded slightly and pondered. It turns out that devouring a jade true spirit can also give birth to a conflagrated knowledge C, but this method is still a bit too risky. He asked this obviously because he wanted to help Xianxia obtain a conflagrated knowledge C. Yang Kai's method was not suitable for Xianxia, not to mention whether it was dangerous or not. Even if there was no danger, there was no guarantee that Xianxia would be able to produce a conflagrated knowledge C. The element of coincidence was too big. As for the second question, Yang Kai slowly said, "The reason why my conflagrated knowledge, see, can be comparable to Li Lao's is because I devoured it. I think it's probably because I devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge, see, and not because I cultivated it myself." Devoured other people's conflagrated knowledge, see. Li Lao paled. Li Lao misunderstood. I didn't take it by force. In a certain place, many cultivator with conflagrated knowledge, see, died. Their spiritual energy was preserved, and I was able to devour it by chance, Yang Kai explained. Your opportunity really makes one jealous, Zhai Yao said with envy. In this world, although it was rare to find a cultivator with a variant conflagrated knowledge, see, there were always a few. It can only be said that the only high-level alchemists with conflagrated knowledge, see, were Yang Kai and Li Lao. Perhaps there were others with conflagrated knowledge, see, but they were not proficient in alchemy and could only use in battle. This old master understands. Li Lao nodded slightly. Many thanks to little brother for answering this old master's doubts. This has been a great help to this old master. Li Lao is too polite. This junior has also benefited a lot from Li Lao. Yang Kai quickly said, thinking about it for a moment before asking, "Is there something else senior wanted to tell me?" Before, Li Lao had guessed that Yang Kai had only recently joined Soaring Heaven's sect, but he had not revealed the reason, which made Yang Kai somewhat concerned. A person like Li Lao would not say such nonsense. So, since he had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. And this matter may or may not be related to you. Li Lao chuckled, reaching out and taking out a spirit pill and handing it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully, asking in amazement, "Isn't this the spirit pill I refined?" This spirit pill was the one he had refined when he competed with Zhai Yao in the inn last time and still had pill veins on it. "If it is convenient for little friend, could you please depict the spirit array used to refine this spirit pill?" Li Lao said kindly. "Rest assured, this old master is not trying to pry into your knowledge. He just has some doubts. There's nothing inconvenient about it." Yang Kai chuckled. In front of a character like Li Lao, he felt very assured. Circulating his yuan qi, he began to inscribe the spirit array he had used before inside the pill furnace. Soon, after the spirit array was inscribed, Yang Kai handed over the pill furnace. Li Lao took it and examined it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face before he casually handed the pill furnace to Zhai Yao. "Take a look." Zhai Yao, with a confused look on his face, took the pill furnace and began examining it. A moment later, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something interesting. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was confused by this master and disciple duo. "Interesting." Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The spirit array Brother Yang used is slightly different from the one we use now. It seems to be a very ancient technique." "Yes." Li Lao nodded slightly. "It is indeed a very ancient spirit array, one that has been lost for many generations. Compared to the spirit array we use now, it is undoubtedly more useful. I learned it from a very ancient book." Yang Kai explained, "Li Lao, if you want, I can inscribe all the spirit arrays I know." Old Li chuckled. "There's no need for that. I'm not asking you this because I covet your knowledge, but because Yao and I have seen this kind of spirit array before, so I think it might be related to you." Yang Kai frowned. "I'd like to hear the details. Brother Yang, it's like this." Zhai Yao continued, "Since I was a child, I have been cultivating with my master in the mountains, learning the alchemic way. After 20 years, a few years ago, my master decided to take me out of the mountains to experience the world. I have always felt that with my alchemy skills, I am invincible among my peers in this world. But in Floating Cloud City, I lost to Brother Yang, and before that, I lost to another person, just 2 years ago." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. "There is someone who is better than Brother Zhai in alchemy." "Yes, what makes me most oppressed is that that person was a woman." Zhai Yao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was stunned, but suddenly, as if he remembered something, his eyes lit up and he eagerly asked, "What kind of woman?" I don't know. That woman was wearing a veil. Her forehead was decorated with a sapphire, and her eyes were very bright and clear. She should be a beauty, but she looked a little delicate. Yang Kai's breathing gradually became rapid as he asked in a trembling voice, "Was there a lecherous old man by her side?" Lecherous? Zhai Yao looked at him blankly. It was probably lecherous. In any case, that old man gave off a feeling of disrespect. Is that old man surnamed Meng? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Sure enough, he is related to little brother. Li Lao gently nodded. When this old master saw the traces of the spirit array used in the spirit pill, he had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. Now it seems that little brother and that young lady are from the same family. After all, the spirit arrays you use are the same. And that's my senior sister. Yang Kai nodded heavily. There was no mistake. 2 years ago, the one who defeated Zhai Yao in alchemy was definitely Xian Ningchong. In this world, only Xian Ningchong could achieve such a feat. There was no one else. Which sect are you all from? Why are you all so strong? Di Yao wore a speechless expression. That woman is one thing, but it seems she was born with a different physique. When it comes to alchemy, she doesn't need a pill furnace at all. She can simply gather the surrounding world energy and refine pill veins at will. I competed with her 3 times, but the result was a crushing defeat, a heavy blow to my confidence. But you're even more extraordinary, actually possessing an advantage like your conflagrated knowledge. See, I simply can't compare to you, senior sister and junior brother. She does indeed have a special physique, one that was specially born for alchemy. Yang Kai nodded, his heart filled with excitement. After searching for so long, he finally found a useful clue. Sacred spirit medicine body, Li Lao suddenly exclaimed. No wonder. It turns out she has the sacred spirit medicine body. In time, her achievements will definitely surpass this old master's. Yet that old bastard Meng Wuxia is still being so secretive and unwilling to reveal it to this old master. Yang Kai's expression changed. From the way Li Lao addressed Meng Wuxia, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time and were even of the same generation. Senior, when you met them, did you see anyone else? I still have a senior sister and a friend with them. Could it be they're also proficient in alchemy? Zhai Yao asked with a bitter expression. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I didn't see them. Meng Wuxia seems to only have that little girl, surnamed Xia, with him. Yang Kai's expression sank, his heart filled with impatience. If Meng Wuxia had Xia Ningchong with him, then what about Su Yin? What about the old demon? Where had the 2 of them gone? There was no need to worry about the old demon. He was originally from Tongxian realm and had even occupied the body of a demon general. Besides a saint realm master, no one could hurt him. But Su Yin was different. She was a lone woman and her strength wasn't particularly high. What if she encountered some kind of danger? What was the reason for her being separated from Meng Wuxia? Or had she encountered some kind of accident? Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of his stomach as his imagination began to run wild. Chapter 722. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's impatience, Li Lao hurriedly offered a few words of comfort. Yang Kai also knew that it was useless to think about these things right now. Only by finding Meng Wuxia and asking him would he be able to learn more about the situation. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down and he asked, Li Lao, where did you and Brother Zhai meet them? Blue Water City. Blue Water City. Yang Kai frowned. And it's about a few months away from here, but even if you look for them now, you may not be able to find them. We met them 2 years ago when Meng Wuxia said he would be leaving Blue Water City soon. By now, he should have already left, Li Lao said with some regret. Judging from Yang Kai's demeanor and mood, Meng Wuxia and that little girl, surnamed Xia, must be very important to him. In any case, this is a clue after all. I've been looking for them for a long time, but haven't been able to find any clues, so I think I should go and take a look, Yang Kai said seriously. Very well, Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I wish little brother all the best. Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After bidding farewell to Li Lao and Zhai Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly returned to the inn. This time, obtaining such a valuable clue from Li Lao was a pleasant surprise, so Yang Kai didn't want to delay any longer. After informing Sanyin and Fei Yu, he immediately set off for Blue Water City. Sanyin and Fei Yu both knew that Yang Kai was looking for their two senior sisters. Now that he had a clue, although the chances were slim, they didn't stop him and instead offered to escort Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. It had taken him more than a year to bring it back. His 4 martial uncles and martial aunt were all waiting for this to break through to the Saint Realm. So how could Yang Kai allow him to delay their important matters? Yang Kai's attitude was firm, so Sanyin and Fei Yu had no choice but to agree. They repeatedly reminded him to pay attention to his safety and to tell them if he was wronged outside. Feeling the concern of his martial uncles, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart. Acting alone in the outside world, Yang Kai was very experienced. For so many years, it could be said that he had basically been roaming the world by himself. After a simple packing, Yang Kai immediately set off. Outside Floating Cloud City, Sanyin and Fei Yu watched Yang Kai leave before also heading back to Soaring Heaven Sect. They too had to return to prepare for their breakthrough to the Saint Realm. In the City Lord's mansion, Li Lao and Zhai Yao also bid farewell to Ao Gu and the others. He embarked on the path of traveling the world. Flying as fast as lightning, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. Although he knew his chances were slim, Yang Kai still used all of his strength to hurry along. All he wanted to do was reach Blue Water City as soon as possible and see if he could obtain any useful clues there. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the rivers and streams. Yang Kai's speed was like lightning. Now that his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm, his speed was much faster than before. Moreover, in places where no one could see him, Yang Kai would also display his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed. The transcendent realm was not a low realm, but in Tongxian realm, where transcendence could enter the Saint Realm, it was still not enough to dominate the world. Yang Kai estimated he needed to cultivate to the Saint Realm at the very least. Only then would he be able to travel unimpeded here. He needed to become stronger, and stronger in order to have a foothold in this world. Although he was now in Soaring Heaven Sect, and his ancestral founder and martial uncles were very good to him, in the end, this was not his foundation. What he wanted was the kind of strength that belonged to him. As time passed by, Yang Kai's anxious mood gradually calmed down. After his mood calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, his previous perseverance and self-confidence returning to him. He felt that as long as he was given enough time, one day he would be able to stand at the top of this world and become an overlord. He had the unyielding golden skeleton and the demon eye of annihilation. Although these were all precious treasures left behind by the great demon god, only Yang Kai could utilize them to their fullest and use them to achieve his own goals. While on the road, Yang Kai didn't remain idle. Instead, comprehending the various mysteries he had obtained from the star field and comprehending the method Li Lao had taught him to use his conflagrated knowledge see. This kind of change in self-confidence and mentality was like a catalyst, allowing Yang Kai to comprehend more and more about his own strength. His recent breakthrough to the transcendent realm quickly stabilized. In front of him was a dense forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and everything that entered his eyes was lush green. The air was fresh, and the energy was quite extraordinary. In the dense forest, there were many traces of demon beasts and human activities. Yang Kai flew past, not paying them any mind. Half a month later, he passed through this forest. The moment he crossed the towering mountain peak, Yang Kai felt a fresh and natural aura wash over him. This aura was mixed with a slight, fishy smell. Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a sense of familiarity. Back when he was still very weak, when he first left High Heaven Pavilion for life experience, and arrived in Sea City, he had smelled this kind of aura. Because it was a sea breeze, the wind carried with it a salty smell of seawater. Looking around, on the distant horizon, Xianxia saw a blue sea with sparkling waves. The wind was blowing from that direction, but because it was blocked by the high mountains below, there was no such aura on the other side of the mountain. Seaside, Xianxia raised his brow. He hadn't expected that the so-called Blue Water City would actually be located on the coast. He had left in such a hurry that he hadn't carefully inquired about this place before rushing over. Song Yin and Fei Yu hadn't warned him either, so when Xianxia saw the blue sea now, he felt as if he had been transported to another world. It was as if he had suddenly returned to his own world and arrived near Sea City. The masters from the Endless Sea Islands and the young girl who raised peacocks, Zhong Miao Ku, flashed across Xianxia's mind one by one. Chuckling lightly, Xianxia shook his head and dispelled these memories before quickly flying forward. The further he flew, the richer the water attribute energy in the air became. This was definitely a good place for a water attribute cultivator to cultivate and take root. Three days later, Xianxia finally arrived at Blue Water City and paid a crystal stone to enter safely. Inside Blue Water City, there was a distinct smell everywhere. Most of the cultivators who came and went wore light blue robes. Because they cultivated water, attribute secret arts, and martial skills, they had a special liking for this color. Here, Xianxia's true Yang secret art was faintly suppressed, but it wasn't a big deal. A cultivator like him who cultivated Yang attribute secret arts or fire attribute secret arts would not be willing to live in this kind of place for long. If he stayed here for too long, not only would his secret arts and martial skills be suppressed, but his own strength would also regress. Although he already knew his chances were slim, shortly after setting foot in Blue Water City, Xianxia still showed a look of disappointment. He didn't release his divine sense to investigate, but he was certain that Meng Wuya was no longer here. Because Treasurer Meng's defensive artifact, the Heavenly Palace, was still in Xianxia's hands, Xianxia had deliberately taken it out of the Black Book space when he arrived at Blue Water City. If Meng Wuya was really here, he would have sensed it. After all, this artifact contained his soul imprint. Since he hadn't appeared, it meant that Meng Wuya and Xianxia had long since left. After feeling depressed for a while, Xianxia regrouped and began to inquire about Blue Water City. Although Meng Wuya had left, perhaps he had left behind some clues that he could track down. Now that Xianxia had an alchemist identity and an alchemist token, if he wanted to inquire about information, it wouldn't be as difficult as before. Walking over to Blue Water City's Alchemist Guild, Xianxia showed his alchemist token and asked the alchemist there. Xianxia's alchemist token was the one he had obtained in Grand Boulder City and had never been replaced, so under the investigation of others, he was just a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist. Even so, this surprised the alchemists of Blue Water City. The head of the Alchemist Guild here, a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist who was over 100 years old, was even more surprised. Sighing with emotion, he warmly received Xianxia. It had to be said that with an alchemist token, it was very convenient to go anywhere. Although the world was vast, almost every city had an alchemist guild, unless the city was too small. Of course, not every alchemist guild's head was a saint-grade alchemist like Old Man Du. The head of this alchemist guild was a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist. In some places, a spirit-grade mid-rank alchemist could lead an alchemist guild. Xianxia came here to inquire because of his alchemist identity and also because Xianxia was also an alchemist, so he might have had some dealings with the alchemists here. After asking, everyone shook their heads. Only one person said that he seemed to have seen this old man and young duo before, but he had never interacted with them. 2 years had passed, so he didn't know where the two had gone. Xianxia could only helplessly say his thanks and take his leave. The clues he had obtained from Li Lao were cut off just like that. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Although this series of disappointments was quite a blow to Xianxia, he was not discouraged. He firmly believed that one day he would be able to reunite with Su Yin and Xianxia, as well as Old Demon. That old bastard was nowhere to be found. Over the next few days, Xianxia kept an eye out for information in Blue Water City while also trying to purchase a certain type of medicinal herb. This medicinal herb was necessary to refine the saint pill needed to save the ancient demon clan. It could only be found in the territory of the sea and was extremely rare and precious. Xianxia felt that there might be some here. Time flew by, but Xianxia still hadn't gained anything. Not only was he unable to obtain any information about Meng Wuya, but he also couldn't find the medicinal herb he was looking for. Everyone he asked shook their heads, claiming that this medicinal herb was almost extinct and they had never seen it before. One day, a month later, Xianxia was inquiring about some news in a medicine shop when he suddenly sensed the auras of several people approaching him. Frowning, Xianxia turned around and saw a group of cultivators led by a middle-aged man walking towards him. This group of people didn't have high cultivations, basically all of them at the Immortal Ascension boundary, but there were quite a few of them and their auras were fierce. Obviously, they were all masters who lived on the edge of a blade. Arriving in front of Xianxia, the middle-aged man looked him over. "What's the matter?" Xianxia asked with some displeasure. Chapter 723. This group of people didn't look very friendly, so Xianxia naturally wouldn't treat them with courtesy. He was currently in a bad mood, so if someone provoked him, it'd be a good time to vent. "I heard you were looking for the whereabouts of an old man and a little girl?" The middle-aged man glanced at Xianxia and asked coldly, "You've seen them before?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. "Is it a lecherous old man and a little girl with a veil?" The man confirmed, "It's them." Xianxia was overjoyed, suddenly feeling that this group of people in front of him had become friendly. "Then we've seen them before." The big man nodded slightly. "Why are you looking for them? What's your relationship with them?" "You don't need to know that." Xianxia shook his head. "You just need to tell me if they left behind any clues. I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" The big man suddenly smiled slyly. "What kind of reward?" "Crystal stones or spirit pills. As long as it's a valuable clue, I can give it to you." When the big man heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. Looking at Xianxia's clothes, he really didn't expect him to be so rich. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." The big man nodded slightly. "But although we've seen the old man and the young girl, we haven't talked to them, so we don't know the specific information." "Then don't waste my time." Xianxia's mood suddenly became a lot more subtle and his face became cold. The big man chuckled. "We don't know, but that doesn't mean others don't know. If you really want to ask around, then come with us." Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he suddenly smiled. "Good. Take me to someone who knows the situation." The big man nodded. Taking the lead, Kai Yang hurriedly followed. The people brought by the big man also followed behind, sealing off Kai Yang's path of retreat without leaving a trace. This group of people was a bit unfriendly. Xianxia could naturally sense it, but they had definitely seen Meng Wuya and Xianxia. Otherwise, they wouldn't have described them so clearly. What did old man Meng do to them? Why did this group of people seem to hate him so much? Even though he was aware of this, Xianxia was still bold. He wasn't afraid at all. He followed along calmly, while secretly observing the situation around him. He had been active in Blue Water City for a month now, and naturally knew that there were no Saint Realm Masters here, so he had nothing to fear. He followed the burly man for a long time. Suddenly, they arrived in front of a huge mansion. After entering the house, the burly man led Xianxia through the courtyard. Not long after, they arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a young man with a sinister expression sitting on a chair under the young man's knees. Two seductively dressed women were half kneeling on the ground, snuggling up to him like pets. The strength of these two women was not high. They were probably only at the Yuan-Chi state. At this moment, both of them had a collar around their fair necks, and on the other end of the collar, there was a strange expression. There was a rope in the young man's hand. One of the women had a round buttocks. She was half kneeling on the ground, putting on a seductive posture, as if she was a puppy, shaking her head and begging the young man, trying her best to please him. The other woman buried her head in the young man's crotch, moving nimbly, Her mouth seemed to be stuffed with something, and she was whimpering. These two women were wearing very little, with only thin gauze covering their bodies, faintly visible between their breasts and legs. When they arrived here, the burly man and the group of cultivators couldn't help breathing a little faster, licking their lips as their eyes filled with lust. As for the young man sitting on the chair, his expression was even more lustful. Xianxia's expression sank. My Chang family treated that old man like a VIP, but he was so ruthless to my young master. This is simply unforgivable. The big man who led Yang Kai said coldly, "Boy, what is your relationship with that old man? If you dare to lie, this grandpa will teach you a lesson. Why did he treat your young master like that? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The big man didn't seem to notice and snorted. "It's just that my young master is infatuated with that girl. He put medicine in the food." "Medicine?" Yang Kai gently nodded. "I can see that your young master is really capable of doing such a thing." Xianing Chang had the sacred spirit medicine body, so using medicine to deal with her was the biggest joke in the world. Although he knew that the little senior sister was safe and sound, Yang Kai's heart still burned with anger. That old man was already merciful when he crippled you. If it were me, I wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai grinned fiendishly. "Boy, what did you say?" The big man's expression became cold as he sternly asked. The young man looked at Yang Kai with interest. "If it were you, what would you do?" "Kill." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, they all burst out in laughter. "Boy, you're really crazy, daring to say such words in my Chang family. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. In this blue water city, my Chang family is..." The big man's face was full of ridicule. Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. A faint smell of blood filled the air, causing the big man's eyes to widen and his face to turn red. He felt his meridians and blood continue to swell, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk flesh and blood flew all over the sky. No one knew what happened, but the big man suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a pool of red blood where he stood. Those who were close to him were covered with bits of flesh. This hellish scene stunned everyone, and they stood there stupidly, unable to react. The young man sitting in the chair was even more stunned, unable to believe what just happened. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where that old man and that little girl went? If you know, hurry up and tell me, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." Yang Kai swept his gaze around, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kill him." The young man's face paled as he finally recovered and shouted angrily. The remaining cultivator also seemed to have awoken from a dream and began to move. Wind blew and thunder rumbled. Yang Kai stood in place, not moving, but the yuan qi in his body burst forth. The wind and thunder wings didn't appear, but the wind and thunder force contained within them converged into a territory of slaughter in the garden. The immortal ascension boundary cultivator who was caught in this whirlpool didn't even have the chance to resist and was cut into countless pieces, dying horrible deaths. The young man sitting in the chair was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that he would provoke such a demon this time. Because Yang Kai looked very young, he had sent someone to bring him back, but he didn't know that this young man's strength was not something he should possess at his age. Transcendent realm? Impossible. The young man's eyes bulged as panic filled his heart. Being able to kill so many immortal ascension boundary cultivators so easily without even moving. Only a transcendent could do so, but was there such a young transcendent in this world? Looking at the cold expression on Yang Kai's face as he slowly approached him, the young man screamed, "Don't come here. I don't know the whereabouts of those two. Don't come here." "Then you're dead." Yang Kai grinned, and after confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he smashed his fist into the young man's head. Inside the garden, the smell of blood filled the air, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. This kind of battle, for him, could be said to be no battle at all. The other party daring to provoke him was simply courting death. The two scantily clad women weren't injured, but they seemed to have been frightened. At this moment, they were staring blankly at Xianxia, their tender bodies trembling, not daring to move. Xianxia glanced at them, his eyes gradually softening. He didn't want to find trouble with these two women. Suddenly, Xianxia's expression became cold as he turned his head and stared in a certain direction. Chapter 724. From that direction, a fierce aura rose up, obviously indicating that a master was flying over. The Chung family was a powerful force in Blue Water City, so naturally it had a transcendent realm master. Feeling the fluctuations of the battle in the garden, they immediately rushed over to investigate. Before they even arrived, a loud shout rang out. "Who dares act so atrociously in my Chung family?" Xianxia raised his brow and stood in place, waiting quietly, not showing any intention of running away. The person who had just arrived was a first-order transcendent, the same cultivation as Xianxia. Although there were two of them, Xianxia didn't fear them at all. In a battle of the same realm, no one could beat him. A moment later, two old men arrived at the same time from the left and right. One of them was wearing a yellow robe, while the other was wearing a light blue robe. When they saw the tragic situation in the garden, their expressions turned cold. Xianxia's brow furrowed, because he discovered that both of these old men were missing limbs. One of them missing an arm, while the other had a broken left leg. Xianxia didn't know what kind of artifact had been used to replace their missing arms and legs, but they looked lifelike and gave off a cold metallic aura. "Little brat, did you kill these people?" The yellow-robed old man immediately shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. Xianxia nodded lightly, not denying it. "Why did you kill my Chung family people? What grievance does my Chung family have with you?" The blue-robed old man roared angrily. "No grievance, no enmity. Then why did you act so viciously? Do you think my Chung family is easy to bully?" As they spoke, the two old men condensed their yuan qi, apparently preparing to take action to avenge the dead. Xianxia's calmness made them realize that he obviously had some skill, and when they tried to probe him with their divine senses, they found that he was like a bottomless pit, unable to detect any clues at all. This made them somewhat wary, wondering just where this little brat came from, possessing such unfathomable strength at such a young age. "If you don't give us an explanation today, my Chung clan will never coexist with you." The yellow-robed old man's face turned red as he clenched his teeth and roared. "Sworn to be enemies?" Xianxia sneered in a low voice. "Very well, let's fight first. I still have some things to ask you." The dead youth didn't know where Meng Wuya and Xianning went, but these two old men might know. While speaking, a scorching hot divine sense suddenly burst out, rolling up the intent domain that could burn everything, and without a trace, it bombarded the two old men. The other party was not young and had been cultivating for a long time, so the defenses of their knowledge seas were naturally not so fragile. What's more, they were all wearing defensive soul-type artifacts. But it wasn't until the soul-type artifacts on their bodies began to glow that they finally reacted. Feeling the scorching hot aura, all of them paled in fear. With Li Lao's guidance, Xianxia also had a certain understanding of how to use the conflagrated knowledge C. The conflagrated knowledge C was not only extremely useful in alchemy, but also in battle. This was Xianxia's first battle after breaking through to the transcendent realm, and his opponents were two cultivators of the same realm. Naturally, he wanted to test his current combat strength, so he didn't show any mercy. But what he didn't expect was that the two old men would be so weak, their knowledge C defenses easily torn apart. If it weren't for their two defensive artifacts, Xianxia would have been able to incinerate their souls with just this one blow. Even so, the two old men still broke out in a cold sweat and quickly used their own methods to protect their bodies. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated knowledge, see, and his figure flashed like lightning, arriving in front of the two old men. With two palm strikes, the two old men's bodies were sent flying like paper kites, coughing up blood as they flew through the air. Falling to the ground before they could even get up, Yang Kai's figure had already appeared in front of them. Like an insurmountable mountain, his figure blocked the sun above their heads, causing their vision to darken. Unable to resist, the two old men couldn't accept such a result at all. Yang Kai was also somewhat dissatisfied, feeling that he had made a mistake by trying out a cultivator of the same level. A dangerous aura enveloped the two old men, making them unable to move at all, only able to lie on the ground, a chill creeping into their hearts, as if they had fallen into an abyss, unable to even see their own fingers in front of them. "Who the hell are you?" The yellow-robed old man was still stubborn, suppressing the fear in his heart as he tried to inquire about Yang Kai's origins. Yang Kai shook his head. "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to ask you a few questions. If I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll let you go. If not, your Chung family will be destroyed here today." These cold and ruthless words made them tremble in fear, quickly nodding their heads. From the means Yang Kai used to deal with them, he really did have the ability to destroy the Chung family. 2 years ago, did your Chung family receive an old man and a veiled woman? Yang Kai looked straight into their eyes, asking in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the two old men's faces suddenly paled, as if they had recalled something terrifying, their eyes overflowing with panic. The yellow-robed old man said, "So you were with them? Little brother, the Chung family's unfilial son made a mistake. He also paid the price. Even the two of us were punished. Now that it's been 2 years, why do you still want to exterminate them?" The blue-robed old man also quickly nodded. "Our Chung family has already been taught a lesson. This matter should be over, right?" Yang Kai's brows wrinkled. He found that the other party seemed to have misunderstood him. His eyes flashed, saying, "Your hands and legs were chopped off by that old man." The two old men nodded, their faces filled with lingering fear, somewhat unwilling to recall what happened 2 years ago. Yang Kai grinned, the dissatisfaction in his heart towards Treasurer Meng disappearing greatly. Someone daring to drug Xianxia. With Meng Wuxia's personality, he wouldn't have simply broken the young man's legs. It turned out that the two transcendents of the Chung family had also been punished. The yellow-robed old man spoke. "That senior seems to have some friendship with one of my Chung family's ancestors. When he came to Blue Water City, he immediately entered my Chung family. During the few days he was a guest, my Chung family treated him with courtesy, but, my Chung family's unfilial son actually had designs on his disciple, spiking her food with drugs. In a fit of anger, that senior made a move. At that time, if it weren't for an elder from Water Spirit Temple intervening, my Chung family would have been exterminated long ago. Even so, we still paid a heavy price. In the end, that senior spared our lives out of consideration for his friendship with my Chung family's ancestor, Water Spirit Temple." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "You mean Water Spirit Temple? What's wrong?" The yellow-robed old man looked confused, not understanding why Yang Kai suddenly looked so excited. Did that old man and the veiled woman go to Water Spirit Temple? Yang Kai asked eagerly. It should be, because it was that elder from the Water God Temple who led them to Blue Water City. Moreover, this city is the territory of the Water God Temple. "My Chung family can be considered a vassal force of the Water God Temple," said Xianxia. Yang Kai patted his head and stood in place in a daze, his expression constantly changing. Observing the changes in his expression, the two old men couldn't help trembling in fear. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is." At this moment, he suddenly saw the light. This was truly a case of when the cart reaches the mountain, there's a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. "Little brother, you?" The yellow-robed old man asked with trepidation, fearing that Yang Kai would really destroy his Chung family in a fit of anger. "It's none of your business." Since that old fogey didn't destroy your family, your ancestors' relationship with him must be quite deep, so it's not appropriate for me to overstep my authority. But I killed so many of your subordinates, and one of them looked like a young master. What do you say about this? That unfilial son deserves to die. The yellow-robed old man suddenly snorted coldly. If it weren't for his blind dog eyes, how could the two of us have fallen into such a situation? As he spoke, his face filled with anger. Obviously, he was quite angry. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly, putting away the idea of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, lightly asking, "Which direction is Water Spirit Temple?" Point it to me. Over there, in the Endless Sea territory, the islands are the foundation of Water Spirit Temple. The yellow-robed old man quickly pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Kai shot out like a bolt of lightning. After waiting for a long time and confirming that Yang Kai had gone far, the two old men glanced at each other and slowly got up, their faces alternating between red and blue. Being so easily defeated by a little brat was simply too shameful. Fortunately, no one had seen this scene, otherwise they would likely have killed him to silence him. What a sin! After leaving Water Blue City, Yang Kai hurriedly flew forward, not caring about Yuan Qi's consumption of energy. Water Spirit Temple was the force Shui Ling belonged to. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Kai and Shui Ling had arrived in Tongxian Realm through the Void Corridor in the Abandoned Earth. When they parted ways in Bold Independent City, Shui Ling had invited him to visit Water Spirit Temple, but Yang Kai had refused. If only he hadn't refused at that time, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some regret. Yang Kai was sure that Meng Wuya and Xianning Chang had gone to Water Spirit Temple to find Shui Ling. Perhaps Treasurer Meng had left behind some kind of message for Shui Ling to pass on to him. After all, when they were in the central capital, Meng Wei had learned about Shui Ling's origins and had also guessed that Yang Kai might have come here, but couldn't find him, so he could only go to Water Spirit Temple. This was Yang Kai's speculation, but it was likely to be the truth. The words of the two old men from the Chung family also confirmed this to Yang Kai. At that time, an elder from Water Spirit Temple had led Meng Wuya to Water Blue City, which meant that he had already been to Water Spirit Temple and seen Shui Ling before that. Seeing Shui Ling meant that he indeed knew he had arrived in Tongxian Realm. Burning with anxiety, Yang Kai shot across the sea like a bolt of lightning, creating a strong wind that seemed to split the sea in half. After a day and a night, some vague traces of islands appeared in the distance. These islands were scattered, and as far as the eye could see, they were like chess pieces scattered irregularly on the chessboard of the sea. These islands were both large and small. The small ones only a dozen kilometers in diameter, while the large ones occupied an area of hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that this was definitely the place where Water Spirit Temple was located. Close to the islands, large and small ships were sailing in and out, transporting supplies to Water Spirit Temple, a magnificent scene that clearly demonstrated the extraordinariness of Water Spirit Temple. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a surge of electricity fall from the sky and hit him directly on the top of his head. The force was so great that Yang Kai almost fell into the sea. His whole body felt as if it had been electrocuted. His hair stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Kai Yang couldn't help but shiver as an unparalleled sense of comfort filled his heart. The wind and thunder wings seemed to have absorbed a lot of lightning energy and stored it in his right shoulder blade. The crowd below let out a cry of alarm, but soon stopped, each of them showing a look of disbelief as they stared at Yang Kai in a daze. Being struck by a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm, besides his hair standing on end, this little brat was completely unscathed, this was something they couldn't accept. Dark Clouds Island was special not only because it was covered in dark clouds all year round, but also because these dark clouds contain a huge amount of lightning attribute energy. Normally, these dark clouds wouldn't release any lightning. Only when living creatures approach them would they be stimulated. Therefore, Dark Clouds Island, which was located at the outermost edge of Water Spirit Temple, was not only a place for material exchange, but also a natural defensive barrier. If someone who didn't know the inside story rashly flew over, they would only suffer a baptism of lightning. This kind of heavenly pressure was something even Water Spirit Temple's elders couldn't bear. Every half a year, the elders of the Water God Temple would use some special methods to release the accumulated lightning energy in the dark clouds. Otherwise, if too much lightning energy was accumulated, it might erupt one day and destroy the entire island. Hipu remembered that the last time the elders had released this lightning attribute energy was a few months ago. After such a long period of accumulation, the lightning attribute energy in the dark clouds should have reached a level that even Transcendence would have to retreat. So why was this little brat completely unscathed? While he was in a daze, the dark clouds continued to release lightning bolts one after another, like snakes emerging from their lair, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. No matter which direction they fell from, they would always accurately strike Xianxia. The cracking sounds were incessant, and the light was as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Hipu narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was going on, but he couldn't see anything. This scene continued for who knows how long, until the lightning bolts emerging from the dark clouds became sparse, and their power greatly reduced. Only then was everyone able to clearly see the situation in the sky again. Exclamations rang out again, as everyone found that the guy who had intruded into Dark Clouds Island was actually still standing firmly in mid-air, not only unharmed, but also with a strange expression on his face. Steward, was that person struck dumb? Cuttlefish came over and asked in a low voice. Hipu was at a loss. He didn't know how to interpret the scene in front of him. If the other party was not struck dumb, then his strength was so profound that he could ignore the lightning attribute energy. But how is that possible? The elders had said that even a third-order transcendent wouldn't be able to escape from such heavenly might. So how could this little brat be so young? Only about 23 or 24 years old. While everyone was in a daze, the young man in the sky actually slowly shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment before straightening his clothes and flying down towards Dark Clouds Island. Everyone's expression changed greatly as they all raised their guard towards Yuan Qi, secretly raising their guard. Perceiving their vigilance, Yang Kai grinned, revealing his white teeth and a harmless smile as he steadily landed on the island. "Who are you?" Hipu asked coldly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Quickly discovering that this person really was unfamiliar, he had never seen him before. Everyone who entered Water Spirit Temple would first arrive at Dark Clouds Island, so if this person really was an acquaintance, Hipu would definitely have an impression of him. "Excuse me, is this Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai didn't answer, instead glancing around and quickly discovering that there wasn't a single transcendent realm master on this island, most of them just immortal ascension boundary cultivators. And Hipu nodded. "This is Water Spirit Temple's Dark Clouds Island. Who is your excellency? What business do you have with my Water Spirit Temple?" Yang Kai's outrageous performance just now made Hipu feel that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with. So he didn't dare act presumptuously, but since it was his duty, he naturally had to inquire about the other party's identity and purpose. "Don't misunderstand. I have no malicious intent," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Hipu frowned. "Who are you looking for?" A girl named Xue Ling. If I remember correctly, she should be the daughter of your Water Spirit Temple's temple master." "Looking for Xue? You're looking for the little princess?" Hipu's eyes bulged as a strange expression appeared on his face, grinning meaningfully. Everyone else also directed an ambiguous look towards Yang Kai. "Yes, I'm looking for your little princess." Yang Kai nodded. "If it's convenient, Can you tell me where she is? And it would be best if you could take me to see her. Little brat. Hipu smiled, a playful expression appearing on his face. Although I don't know which great force you belong to, I can see that you have some ability, so I won't embarrass you. Go back to where you came from. The little princess isn't someone a person like you can approach. Saying so, Hipu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain appearing on his face towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned, thinking for a moment before asking, "Are you misunderstanding something?" Hipu curled his lips. "That's what everyone who comes here says. Don't you want to pursue my family's little princess? I won't waste time with you. My little princess is a beautiful woman. It's normal for young people like you to think about her. This brother is also a man of experience." Saying so, a look of regret appeared on his face. "However, although I understand your intentions, I won't make an exception. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite." Yang Kai let out a light sigh as he smiled wryly, feeling that this group of people really misunderstood him. Although Shui Ling really wasn't bad-looking, and she was also quite charming from beginning to end, Yang Kai didn't have many thoughts about her. When they were in the central capital, the two of them had gone from being enemies to friends, and, after returning to Tongxian realm with her, their friendship had improved greatly. Yang Kai felt that Shui Ling didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out something from the black book space and handed it over. "Take a look at this." Hipu glanced at him for a moment before taking it, but after looking at it carefully, he couldn't help exclaiming, "The little princess token? Where did you get it?" "Nonsense. Of course it was given to me by your little princess," Yang Kai snorted. "Given to you?" Hipu widened his eyes and slapped his head, as if he had remembered something. "Oh right, so you're the person the little princess mentioned. Aya, this is really rude. Brother, please don't blame me. Brother, please don't blame me. If you had taken out this token earlier, I wouldn't have made things so difficult for you." "It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked curiously, "What did your little princess say to you?" 3 years ago, when the little princess returned, she told me that if a young lord came here with her token, I was to treat him with courtesy. Chapter 726. 3 years ago, he and Shui Ling had parted ways in Bold Independent City. After learning that Yang Kai was the young lord his little princess had spoken to him about, Hipu's previous indifferent attitude immediately became enthusiastic. This person was also a lively person, and his mouth was quite eloquent, constantly praising Yang Kai for being young and handsome, his strength tyrannical, and so on. Yang Kai let him talk for a while before interrupting his chatter. "I want to see your little princess. Can you take me to where she is now?" Hipu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. If it were any other time, with the little princess's instructions, brother would have taken out this token, and this Hipu would have led you there. But now, the little princess doesn't seem to be on her island. "How about this? I'll have my brothers inquire about where the little princess is, then I'll take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. He had already come to Water Spirit Temple, so as long as he could see Shui Ling, he would know what message Meng Wu had sent her. As for Su Yin and the old demon situation, he wasn't in a hurry. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "No need, no need. Brother, please sit down, I'll be right back," Hipu said respectfully before withdrawing, ordering some people to serve him wine and fruit platters before leading a group of people away from Dark Cloud's Island. Dark Cloud's Island was the outermost natural barrier of Water Spirit Temple, and it was also a place where goods and materials flowed. With so many people coming and going, it was extremely lively. Yang Kai waited here for half a day before Hipu hurriedly returned, a big smile on his face as he said, "Brother, I didn't disappoint and found the little princess. The little princess seems to want to see you very much, so she asked me to take you there quickly. Do you want to leave now?" And Yang Kai stood up and walked out with Hipu. Normally, when Water Spirit Temple's people entered and left Dark Cloud's Island, they had to take a boat because once they left the ground, The lightning accumulated in the clouds above the island would strike them down, but today, Yongkai had just finished absorbing the lightning, so Hipu boldly led Yongkai away. Along the way, Hipu introduced Water Spirit Temple to Yongkai. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, there were thousands of large and small islands, all of which were properties of Water Spirit Temple. These islands were rich in world energy and rich in spirit grasses and medicinal herbs. The environment for cultivation was quite good. Because these islands were so widely distributed, it was usually quite troublesome to find a single person. As the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling naturally had her own island, and that island was one of the best among all the islands of Water Spirit Temple. But today she wasn't on her own island, but had instead gone to a place called Wind Cloud Island. Water Spirit Temple's foundation was on the sea, far away from the chaos of the mortal world and the hustle and bustle of the city. The environment was elegant, but there was only one place that made Water Spirit Temple's people angry. From time to time, sea beasts would come to these islands to wreak havoc. The monster beast of the sea was very different from the monster beast on land. Sea beasts generally had large bodies and were proficient in water attribute mysteries, making them very troublesome to deal with. If it was some weak monster beast, it would be easy to deal with, but once it encountered a powerful monster beast, even a cultivator of Water Spirit Temple would have to spend a lot of effort to expel or kill it. At this moment, on Wind Cloud Island, Shui Ling was commanding a group of cultivators to fight a sea beast the size of several houses. The reefs around Wind Cloud Island were smashed to pieces and the waves were tumbling, creating an extremely dangerous scene. Neither of them had ever seen their little princess flirt with a young man like this before, so they were both dumbfounded. What? Yongkai didn't dodge, letting Shui Ling hit him a few times before asking in surprise. Didn't you die? How did you come back to life? Who said I died? Yongkai shouted angrily. That beauty from Bold Independent Union said so. Shui Ling angrily snorted. When I went to Bold Independent Union to find her last time, she told me you were taken away by someone and then disappeared without a trace, most likely dead. There were too many people here, so Shui Ling didn't directly mention the name coffin-carrying man, obviously afraid of bringing trouble to Yongkai. Oh, that's true. Yongkai nodded, not denying it. Then how did you escape? Shui Ling was shocked. My luck was good. He let me go, Yongkai casually replied. Really, good people don't live long. Scourges live for 1,000 years. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully. When that beauty told me about it, she was crying so hard that she didn't want to die. Is there something fishy going on between the two of you? Otherwise, why would you be so sad when you died? When I left, your relationship wasn't so good. Tell me, what happened between the two of you? Did you do something to her? Seeing Yongkai come back from the dead, Shui Ling seemed particularly happy and didn't stop talking, asking him a lot of irrelevant questions. A little girl, why ask so many questions? Yongkai glared at her. I knew it, Shui Ling said with a disdainful expression. You pervert. Wherever you go, you pick up flowers and grass. I shouldn't have let that woman get close to you. I really did harm to her. It was an accident, a pure accident, Yongkai said awkwardly. At that time, he had been poisoned by the charm monster's divine sense and couldn't help himself. Who will believe you? Shui Ling snorted, suddenly straightening her expression and saying, in any case, many people will be happy that you're still alive. You're also happy? Yongkai raised his brow, a perverted expression appearing on his face. I can't wait for you to die. Shui Ling curled her lips, her face blushing red. When Hipu and Luzhua saw this scene, they were even more surprised. It seemed that the relationship between the little princess and this young man was not shallow. What was this guy's background? He actually made the little princess forget her usual etiquette. It was really unbelievable. It's quite lively here. Yongkai glanced around and found that in the coastal territory near the island, a group of cultivators were fighting a huge monster beast. The strength of these cultivators wasn't low, with one of them being a transcendent while the rest were all immortal ascension boundary masters. However, this monster beast seemed to be a seventh-order one, its 8 long, meaty legs moving about wildly in the sea, its lethality tyrannical as it slapped the water into the sky. The cultivators inflicted large and small wounds on its body, but were unable to destroy it completely. Pale blue blood flowed out from these wounds as its flesh wriggled, and after a short time, it was completely healed. Xianxia only observed for a moment and understood that with the strength of these people, it was impossible for them to kill this monster beast. Its vitality was simply too tenacious. And this beast seems to have set its eyes on a kind of spirit grass on Wind Cloud Island and has eaten a lot of it. Shui Ling was also a little annoyed as she stared hatefully at the monster beast. Young lady, I'm afraid we'll have to find more people to help. Luzhua also saw that the situation was not good and quickly said. Shui Ling nodded heavily. Why don't you go up? Xianxia glanced over at Luzhua in amazement. This person was a first-order transcendent. If he cooperated with the others, although it would take some effort, they should still be able to kill this sea beast. But instead of helping, he chose to remain here and take command, not showing any intention of helping. Luzhua glanced over at Xianxia and coldly snorted. If I go up, who will protect young lady's safety? Xianxia was surprised and didn't say anything more. Shui Ling seemed to still be a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, unable to break through to the transcendent realm. When she separated from Xianxia, her cultivation was at this level, but now 3 years had passed, and she still hadn't broken through to the transcendent realm, showing just how difficult it was to break through. Chapter 727. Shui Ling's identity was very noble, so it was natural for Luzhua to have such concerns. Xianxia wasn't in a position to comment on this matter. This was someone else's territory. If he were to speak out of turn, it would only be annoying. Shui Ling spat out her tongue at Xianxia before turning to Luzhua and saying, You go, the sooner you can deal with that guy, the better. But young lady, Luzhua frowned, obviously not willing. His duty was to protect Shui Ling. Everything else was secondary. If I tell you to go, then just go. What are you nagging about? I'm in a hurry to talk to that bastard. Shui Ling glared at him before softly comforting him. Don't worry, I'll hide here. And with this bastard here, even if that monster beast rushes over, I'm afraid it won't be able to do anything to me, right? Her last sentence was directed to Xianxia. Xianxia just chuckled and didn't answer directly. A seventh-order monster beast. Although it was huge and its strength wasn't weak, Xianxia was confident he could kill it. However, he didn't want to incur the wrath of others, so he didn't want to attract too much hatred. Go, what are you still standing here for? Shui Ling saw Luzhua not moving and couldn't help urging him. Luzhua shot a cold glare towards Xianxia and bitterly said, Little brat, look after the young lady carefully. Don't let anything happen to her. Don't worry. Xianxia nodded. Luzhua then activated his movement skill and flew towards the sea. With his participation, the situation of the battle really changed. With the 2 transcendents joining forces and the other immortal ascension boundary masters assisting them, they quickly seized the initiative, causing the sea beast to wail in pain as all 8 of its legs were damaged. Xianxia stood in place for a while, and after determining that there was no problem, he smiled faintly. Then, he smiled and said, These people seem to be very loyal to you. They're all my people. Of course they're loyal to me. Shui Ling said proudly. Do you think this young lady is still the same as when I was in the central capital? I'm warning you. If you dare bully me again, I'll have them cut you into pieces. I haven't bullied you, right? Xianxia was stunned. Shui Ling snorted. Whether you've bullied me or not, you know in your heart. After not seeing you for a few years, it seems you've grown quite a bit. What's your current cultivation? Xianxia wrinkled his nose. Why do you want to know this? It wasn't that he wanted to hide anything from Shui Ling's heart. When they first met, Shui Ling was an immortal ascension boundary 8-stage master, while Yang Kai was just a peak true element boundary cultivator. After a few years, Yang Kai's cultivation had completely surpassed Shui Ling's. Was simply too fast. A view is something I'm right. Use a person's, no matter where you, is assessed a, to be assessed I. A U, to say, to be a 8 t to assess, a 1 to be expected. S. T. After leaving the water god temple. You can't do anything. You're a girl. Why do you need such a high cultivation? I won't talk to you about that. How about it? After seeing the riches of my water spirit temple, do you want to join us? My offer is still the same. As long as you join, I can provide you with the best cultivation environment. Right? I have a lot of islands under my control. As long as you take a fancy to them, you can pick one, and from now on, that island will be yours. 3 years ago, Shui Ling had tried to win over Yang Kai, and now that they had met, she still had the same idea. Because there had never been a person who could make Shui Ling's eyes light up. Only Yang Kai had done it. Although this person was hateful, his ability and aptitude were unquestionable. If I join here, it'll be the same as ruining myself. After that old demon arrived here, he separated from them and said he wanted to go to the demon land to develop his forces there while waiting for young master's arrival. Shui Ling smiled. That old bastard. Yang Kai also shook his head and smiled bitterly. But the old demon's ambitions really did have a chance of being realized. He was different from ordinary people. Possessing the body of a demon general was his greatest asset. If he used it well, he would definitely be able to progress smoothly in the demon race. What about Su Yan? Where is Su Yan? Shui Ling glanced over at him and said, Can I not tell you where she is? But I can tell you that she's fine. Senior Meng and your little senior sister seem to have an important matter to attend to, so Senior Meng entrusted Su Yan to an old friend of his, allowing her to temporarily cultivate there. The location of that force is very suitable for Su Yan. Not only is she not in any danger, but she will also be able to benefit immensely. Then why don't you tell her where she is? Yang Kai was stunned, because if I told you, you would definitely go find her. That force is not a place anyone can casually join. The people there are somewhat unreasonable, and their influence is much larger than my water spirit temples. There are countless masters in that sect, and with your temper, if you don't see Su Yan, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause. At that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Really? I'm just going to see my senior sister. Why would they make things difficult for me? I already said that the people there are somewhat unreasonable and can't be measured by common sense. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered, whispering softly. Treasurer Meng entrusted Su Yan to that force before coming to Water Spirit Temple to leave a message for you, so that force is very likely to be near your Water Spirit Temple. As for my senior sister Su Yan, she cultivates the Ice Heart secret art, so the only suitable environment for her would be an extremely cold zone. There's a sect in the extremely cold zone near your Water Spirit Temple that is even stronger than your Water Spirit Temple. Enough. Shui Ling was speechless. With just a few words, Yang Kai had almost deduced Su Yan's location, so she knew that even if she tried to hide it, it would be useless, so she could only glare at him hatefully. You're so smart. Then just tell me, so that I won't have to think about it for a long time and still have to find someone to ask around. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. He didn't know much about this world's great forces. Otherwise, he would have already guessed. I sect, Shui Ling said helplessly. Have you heard of it? Yang Kai shook his head. About a few thousand kilometers to the west of my Water Spirit Temple, there's a world of glaciers. I sect is located in that world of ice. They have very little contact with outsiders and almost live an isolated life. That's why I said they were unapproachable. The closest place to them is my Water Spirit Temple, and because of this, I have some understanding of them. Occasionally, my Water Spirit Temple will have some business dealings with them, but every one of them, whether male or female, old or young, is as cold as ice. Your ice doll senior sister really found a suitable place to enter. Why would Treasurer Ming take senior sister to such a place? Yang Kai frowned. It seems that because Senior Ming has some friendship with Ice Sect Master, he felt relieved to entrust Su Yin to her. After Shui Ling finished speaking, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "You're going to Ice Sect, right?" Yang Kai nodded. He had been searching here for several years now, and now that he finally had some definite news, of course he wanted to see how Su Yin was doing. If Ice Sect was really suitable for her, it wouldn't hurt to let her stay there and cultivate. But if she wanted to go with him, Yang Kai would take her to Soaring Heaven Sect. Chu Ling Xiao was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so naturally he was Su Yan's ancestral founder. "When are you leaving?" "We're leaving now. Do you know where it is?" Shui Ling rolled her eyes. "Wait a few days. I'll find you someone familiar with the route, so you don't have to waste time blindly looking for it." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, not refusing Shui Ling's kindness. Having someone to lead the way was naturally better than wandering around by himself. "Good." Yang Kai nodded and followed He Pu into the cabin. Although He Pu and the others didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Ling was, they could still guess. Shui Ling treated Yang Kai differently than others, so naturally, she wanted to establish a friendship with him. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to make the most of it, quickly becoming one with the crew, exchanging toasts and toasting each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. As the days passed, the air became noticeably colder, as the iron ship sailed forward, they gradually arrived at a world of ice. The waves on the sea were also much weaker than before, and the ship was surrounded by a thin layer of ice. As time passed, this situation became more and more serious. Yang Kai knew that they were getting closer and closer to the world of ice, his heart filled with infinite expectation and excitement. Half a month later, the ship came to a stop. The sea in front of them was completely frozen, snow falling like goose feathers, and the ice on the sea was several meters thick. The ship could no longer move forward. He Pu skillfully directed the crew to pack the ship's supplies into universe bags and prepare to board the glacier. After a short period of work, everything was ready. Leaving behind a few people to look after the iron ship, the rest of the crew jumped off and braved the biting cold, heading west. The temperature here was extremely low. Even a cultivator like He Pu wore a lot of winter clothing. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was wearing thin clothes, but not only did he not feel cold, his face was rosy, causing He Pu and the others to be amazed. They couldn't help wondering what kind of cultivation Yang Kai had, but in this harsh environment, he was actually completely fine. What entered their eyes was a snow-white world, seemingly without any impurities, as pure as a newborn's eyes. The group of several people flew forward at full speed for several days before the Transcendent in the lead suddenly made a hand gesture. Everyone stopped and squinted their eyes towards the front. In this world of falling snow, there seemed to be several figures in front of them, all of them wearing snow-white robes, but against this pure background, they were impossible to detect. Yang Kai actually felt the life auras of these people, but he didn't point it out. After observing for a while, the Transcendent in the lead finally confirmed it was them, a look of joy appearing on his face as he hurriedly flew forward. A moment later, they finally arrived at the location of these people. These people should be the disciples of Ice Sect. Yang Kai swept his eyes over them and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Although these people didn't smile, their expressions were indifferent and they were indeed a bit unreasonable. But no matter how high or low their cultivation was, their true essence was extremely pure. From head to toe, they exuded a chilling aura that penetrated the heart. The harsher the environment, the more powerful the cultivator would be. This was a well-known fact. Living an isolated life in this world of ice, it was difficult for Ice Sect's disciples not to be strong. It seemed that Treasurer Meng had spent a great deal of effort in entrusting Su Yan to this place. With Su Yan's temperament, this place was indeed very suitable for her. Both sides were familiar with each other, but even so, when the Ice Sect leader saw the people from Water Spirit Temple, he still showed some impatience on his face and asked indifferently, "How come you're so late this time?" Hipu quickly smiled. Sorry, some matters delayed our trip. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's best if there's a next time," the man coldly snorted. Hipu was almost choked speechless, rolling his eyes and not saying anything else, quickly gathering the universe bags so the people from Ice Sect could confirm the goods. After a short while, the Ice Sect leader nodded faintly, expressing his satisfaction with the materials sent by Water Spirit Temple this time, taking out 2 more universe bags from his sleeve and handing them to Hipu. After checking them, Hipu smiled and said, "Good. This time the handover went smoothly. It was a pleasure to cooperate." The people from Ice Sect turned around and left, not even exchanging a single word of courtesy. "Everyone, please wait," Hipu hurriedly called out. The leader of the group turned around and asked unhappily, "What else do you want?" "It's like this. I want to inquire about a certain person from you." Xianxia stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Inquire about a person? Who are you inquiring about?" The leader frowned, his expression quite impatient. "A woman named Su Yan. She should be in your Ice Sect." "Su Yan? She entered your Ice Sect 2 years ago. If possible, I hope to see her." "Ice Sect doesn't have such a person. You've come to the wrong place." The leader didn't wait for Xianxia to finish speaking, waving his hand and interrupting him before turning around and leaving. Xianxia was slightly angry, but he didn't act on the spot, instead just coldly staring at the departing backs of this group of people. Soon, these people disappeared into the snow and wind. "Young Master Yang, this." Hipu looked at Xianxia with some sympathy. Although he had long known that people from Ice Sect weren't easy to get along with, this group of people was simply too indifferent, not even giving him a chance to speak. "You go back first. Tell Shui Ling that this time I must thank her. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will personally thank her in person." "But young lady said that if things didn't go well, we had to bring you back no matter what, lest you be bullied here," Hipu frowned. "I appreciate her kindness. Go back and tell her that it was I who insisted on staying." Xianxia chuckled and patted Hipu on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work this time." Hipu was flattered and quickly smiled. Young Master Yang is too polite. This he wishes young Master Yang success. If things don't go well, please leave as soon as possible. These people from Ice Sect are not easy to provoke. "I know. Everyone will meet again someday." Xianxia cupped his fist before chasing after the Ice Sect disciples and quickly leaving. Looking at his disappearing back, Hipu sighed and could only lead the others back the way they had come. Xianxia released his divine sense subtly and locked onto the group of Ice Sect disciples, tracking them as they left. He was certain that this group of people knew Su Yan. Although the person who had spoken had kept his mouth shut, when the young woman next to him heard Xianxia mention Su Yan's name, her beautiful eyes flashed and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Although she quickly restrained herself, Xianxia still saw this. Xianxia didn't know why they were denying Su Yan's existence, but if he didn't meet her personally, he couldn't feel at ease. A faint uneasiness lingered in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. It stood to reason that Su Yan was entrusted to Ice Sect by Meng Wuxia, and Treasurer Meng and Ice Sect Sectmaster had some friendship, a very good one at that. If not for this, Meng Wuxia wouldn't have done this. Xianxia believed in Treasurer Meng. Since that was the case, Su Yan wouldn't be wronged in Ice Sect, but this faint uneasiness made Xianxia vigilant, vowing to find Su Yan and see how she was doing. Chapter 729. Atop the glacier, a few Ice Sect disciples wearing white robes were running, the group who had made a deal with Hipu and the others. This group of people, under the leadership of a middle-aged man, swayed left and right in an erratic manner. There were many large and small icebergs atop the glacier, and these people all wore white robes. Their method of concealing their auras was quite exquisite, so if one didn't carefully investigate, it would be impossible to detect them. The middle-aged man leading this group of disciples frowned as he led them forward, feeling like they were being followed, but when he released his divine sense to investigate, he found nothing, causing him to feel somewhat restless. After running for half a day, not only were they not approaching Ice Sect, they were actually getting farther and farther away from it. A young woman next to him finally couldn't help asking, "Marshall, Uncle, and I run. Why are we running in this direction?" The middle-aged man didn't answer, as if he hadn't heard her. The young woman pouted and asked again, "Also, that person just now said he was looking for Junior Sister Su Yin. Why did you tell Junior Sister she wasn't an Ice Sect? She was obviously here. I saw her a year ago." Only then did N.I. Ren look at the woman coldly. Being stared at like this, the woman immediately became terrified and quickly shut her mouth. A young man next to the young woman comforted her. "Junior Sister, don't ask. Marshall Uncle naturally has his reasons for doing this. It's all for our own good. Outside, people's hearts are sinister. That guy looks like a rat. At first glance, it's obvious he's not a good person. Coming to our Ice Sect to look for someone, I don't know what kind of intentions he has." And the young woman nodded. Although she didn't agree with Marshall Uncle N.I. Ren in her heart, she didn't dare ask any more questions. Another disciple who looked somewhat steady picked up his pace and approached N.I. Ren, asking softly, "Marshall Uncle, are we being followed?" N.I. Ren frowned and said lightly, "I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. Among that group of people, there shouldn't be anyone who has the strength to follow me without being detected. To be on the safe side, let's take a detour." "Yes." N.I. Ren's brow wrinkled as he recalled Xianxia's appearance, shaking his head, wondering if he had been a bit too cautious. Although that young man had an extraordinary temperament and wasn't a mediocre member of the younger generation, in the end, with his age, his cultivation shouldn't be too high. However, what N.I. Ren cared about was that the person he was looking for was actually Su Yin, the woman who had inexplicably entered Ice Sect 2 years ago. Not long after joining the sect, this woman had already blossomed into a dazzling radiance. Even the sect master and several elders had said that she would one day reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. On top of that, her performance was truly amazing. When she first joined the sect, she was only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage cultivator, but in less than a year, she had successfully broken through to the Transcendent realm, her cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. According to Elder Qianyu, over the past year, this woman named Su Yin had been in retreat inside the Ice Snow Cave, so no one knew what her current cultivation was. Ice Sect's secret scriptures and various secret skills, she had only needed a single glance to become proficient in them. This was something no one in Ice Sect's history had ever been able to accomplish. Her aptitude was not far from the legendary special physique, the Ice Crystal Body. Unfortunately, the Ice Crystal Body was too rare. No one had ever found anyone with such a special physique. N.I. Ren had only been in contact with Su Yin a few times, but he had learned from Elder Qianyu that a woman like Su Yin was the best talent to cultivate Ice Sect's secret skills. Originally, it was the sect master who had reluctantly accepted her into the sect, but after discovering her amazing talent, Elder Qianyu had the idea of accepting her as a disciple. Not only had she opened her secret scriptures and martial skills to her, she had even allowed her to freely enter the Ice Snow Cave. Unfortunately, this girl didn't seem to be very willing to join Ice Sect, causing Elder Qianyu to both hate and love her. As soon as Xianxia mentioned Su Yin, N.I. Ren became vigilant. If it were any other disciple, N.I. Ren probably wouldn't have tried to conceal this matter, but since it was related to Su Yin, N.I. Ren felt that he should first report this matter to Elder Qianyu and see what she thought. Thinking so, N.I. Ren continued to shuffle through the world of glaciers and ice mountains. Xianxia, who was following in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer appeared on his face. The other party seemed to be aware that he was following them, but couldn't be sure, so he was circling around in an attempt to throw him off. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, all of Ni Ren's efforts were in vain. 3 days later, Yang Kai noticed that the group of people had suddenly disappeared into an ice mountain, their life auras strangely disappearing without a trace. After waiting for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and walked over to the ice mountain territory. After carefully investigating for a long time, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, only able to determine that there was some kind of mystery hidden inside these ice mountains. However, what excited him, though, was that he felt Su Yan's aura, because he cultivated the yin-yang joyous unification art. As long as both parties were within a certain range, they could sense each other's existence. Moreover, the yin-yang monster ginseng's energy flowed through each other's bodies, greatly enhancing this invisible spiritual connection. Su Yan wasn't far from him, somewhere inside this ice mountain. Her aura was even, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai tried to communicate with her with his divine sense, he couldn't get the slightest response from her. Yang Kai's face instantly became gloomy. Su Yan must have had some kind of accident. Otherwise, if she had noticed his arrival, she would definitely have run out excitedly. In an instant, Yang Kai's anger surged as murderous intent filled his eyes, his gaze becoming even more hostile. Inside these ice mountains, everything was crystal clear. The foundation of Ice Sect was located in this stretch of ice mountains. Many years ago, Ice Sect was one of the largest great forces in Tongxian realm, but because of an accident, Ice Sect was forced to relocate and live in seclusion here, no longer contacting the outside world or accepting outsiders. Every 10 years or so, the elders of Ice Sect would go out to find some disciples with excellent aptitude and bring them back to supplement Ice Sect's fresh blood. These people were all orphans who had no father or mother and were now wandering the outside world. The stringent selection of disciples allowed every disciple of Ice Sect to have the qualifications and strength to be proud of. Ice Sect didn't have many people, from the sect master down to only a little more than 500, but there were many masters, several saint realm masters, and 20 to 30 transcendents. It was clear from this that Ice Sect's talent and vision for finding new disciples was extraordinary. At this moment, in the center of an ice mountain, inside an ice room, Ni Ren was reporting to Elder Qianyu about this transaction. Qianyu was a beautiful middle-aged woman, and although she didn't look very old, she was actually a first-order saint. Like Fei Yu, she was skilled in retaining her youthful appearance. After listening to Ni Ren's report, Qianyu nodded lightly. "You've done well. Thank you for your hard work. Take those disciples to collect some materials and cultivate." "Many thanks, Elder Qian," Ni Ren said respectfully, but didn't immediately withdraw, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "Is there something else?" Qianyu's pair of beautiful eyes swept over him, keenly aware of something, and asked lightly. "It's like this, Elder Qian. During this transaction, something happened that caught Disciple's attention." "Tell me about it." "There was a young man who asked Disciple about Su Yan's whereabouts. I don't know where he obtained this information, but apparently he knew Su Yan was in our Ice Sect. He was looking for Su Yan." Qianyu's pretty face froze, her brow furrowing slightly. "What kind of man was he?" And Ren quickly described Yang Kai's appearance, adding, "He wasn't very old, but there was something strange about him. Disciple was incompetent and wasn't able to see through his strength, but he gave me a feeling of oppression." "He oppressed you?" Qianyu looked surprised, thinking about it for a moment before muttering. Could it be the person that old man mentioned to Sect Master before? How did he find her so quickly? When that old man brought Su Yan to Ice Sect and handed her over to the Sect Master, he had said that one day a young man would come looking for Su Yan. At that time, he had asked the Sect Master to let him go, otherwise it was very likely he would cause great trouble. The Sect Master and Qianyu hadn't known Su Yan's aptitude was so outstanding at that time, So naturally, they had agreed without hesitation. But now, after witnessing Su Yan's intelligence, Qianyu really didn't want her to leave. As long as she remained in Ice Sect, with her talent, she would definitely inherit the position of Sect Master and become a powerful leader. What made Qianyu feel most helpless was that Su Yan was currently in a difficult situation, so it wasn't time for her to see anyone. The relationship between that young man and Su Yan was definitely very close. If you were to see Su Yan's current state, there was no telling what kind of trouble would ensue. Qianyu couldn't help rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming on, asking, "Did that young man come to Ice Sect?" "No." Enai Ren shook his head. Disciple felt that this matter should be reported to Elder Qian first, so he didn't tell him the truth. "Good. You did well." Qianyu nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to offer a few words of praise, though, her expression suddenly changed, and she released her divine sense to investigate, coldly snorting. "Enai Ren, Enai Ren, you really are incompetent. That young man followed you to our Ice Sect, yet you didn't even notice?" Enai Ren was shocked. "That's impossible. I deliberately circled around outside for several days to determine there was no problem before returning." "How could he?" Qianyu coldly snorted. "I said he came, so he naturally came." Moreover, this little brat seems to be very dissatisfied with our Ice Sect. His aura is somewhat violent at the moment. "Elder, please calm your anger. Disciple will drive him away." Enai Ren quickly said, a trace of annoyance appearing on his face. When he returned, he had been vigilant enough, but he had still been chased all the way to his doorstep, causing him to lose a great deal of face. "Go, bring more people with you. This little brat isn't easy to deal with. Just teach him a lesson. Don't take his life," Qianyu ordered. After all, this young man had some kind of relationship with that old dog. If she really killed him, it would be difficult to explain to that old dog and the sect master. Because of Su Yan's accident, the sect master had already reprimanded her once. Qianyu didn't want to be reprimanded again. Enai Ren quickly complied, bowing and retreating, his expression extremely cold. Chapter 730. Outside the ice mountain, Yang expression was also quite ugly, closing his eyes and probing his surroundings. From Su Yan's aura, he could infer that her life wasn't in danger, but for some reason, she didn't respond to his divine sense call, as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Several powerful life auras suddenly appeared in Yang perception and flew towards him at a rapid speed. Yang opened his eyes, a cold light flashing across his pupils as he stared at the several Ice Sect disciples who had suddenly appeared. A moment later, these people arrived in front of Yang Kai one after another. "Sure enough, it's you, brat." Enai Ren shouted as he saw the gloomy expression on this little brat's face and thick murderous intent. At a glance, it was obvious he wasn't a good person. Towards this kind of person, Enai Ren didn't have the slightest goodwill. "You dare follow me? Your courage isn't small." Enai Ren coldly snorted, saying in a displeased tone, "I'm going to ask Water Spirit Temple about this." Is Water Spirit Temple the kind of place that cultivates such insidious villains? He had seen Yang act together with Water Spirit Temple's disciples before and thought Yang was from Water Spirit Temple. "Water Spirit Temple doesn't care about me." Yang snorted heavily. Enai Ren frowned as he glanced over at Yang calmly saying, "I don't care which force you're from. This place belongs to my Ice Sect. Go back where you came from, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." "Before I see the person I want to see, I don't want to go anywhere." Yang glared at Enai Ren, feeling a bit annoyed. This guy clearly knew about Su Yan, but before this, he hadn't even given him a chance to ask questions. Now that he had found this place, this guy actually wanted to drive him away. His attitude was arrogant to the extreme. Yang was furious in his heart, but he still endured. After all, Ice Sect Master had some kind of relationship with Meng Wuya, and Mengwia entrusting Su Yin to him was obviously out of good intentions. If I Sect could give him a reasonable and acceptable explanation, Yang Kai didn't want to make things worse. Right now, he just wanted to know how Su Yin was doing. Yang Kai didn't get angry, but an Ren did and shouted, "Little brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In my Ice Sect's territory, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. If you dare provoke me again, I'll teach you a lesson." "You could try." Yang Kai sneered, and Ren nodded slightly. "I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. A junior dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. You simply don't know your place. Today, I will let you know who is the master here." As he said this, and Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. A pure white light suddenly burst out from his eyes. In this pure white world, it was extremely difficult to detect such a light. The light mixed with the cold aura was like a sharp sword, piercing into Yang Kai's head and tearing apart the defense of Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. It seemed to want to destroy him in one blow. A divine sense attack. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a cold smile as he slowly shook his head. "I thought Ice Sect's people were more powerful, but it turns out you're just so-so. If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Although Ren's divine sense attack easily pierced into Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, it was quickly incinerated by the scorching waves. Ren's complexion changed, and the other Ice Sect disciples around him also stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Ren was a first-order transcendent master, and although he didn't cultivate his spiritual energy, his soul was still relatively powerful. Dealing with such a junior, not only was he not injured in the slightest, he was even able to leisurely speak, a result that was difficult for all of them to accept. "Junior brother, this little brat is a bit strange." Beside Ren, another transcendent quickly said. Ren nodded solemnly. Just now, when Elder Qianyu had asked him to bring more people to drive this little brat away, Ren felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill, but now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he had found his other brothers to help him. Otherwise, if he had come out alone, he would have suffered a big loss. Thinking so, Ren stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and quickly said, "Boy, it seems you have some skill. I won't embarrass you. You can leave now." I said, "Before I see the person I want to see, I won't leave." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his attitude firm, his expression becoming cold as he declared, "If you don't let me see her, I'll flatten your 3,000 ice mountain world." Arrogant. Ice Sect is not a place you can act so atrociously. Ren roared. "It seems that talking to you is useless. Your status in Ice Sect isn't high. Since that's the case, I'll go find someone I can talk to." As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, his figure leapt up and flew straight towards one of the ice mountains. From this ice mountain, Ren could vaguely sense a tyrannical divine sense, as if someone was spying on him. Wishful thinking. Ren shouted angrily, his yuan qi bursting out. "Ice Seal World." The biting cold wind became even colder at this moment, and an inexplicable energy suddenly appeared around Yang Kai's body, surrounding him. From this energy, icicles quickly formed and shot towards him from all directions, each icicle as sharp as a knife and filled with an imposing aura. In an instant, he was submerged in this ice mountain. Ren's expression, however, did not relax and instead became even more solemn. Asterisk Shio, Shio, Shio. Asterisk icicles continued to shoot out, but the center of the ice attribute energy, a blazing flame erupted, spreading at an unimaginable speed. Soon, the red flame became as dazzling as the sun. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the Ice Seal World collapsed, and Yang Kai stood midair, his body covered in a fiery red light and exuding a scorching aura, staring down at Ren indifferently. Transcendent Realm. Ren's complexion changed greatly as his eyes lost focus. Feeling the fluctuations of Yang Kai's yuan qi, Ren immediately understood what the other party's cultivation was. This young man, just like him, was actually a first-order transcendent master, On top of that, this young man's yuan qi was several times more powerful than his own. What made Ren even more uneasy was that this young man's yuan qi attribute was the opposite of his own yuan qi attribute. Junior brother, be careful. While Ren was in a daze, his brother beside him suddenly shouted and hurriedly pulled him back. Asterisk Xiao. Asterisk, a fiery red spear brushed past Ren's body and pierced into the ground, creating a giant hole a few thousand meters deep in the ice seal world. Feeling the power of this spear that was purely condensed from Jun Yuan, everyone's face paled. All of them were transcendent realm masters, but none of them had the confidence to resist such an attack with their bodies. If they were struck, they would likely die instantly. Asterisk Kuhu, asterisk, an unbearably hot yuan qi aura spread out, covering a radius of several thousand meters. Within this range, everyone's ice attribute secret arts were suppressed to varying degrees, and the flow of yuan qi within their bodies seemed to slow down significantly. Yang Kai stepped out of the void, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he faintly asked, "I'll ask you one last time, what happened to Su Yin?" "Little brat, if you want to fight, then fight. We don't know who Su Yin is." Ren braced himself and shouted, "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. No longer speaking, a drop of yang liquid seeped out from his fingertip and flew out with a flick of his finger. This drop of yang liquid flew through the air and suddenly turned into thousands of tiny droplets that shot towards Ren's group. Ice Curtain, Ice Lock, Ice Crystal Beast. Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters all attacked at the same time, all kinds of ice attribute martial skills blossoming. A barrier filled with ice energy suddenly rose up in front of them, and at the same time, a white energy chain shot towards Yang Kai. Accompanied by the roar of a monster beast, a giant, ferocious battle beast suddenly appeared above the glacier. These battle beasts were all composed of pure energy and looked like carefully carved ice sculptures, lifelike and lifelike. Some ran on the ground, some flew in the sky, all of them fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Asterisk Chi Chi Chi. Asterisk, the 10 million droplets of yang liquid effortlessly pierced through the ice barrier, causing Ren and the other Transcendent Realm Masters' faces to go pale as they summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of them. The ice lock that had suddenly appeared directly bound Yang Kai. But before the ice lock master could rejoice, he was shocked to discover that this martial skill, which was powerful enough to bind any first or second order transcendent, was directly melted by Yang Kai's true yang yuan qi. It didn't even have the slightest effect on him, not even slowing him down. Yang Kai quickly rushed forward to meet the ice crystal beast head-on. The beast soul seal that had not been used for a long time was once again used, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth's splendid divine ox both appearing, their golden bodies burning like suns as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. Asterisk Pa Pa Pa. Asterisk, all the ice crystal beasts that rushed forward were no match for Yang Kai and these two beast phantoms, all of them shattering and disappearing one after another. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of these people, his surging true chi and overwhelming momentum causing their hearts to tremble. They had never thought that among cultivators in the same realm, there would actually be someone who could single-handedly fight against all of them. Not only did he not show any signs of being defeated, he even seemed to be able to fight back with ease. Feeling the power surging through his body, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling refreshed. The combat power of these people from Ice Sect was far greater than any cultivator in the outside world. The two first-order transcendents from the Chung family that he had dealt with in Blue Water City were on a completely different level from these people. Although their cultivations were the same, their understanding of the heavenly way and martial Dao was different, so the combat power they could transform into was naturally different. In this regard, Yang Kai had reached the pinnacle. These people from Ice Sect were also doing a good job, but they were nowhere near as profound as Yang Kai's. striking out one deadly blow after another. Xianxia's anger seemed to be released along with these attacks, his mind gradually calming down. He had not come to Ice Sect to fight, nor to kill. He had come to find Su Yin. Thinking so, Xianxia restrained his murderous intent, but showed no mercy. And I run and the others try their best. But not only were they unable to stop Xianxia, they were also forced to retreat, showing signs of exhaustion. This scene caused them to feel fear in their hearts, and their attitude towards Xianxia also quietly changed. When had such a powerful young man appeared in Tongxian realm? Finally, someone who can take charge, Xianxia lightly snorted. Elder Qianyu. And I Ren and the others seemed to have seen their savior, their eyes filling with joy as they quickly called out. You can withdraw. Qianyu waved her hand. Qianyu waved her hand, and the slaughterhouse of wind and thunder surrounding Enai Run and the others was broken. Xianxia's expression became dignified. This woman was a Saint Realm Master, so it wasn't surprising that she had such means. The reason why he had put on such an appearance of wanting to kill Enai Run and the others and created such a huge commotion was to draw this woman out. This woman was the one who had spied on him from inside one of the ice mountains just now. Enai Run and the others couldn't take charge of Ice Sect, but this woman probably could. Which force do you belong to? Why are you proficient in 3 different types of energy? Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly as she stared at Xianxia solemnly, trying to discern some clues from his clothes, but failing to do so. You don't need to worry about that. I only came here to see one person. Xianxia took a deep breath. I asked your Ice Sect to open its doors. If she's safe, I'll take her away, and this matter can be considered over. But if she isn't, your Ice Sect can only wait to pay the price. Arrogant. Qianyu slowly shook her head, a look of ridicule flashing across her beautiful eyes. Ice Sect has been in seclusion for a long time and doesn't have much of a reputation. But that doesn't mean just anyone can bully it. The person you're looking for isn't here. Go back to wherever you came from. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action against you. You don't need to play dumb with me. Su Yin is in your Ice Sect. You and I both know this. Xianxia's eyes remained indifferent, not wavering in the slightest because of Qianyu's words. I said, the person you're looking for isn't an Ice Sect. Qianyu's face became slightly angry, her expression becoming somewhat ugly. Is that so? Xianxia smiled mockingly. Do you want me to show you where she is? Saying so, he pointed in a certain direction. About 10 kilometers from here, inside one of the ice mountains, the person I'm looking for is currently sleeping. Qianyu's beautiful face paled as she stared at Xianxia in amazement. This little brat's words were so accurate that Qianyu couldn't understand how he knew. Am I right? Xianxia saw the change in her expression and coldly said, I just want to see her and see what's going on with her. I don't know what you're talking about. Qianyu's expression turned cold. If you insist on not letting me see her, then I can only force my way in. Xianxia's expression suddenly became violent as he roared. I hope your Ice Sect can afford the price. If you dare act wildly here, be careful you won't be able to protect your own life. Qianyu grit her teeth and threatened. Xianxia gently nodded and no longer spoke, his powerful yuan qi suddenly erupting. Asterisk Hua. Asterisk his wind and thunder wings unfurled, causing everyone to stare blankly, not understanding whether this was the power of a martial skill or an artifact. In the next moment, Xianxia disappeared from where he stood. Qianyu's complexion changed as her tender body flickered, and she hurriedly chased after him. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk 1,000-meter-high iceberg suddenly let out a loud bang, and, under the force of a tremendous force, broke off at the waist, the upper half of the iceberg shattering into ice shards. Asterisk Hong 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 star. A series of loud noises spread throughout the iceberg. and I Ren and the others were all dumbfounded as they couldn't see Yang Kai's figure at all. After opening his pair of strange wings, this young man's speed seemed to have reached an unimaginable limit. Even if they released their divine senses, they couldn't lock onto him. Yang Kai's figure flickered and one iceberg after another was damaged. He was like a blazing fireball, smashing straight into the iceberg, using his body and Yuan Qi to directly smash a hole in it. In just a few breaths of time, 5,000 or 6,000 meter high icebergs were destroyed. Many of the ice sect disciples who had been cultivating inside these icebergs were caught in the crossfire, cursing as they tried to escape, but just as they were out of danger, their vision went dark and they fainted. And I Run and the others were also the same. After observing for a while, they suddenly fell to the ground and fell unconscious. Xianxia didn't notice this at all. The moment Yang Kai shot out, she immediately chased after him. But even with her first-order Saint Realm cultivation, wanting to catch up to Yang Kai with his wind and thunder wings was somewhat unrealistic. The wind attribute was agile, while the thunder attribute was swift. The wind and thunder wings provided Yang Kai with a speed bonus that couldn't be described with words. Above the iceberg world, two figures flashed, one chasing the other running. As they chased, large holes were constantly smashed open in the iceberg, causing it to collapse. From the very beginning, Yang Kai didn't intend to confront a Saint Realm Master head-on. Yang Kai's current strength was indeed extraordinary, and he was able to fight across realms. Dealing with Ni Run and the others was a piece of cake, but he still had some self-awareness. A Saint Realm Master was not something he could contend with right now. The energy flowing through every Saint Realm Master's body was very different from that of a Transcendent Realm Master. The martial skills and moves they displayed were not something a Transcendent Realm Master could compare to. The Saint Realm was a level above the Transcendent Realm. If one wanted to fight against a Saint Realm Master, they would need to break through to the third-order Transcendent Realm at the very least. Fighting with such a beautiful woman, Yang Kai had no chance of winning, so he could only use this method to force her to submit. He was going to turn this world upside down. "Little brat, stop!" Xianxia was furious, but unable to catch up to Yang Kai. She could only shout at him. "I said if I don't see Su Yin, I'll destroy this 3,000 iceberg world." Yang Kai coldly snorted, not only not slowing down, but instead increasing his speed greatly. His powerful physique wrapped in his blazing hot Yuan Qi slammed straight into the iceberg. Not a single iceberg was able to withstand the force of his crash, and wherever he passed, it was destroyed, leaving behind a mess. Qianyu's eyes went bloodshot as she watched Ice Sect's 1,000-year-old foundation being destroyed, her heart filled with both pain and anger. Encountering such a stubborn young man who didn't know the meaning of death, she felt she was really unlucky. Chasing after him, Qianyu suddenly came to a stop, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards Yang Kai's figure and shouted, "Provoke!" The world energy around him suddenly became strange, causing Yang Kai's expression to change greatly, his body coming to a halt as he hurriedly turned around. However, from all directions, the ice attribute energies suddenly shot towards him, leaving him no place to dodge. Facing a Saint Realm Master's heaven-defying methods, Yang Kai didn't even see what was going on before he was struck. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the ice attribute energies struck Yang Kai, causing him to tumble through the air, blood spraying everywhere as a faint golden light glowed around him. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai plummeted to the ground. Chapter 732. Today, seeing Yang Kai suffer such a heavy blow, Qianyu's face couldn't help relaxing slightly. This time, she knew she was in the wrong. Denying Su Yan's existence and not allowing Yang Kai to see her was all out of selfishness. So even though Yang Kai had destroyed more than a dozen icebergs, she hadn't killed him. She had only wanted to force him to retreat. "Su Yan, It was impossible for her to hand her over so easily. It was not easy for her to encounter such an outstanding person, so Qianyu wanted to accept him as her disciple. Moreover, Su Yan's current state wasn't good, and she couldn't see anyone right now. Injuring him and driving him away was one thing, Qianyu thought to herself, but before she could fly over to check Yang Kai's condition, her expression changed again. Down below, Yang Kai, who should have been knocked unconscious, once again rushed up with the golden yuan Qi wrapped around him. Impossible! Qianyu's beautiful eyes trembled violently. She was well aware of how much strength she had used just now. A mere first-order transcendent youth shouldn't have been able to withstand it. But now, her opponent only seemed to be slightly injured, and his momentum not only hadn't weakened, but had instead become even more violent, as if he wouldn't give up until he razed Ice Sect to the ground. How tough was his physique? How could he withstand such a blow without fainting? Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk one iceberg after another continued to collapse as Qianyu hysterically roared like a madwoman. Little brat, you're courting death. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yang Kai laughed wildly. If you can kill me, then do so. Let's see if I die first, or if your Ice Sect's foundation is destroyed. If you won't let me see Su Yan, I'll bury you all with me. Impudence! Qianyu shouted. Seeing that a tenth of Ice Sect's foundation had really been destroyed, she finally decided to kill this boy. If she didn't kill this little brat now, with his current rate of destruction, it wouldn't even be an hour before Ice Sect had to find another place to relocate. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed everyone else in Ice Sect. One by one, masters emerged from the various icebergs and gathered together. Qianyu, what happened? Where did this barbaric brat come from? A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression asked coldly. Big brother, help me catch this little brat first. We'll talk about this later. Qianyu hurriedly shouted as he chased after Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat reluctant to deal with this young man, seeing him so violently destroy Ice Sect's foundation, the middle-aged man couldn't help feeling angry. Nodding in agreement, good. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai. He coldly shouted, Kid, let's stop here. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai had already swept past him like a gust of wind. With a loud rumbling sound, an iceberg behind the middle-aged man shattered in an instant. How arrogant! The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Without any apparent movement, he suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai and pointed his finger towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai's face went pale, and his speed suddenly decreased. At the same time, an extremely cold energy spread through his body, causing the circulation of his yuan qi to slow down. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move an inch. A thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of Yang Kai's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his hair was frozen solid. A second-order saint. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he twisted his body, quickly avoiding this middle-aged man. The yuan qi in his body rushed out violently, quickly dispelling the chill in his body and mind, restoring his freedom in the next moment. The middle-aged man showed a look of surprise and couldn't help muttering under his breath, What a fierce little brat! With his second-order Saint Realm cultivation, injecting his frozen yuan qi into Yang Kai's body would have been enough to easily freeze anyone else, but this boy had only suffered a slight hindrance in his movements and was fine. Attacking Yang Kai once was already extremely difficult for him. If he were to attack again, it would be outrageous. A master like this middle-aged man was someone who was confident in his status and generally wouldn't act like bullying the weak. Big brother, why aren't you attacking yet? Qianyu saw the middle-aged man standing mid-air with his hands crossed behind his back, giving off the demeanor of a powerful master, and couldn't help urging him. The middle-aged man frowned and quickly said, What's the matter? Little brat, you should stop. I won't attack you again, but don't act too presumptuous. If you have something to say, let's all sit down and discuss it. As the middle-aged man spoke, the other two Saint Realm Masters from Ice Sect blocked Yang Kai's path of retreat. These two didn't attack Yang Kai. instead showing calm and relaxed expressions as they stared at him with great interest, their eyes flashing with curiosity. For Saint Realm Masters, Ice Sect's tyrannical heritage was clearly visible. Yongkai was in the middle of this encirclement and knew that with the other side's lineup, he couldn't continue to act recklessly. Perceiving the middle-aged man's sincerity, he also stopped and stood mid-air. "What can I talk to you about?" Yongkai looked at the middle-aged man and asked indifferently. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and nodded. "I am an elder of Ice Sect, Xianxia." Yongkai glanced over at the beautiful middle-aged woman and sneered. "She's also an elder of Ice Sect. How do I know you two aren't wearing the same pair of pants?" Qianyu's pretty face went cold and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qianhao, who smiled and said, "She and I are brother and sister. Don't you think we're wearing the same pair of pants?" "Big brother." Qianyu glared at him bitterly. "But you have no choice." Qianhao's expression became cold. "You destroyed so many of my Ice Sect properties. If you don't give me an explanation, do you think I'll let you go? You'd best have a good reason for your actions. Otherwise, I'll let you taste all the torture in this world before torturing you to death." Yongkai sneered and took back his wind and thunder wings, glancing over at Qianyu and saying, "I was looking for someone, but she refused to let me see her." "Looking for someone? Who are you looking for?" Qianhao frowned. Su Yan. Hearing this, Qianhao and the other two Saint Realm Masters raised their brow. "Big brother, this person should be the one that old fogey mentioned before," Qianyu whispered to Qianhao's ear. Qianhao nodded slightly, indicating he understood, but still grumbled. "If that's the case, why didn't you let him see her? Why did you have to cause such a big ruckus?" "Su Yin, at an accident," Qianyu said somewhat awkwardly. "An accident?" Qianhao was shocked. What happened? Although Qianhao was an elder of Ice Sect, he had been in retreat for the past few years and didn't know much about the sect's affairs. If it weren't for Yongkai making such a big ruckus today, he wouldn't have been alarmed. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll explain it to you later. It's just that now is not the time for Su Yin to see anyone. And this little brat is ruthless and cruel. He's obviously not a good person. How can I let Su Yin come into contact with such a person? He's an old acquaintance. Qianhao sighed heavily. "I think it's more like a toad wanting to eat swan meat," Qianyu coldly snorted, glaring at Yongkai with even more disdain. Seeing his sister's poor impression of this little brat, Qianhao didn't say anything more. In any case, although his sister was in the wrong this time, this little brat didn't put Ice Sect in his eyes at all, destroying so many icebergs at once. If Qianhao really tried to turn this big issue into a small one, then a small one, he wouldn't be able to explain himself in front of the sect's disciples. Considering all this, Qianhao coldly said, "Just because of this, you're willing to go to such lengths and even destroy my Ice Sect's property? If I'm not happy, no one will be happy. Little brat, you're quite arrogant, but I don't know if you can afford the consequences. I won't kill you, but I'll give you two choices. Either you join my Ice Sect as a slave and pay for the losses you've caused this time, or I'll cut off your hands. Choose for yourself." Saying so, Qianhao stared coldly at Yongkai, wondering what choice he would make. "I won't choose either." Qianhao smiled and shook his head. "That's not up to you. Seeing that your aptitude is quite good, I'll choose the first option. Although your secret art is contrary to my Ice Sect's, you can still be considered a talent. It's a pity to destroy you like this." Saying so, an invisible energy suddenly burst forth and directly imprisoned Yongkai. Yongkai didn't show any intention of dodging and simply allowed himself to be bound. Not only did he not panic, he instead wore a look of victory as he sneered lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Qianhao frowned. "From now on, you'll follow me and take care of me. Rest assured, I won't treat you badly. Once you enter Ice Sect as a slave, you'll eventually be able to see the person you want to see, but that's only if you behave yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer." "You want me to take care of you?" Yongkai laughed. "I'm afraid you don't have that kind of luck." Qianhao coldly snorted. "Allowing you to serve me is an act of kindness. Don't fail to appreciate it." Another Saint Realm Master also chimed in. "That's right, little brat. Brother Xianhao is being generous. Don't fail to appreciate his kindness." The last person also chimed in. "Angering Brother Xianhao won't do you any good." Xianhao looked at Yang Kai with interest and smiled. "I don't care what you came to Ice Sect for, nor do I care what kind of grievances you suffered, but the fact that you've acted so atrociously here is a fact. Not killing you is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Now tell me, what qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Do you think with your strength you can escape from my hands? Look around yourself." Yang Kai's lips curled into a sarcastic smile as he lightly reminded her. Hearing this, the four Saint Realm Masters all showed strange looks as they quickly scanned their surroundings. The next moment, the expressions of the four saints all changed greatly. From the beginning, they had felt something was off, but all of their attention had been focused on Yang Kai, so they hadn't been able to investigate carefully. But now, under Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that their surroundings were completely silent. Almost all of the Ice Sect disciples who had been forced out of the Ice Mountain were completely silent. Moreover, all of the Ice Sect disciples had pained looks on their faces and were unconscious. Chapter 733. After a cursory examination, Qian Kai found that more than 200 people were in such a situation, regardless of their cultivation or age. Each one of them was the same. Their life aura is somewhat chaotic. Even the sect's transcendents weren't able to avoid this. It was impossible for the sect's disciples to become like this for no reason. So the only explanation was that this little brat had done something to them. But what kind of skill did he possess to do such a thing under the noses of four saints? Qianhao and the others couldn't help feeling suspicious. "Did you do this?" Qianhao winked at the other two Saint Realm Masters while glaring towards Yang Kai coldly. "Guess. What did you do to them? Why are they all in such pain?" Qianhao asked sternly. Yang Kai laughed heartily, his smile extremely carefree. The two masters who had been instructed by Qian how to investigate were shocked to find that there were no wounds on these disciples at all, nor were there any signs of poisoning. Looking at each other, both of them wore looks of confusion. If they weren't poisoned or injured, how could their disciples all become like this? Not thinking too much about it, the two of them quickly released their divine senses, wanting to carefully investigate what had happened to their disciples. But not long after they released their divine senses, both of their faces changed as they called out in alarm, "What is this?" While screaming, they began fleeing in panic, as if there was something powerful chasing them from behind. Seeing this scene, whether it was Qianyu or Qianhao, both felt a chill run down their spines as a chill ran down their spines. "What's wrong with you?" Qianyu asked. "Don't come over. Don't use your divine sense to investigate." One of them went pale as he ran and shouted, "There's something that targets our divine sense. We can't get rid of it if we touch it." At the same time, the other man let out a miserable scream, his face filled with pain. The two First Order Saints both looked like they had encountered a great disaster, both of them panicking. Qianyu wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. Qianhao glanced over at Yang Kai coldly, a thoughtful look appearing on his face, a deep sense of dread flashing across his eyes as he quietly stared towards Yuanqi. This little brat's methods were too strange. Even a First Order Saint had suffered a calamity, so he didn't dare not be on guard. After a while, the two Saint Realm Masters gradually stabilized, but both of their faces were still pale, their brow furrowed, a look of lingering fear on their faces. "Brat, what did you put here?" One of them looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and no longer looked at him with contempt. He endured the pain in his spirit and asked, "Worthy of being a Saint Realm Master, you can still maintain your consciousness." Yang Kai's expression was relaxed as he praised. Not only were they able to maintain their consciousness, but their combat strength was also not damaged. In other words, they were not much different from before. They just had some worries. "What's going on?" Qianyu asked in horror. She was well aware of the strength of these two elders. If even they were affected, she would not have been able to escape either. Some kind of imperceptible insect has spread throughout the knowledge seas of those disciples. When we used our divine senses to investigate, we were also infected. One of them glared at Yang Kai with resentment and slowly explained, although we were able to temporarily suppress these insects, it will take some time to get rid of them. With the disciples' current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to do so. Exotic insects? Xianyu's beautiful face paled. What kind of insects? I don't know, we'll have to ask him. Xianxia took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before releasing the shackles on Yang Kai and saying lightly, "Boy, you win." I'll let you go first to show my ice sect sincerity. Now answer our questions obediently. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. The faces of the four elders sank. 4 saints against a single first-order transcendent. But not only were they unable to do anything to him, 2 of them had also fallen victim to his underhanded tricks. Ice Sect's foundation had been destroyed, and hundreds of its disciples were still alive. This time, they had lost a great deal of face. Although Yang Kai's sarcasm had angered them greatly, none of them dared to act out. "What kind of insects are they?" Qianhao asked in a deep voice. "Since you released them, you should know better than anyone else, right?" Yang Kai gently nodded and said, "Soul-devouring insects. Haven't you heard of them before?" Hearing this, the 4 elders' expression became solemn. Naturally, they had heard of the soul-devouring insects. These exotic ancient insects were so small that they were almost imperceptible and specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once infected, they would rapidly multiply, making them extremely difficult to eliminate. However, these were only exotic insects they had heard of in legends. Who would have thought they were still alive? "Little brat." One of the elders who had been infected by the soul-devouring insects coldly snorted, "Although my ice sect is isolated from the rest of the world, we are not ignorant. These soul-devouring insects are indeed powerful, but to think they can devour the soul of a Saint Realm cultivator is simply a fantasy. These can't possibly be soul-devouring insects." Soul-devouring insects were something a Saint Realm cultivator could easily deal with and avoid harming themselves. Powerful spiritual energy could easily kill these exotic ancient insects in an instant. So when Yang Kai reported the name of these insects, his first reaction was that he was lying. Yang Kai grinned. "Sorry, my soul-devouring insects may not be the same as the ones described in legends. They are actually a bit more powerful." It had been almost 2 years since Yang Kai had followed Sanyin and Feiyu into the ancient mansion and obtained these exotic ancient insects. During these 2 years, the soul-devouring insects had been living on the 5-colored island in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had been greatly nourished. Yang Kai could also feel that they had become even more powerful. While Yang Kai was entangled with Xianyu, he had destroyed many of the ice mountains and scattered countless soul-devouring insects along the way. All the ice sect disciples who had been forced out had fallen victim to these insects, without exception. "You say they're soul-devouring insects? Why are you safe and sound? How did you release them?" The man asked coldly. "You ask too many questions. I have no obligation to answer them." Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously. "I can only tell you that your ice sect disciples won't be in danger for half an hour, but after half an hour, I can't guarantee that. These little insects aren't very obedient. You're digging your own grave. If even a single one of my ice sect disciples dies, you can prepare to die." Yang Kai laughed. "You want to bury hundreds of people with me? As long as you're willing, I don't care if I die." The 4 people suddenly went silent, feeling a headache coming on. Ice sect didn't have many disciples, at most 500. If 200 to 300 of them were to die at once, the loss would be too great. This little brat was simply an unscrupulous demon, a piece of meat on the chopping block, hateful to the extreme. The 4 people hated Yang Kai to the bone, but for fear of breaking the vases, they didn't dare act rashly. Although they had absolute confidence they could kill this little brat in one blow. But after killing him, what would happen to those soul-devouring insects? But if they had to admit defeat now, none of them would be able to swallow this insult. Just as they were silently cursing in their hearts, a woman's voice suddenly floated over. "Little brat, is your surname Yang?" Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because he hadn't noticed anyone approaching. But when he looked towards the source of the voice, he was shocked to find that not far away, a graceful figure had appeared. This woman looked extremely young, at most about the same age as Su Yin, but her cultivation was unfathomable and her aura was stable, like an ancient well without any fluctuations. Yang Kai felt great pressure from her. This kind of pressure was something he hadn't felt from the four elders of Ice Sect. Standing there, she seemed to be one with this frozen world omnipresent. Third Order Saint. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression becoming vigilant. Although he knew this was a powerful enemy, after listening to this woman's words, the violence and anger in Yang Kai's heart actually weakened significantly. Her voice seemed to contain a mysterious power that seemed to be able to dissolve the resentment and injustice in his heart. It was soft and gentle, like the sound of nature, extremely pleasant to the ear. "Greetings, Sect Master." Xianxia and the others also bowed respectfully. The woman smiled lightly. "There's no need to be polite. Isn't the noise you've made a bit too big?" Although her tone didn't reveal any trace of blame, Xianxia and the others couldn't help feeling a little ashamed, as if they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Their faces flushed red. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "Are you the Sect Master of Ice Sect?" "I am the Sect Master of Ice Sect." Xianxia. The woman nodded gently, her face filled with a faint smile. The woman gently nodded with a smile on her face. Her aura was extremely pure, like a glacier without the slightest impurity. Just looking at her would make one feel refreshed. Her voice was soft as she asked again, "Is your surname Yang?" The hostility on Yang Kai's face was greatly reduced, and his expression relaxed as he nodded slightly. "Then there's no mistake. The person Meng Wuxia was talking about was you, right?" "Yes. You're even more outstanding than he described. I hadn't expected you to find this place so quickly." Xianxia smiled lightly. "I also didn't expect Ice Sect's Sect Master to be so young and beautiful. I thought Treasurer Meng's friend was a white-haired old woman, but seeing you today is an eye-opener." Yang Kai looked her up and down, a look of amazement filling his face, but his eyes were clear and filled with amazement, without the slightest obscenity. "What do you think?" Xianxia seemed to be very happy, her smile becoming more and more cheerful. "Smelly brat, smooth talking." Xianxia curled her lips. "Sure enough, you're not a good person. Treasurer Meng actually knows someone like you. It seems I've underestimated him." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Xianxia giggled. Yang Kai's flattery was so subtle that it made her feel quite happy. Xianxia and the others were secretly watching from the sidelines, their hearts filled with a bitter taste. They hadn't seen their sect master smile like this for a long time. None of them had expected that a little brat who had popped out of nowhere would be able to tease their sect master to such an extent. This little brat is definitely a womanizer. Otherwise, how could he have such a clear understanding of women's thoughts? All of them cursed in their hearts, their expressions filled with disdain. Chapter 734. Outside the Ice Mountain, Ice Sect Master Xianxia had strangely appeared, but not only did she not show any dissatisfaction or hostility towards Yang Kai, she was actually quite amiable, making Yang Kai feel embarrassed to continue making trouble. Yang Kai had already decided to shed all pretense of cordiality with Ice Sect and cause a ruckus here before taking Su Yin away. However, Ice Sect Master Xianxia's attitude made it impossible for Yang Kai to use his full strength. She had greeted him with a smile, so if he continued to act like he did just now, he would appear somewhat unreasonable. "You're here to find Su Yin, right?" "Meng Wuxia mentioned this before." Xianxia still asked softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I won't hide it from you. Su Yin had an accident." Yang Kai's face suddenly became cold. Xianxia quickly said, "But you can rest assured, her life isn't in any danger. She just sealed herself in ice." Sealed herself in ice? Yang Kai frowned. Her current situation is the result of her own choice. Of course, my ice sect also bears some responsibility for it. Come with me. You'll understand when you see her. Just a few words won't be enough. Xianxia beckoned to Yang Kai. Sect Master. Xianxia hurriedly called out, obviously wanting to stop them, but after being glared at by Xianxia, she quickly shut up. Right before that, can you take back those little insects from my ice sect disciples' knowledge seas? Since you released these insects, you should have a way to take them back, right? Xianxia looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Sorry, before confirming the condition of my senior sister, I'm not going to take back those insects. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Right now, he only had this trump card. Using the lives of more than 200 Ice Sect disciples as a hostage was the only way to make Ice Sect hesitate to attack him. Although he felt that this Xianxia was a trustworthy person, he still needed to be on guard against her. If she suddenly attacked him after he received the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to survive a third-order saint. You're really careful. Xianxia shook her head helplessly. If that's the case, my Ice Sect disciples won't have an accident, right? I've already said that their lives will not be in danger for the next hour. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. All right, come with me. Xianxia, you come with me. Qianhao, you guys stay outside and look after the disciples. Yes. Everyone nodded respectfully. Qianhao stared coldly at Yang Kai and threatened, Brat, don't play any tricks or you'll suffer. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered with him. As Xianxia flew forward, she came to a stop in front of the ice mountain where Yang Kai had sensed Su Yan's aura. Xianxia waved her jade hand, and a strange door appeared halfway up the ice mountain. This gate was also carved out of ice crystals, and mysterious energy flowed through it. There was also a faint array pattern on it, which was obviously able to isolate the probing of divine sense. After entering the ice mountain, a bone-chilling chill washed over them from all directions. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he hurriedly circulated his yuan qi to expel the cold from his body. Feeling the hot energy in his body, Xianxia showed a look of disgust on her pretty face. Everyone in Ice Sect cultivated ice attribute secret arts and martial skills, so they were extremely sensitive to this kind of energy. The interior of the ice mountain was crystal clear, and the road inside seemed to be paved with crystal. It was a beautiful sight to behold and was dotted with strange stones used for illumination, illuminating the ice crystal corridor in a dazzling light. As they walked down, Yang Kai's breathing gradually became heavier. He could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to Su Yan. After walking for about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the three of them arrived in front of a huge ice room. Xianxia glanced back at Yang Kai and said, Su Yan is in here, but you have to promise me that you won't get too excited. I know, Yang Kai responded faintly. Xianxia nodded lightly, pushed open the door of the ice room, and was the first to walk in, Yang Kai and Xianxia following closely behind. Inside the ice room, there was nothing but an ice bed. On this ice bed, Su Yan's eyes were closed, her body wrapped in ice, seemingly in a deep sleep. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a monstrous anger rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and slowly walked towards the ice bed. Xianxia and Xianxia both stared at him, the two of them strangely discovering that the moment this arrogant and insidious young man saw Su Yan, his ferocious face calmed down and his pair of eyes filled with a deep sense of longing. So gentle, it was almost as if water would drip from them. The expression on Yang Kai's face constantly changed, seemingly a mix of fear and expectation as he slowly approached the ice bed. As he walked, his expression gradually calmed down. Arriving in front of the ice bed, Yang Kai stared at the jade figure on the bed, his mouth curling into a slight smile. Su Yan was lying on the bed. Her life was not in danger, but her whole body was wrapped in an extremely strange ice, as if she was sealed in ice, completely unresponsive to Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, but couldn't touch her. Quietly observing, Su Yan's expression was calm, her two hands naturally resting on her flat stomach. Before she was sealed in ice, she seemed to have a high level of awareness and didn't feel the slightest pain. Moreover, at this moment, the yuan qi in Su Yan's body was still circulating rapidly, and the secret art she cultivated was still operating at a faster rate than usual. Knowing that Yang Kai's mood was fluctuating, Xianxia and Qianyu tactfully kept quiet and didn't disturb him. As time passed by, Qianxia's expression didn't change, but Qianyu was becoming impatient. More than 200 ice sect disciples had encountered a great disaster. If Yang Kai didn't take back his soul-devouring insects after half an hour, they would all die, so Qianyu couldn't help urging, "Little brat, how much longer are you going to watch? No matter how much you watch, you won't be able to wake her up. Not only has she frozen her body, but she has also frozen her consciousness." Yang Kai suddenly turned around and stared at her coldly. Qianyu unconsciously averted her gaze, as if she had a guilty conscience. "Is this a martial skill?" Yang Kai turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia nodded lightly. "And this is one of my ice sect secret arts, Ice Body Sealed Heart. After using this secret art, one's yuan qi will condense, sealing one's body and mind in ice, causing one to lose all sensation in an instant." "Then why is Senior Sister's secret art still operating?" Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia smiled lightly. "Ice Body Sealed Heart is a secret art that assists one's cultivation. When my ice sect disciples use this technique, they can force themselves into a state of complete selflessness. Cultivating in this state allows them to cultivate much faster than normal. Many disciples use this move when they are in seclusion. Depending on the amount of true essence and comprehension used to use this martial skill, the duration of the frozen body-locked heart is also different." "How long does my senior sister's secret art last?" Yang Kai asked. Xianxia's expression became gloomy as she slowly shook her head. "I can't say. It could be a dozen years. It could be a few decades. It could also be forever. Su Yan is currently using the yuan qi she cultivates to maintain the frozen state outside her body." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "Why does she want to freeze herself? Did she suffer some kind of grievance in your ice sect? Was she abused?" Saying so, he turned an unfriendly look towards Qianyu. "Smelly brat, what are you looking at me for? I like her so much. How could I abuse her?" Qianyu suddenly became annoyed. "Little brat, don't worry. Elder Qianyu won't mistreat Su Yan. She still wants to accept your senior sister as her disciple." Qianyu quickly tried to persuade him. "I'm afraid she won't have that kind of luck." Yang Kai hated this beautiful woman Qianyu from the bottom of his heart. However, this matter really has something to do with Elder Qianyu. Qianyu sighed softly. Su Yan becoming like this is partly her responsibility. Qianyu's expression also became gloomy as she said bitterly, "I didn't expect her to be like this, nor did I know when she learned the ice body sealed heart. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have forced her like this, huh?" Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai and coldly said, "Boy, I won't deny this, but I did it for her own good. I didn't mean to harm her." "What happened?" Yang Kai's eyes spat fire. Although Qianyu had said so, it was still just her side of the story, so he still had to ask her clearly about the situation. "Qianyu, tell me." Qianyu rubbed her forehead. Qianyu nodded slightly and began recounting what happened after Su Yan entered Ice Sect. 2 years ago, Meng Wuya suddenly brought Xia Ningchong and Su Yan to Ice Sect and found Ice Sect's sect master Xianxia, entrusting her with the task of taking care of Su Yan temporarily. Ice Sect lived in seclusion in this ice world and generally did not accept outsiders. But Meng Wuya had some friendship with Xianxia after all. Unable to resist this old man's shameless coaxing, Xianxia had no choice but to agree. After entrusting Su Yan to Ice Sect, Meng Wuya and Xia Ningchong left. That old man said that what he was going to do was very dangerous. Taking his disciple with him was one thing, but he couldn't bring Su Yan along and put her in danger, so he secretly left Su Yan here. It wasn't until that old man left that Su Yan learned the truth and had no choice but to temporarily live in Ice Sect, Qianyu explained. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Treasurer Meng's actions were understandable. He definitely hadn't told Su Yin his purpose in coming to Ice Sect in advance. Otherwise, with Su Yan's personality, she would definitely have followed Treasurer Meng and helped him instead of staying in Ice Sect to live a comfortable life. And then, Yang Kai asked, then Sect Master handed Su Yin over to me. At first, I didn't pay much attention to her. Although her strength wasn't low when she came here, it wasn't too high either. But soon, I discovered that this child's talent was unparalleled, and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. What was most commendable, though, was that the secret art she cultivated was in line with my ice attribute secret art. I think that old man must have had a premeditated plan to entrust Su Yin to Ice Sect. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that it would be strange if Meng Wuya didn't have a premeditated plan. Meng Wuya definitely knew many powerful masters on Tongxian realm, and Chu Ling Xiao was an old acquaintance of his, yet he had sent Su Yin here. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to Ice Sect's heritage. Meng Wuya's move was obviously to get Ice Sect to help teach Su Yin for free. If it were Yang Kai, he would have done the same. You're tuning in to the Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.